Hi, and welcome to the Ada K Show. I am Ada K. Brown, and am currently a criminal justice major, and I'm a deaf courtroom commentator. Grab a cup of Java, and let's dive in.
Hey, Ada. Ada.
My hairnet.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. Guess what? We have a verdict, and I'm not at the shop yet. I am so sorry. Oh my gosh, y'all, hold on. Okay, so, oops, we have a verdict, yay! But I was in the midst of getting some good Z's and getting some sleep that was greatly needed, and I should have known. So what we're going to be doing is, as soon as I get to the studio, we'll switch it over to that system. But we have a verdict. Bringing her from the jail to the courthouse. Kind of reading some of the comments on other lives while I was getting dressed. Not sure if we'll be able to see the sentencing phase or not, but we'll take what we can get. I think it was a good idea for the jury to sleep on it and then come in and then say, yes, we all still agree. So I think that's where we were. Although I don't know why, if they reached a verdict that quickly, they did not just go ahead and do it last night. But anyway, y'all are awesome. Appreciate you being. Hi, Momo Shark. Good to see ya. Hey, June. Oh my gosh, y'all are so awesome. I feel bad, but at the same time, it's only me doing this, and sometimes I gotta get some sleep. Today will be a long day. We will be doing what's left of this. Then we have the rose petal trials that we're going to be doing. And then I want to, in the mix some of that, we really need to talk about Karen Reed and what's going on. I've read some of her documents, but we're going to dive into her interviews that she had done and talk about the pros and the cons, because the prosecution is asked for all of the recordings and notes from the news station that did the interview. Y'all, if I was that anchor, I would have destroyed all those notes a long time ago. Yeah, you're about to do some decluttering, but needed to see this. Yeah, I get it. Oh, Momo Shark, everybody's welcome for my time. We had a lovely dinner with my son for his birthday. Thank you so much. And last night's sleep was, it's kind of weird. I was sleeping really soundly after about 6 a.m. Up until then, I was in and out of sleep. So that's why this morning I was lagging as long as I could, because you know, when you wake up and that bed feels just so good, you don't want to leave it. That's where I was this morning, and I was just dragging my heels. And out of one corner of an eye, I looked to see, and I saw that they had a verdict. And let me tell you, I got up and got out of bed real quick. Hello, it's Britt. Hello, sunny day. I hope you know that you must feel that you should feel special. You're the only name that I can sing. Y'all saved your eye likes. I'm not in the studio to count them. So when we get the live, what I'm going to do is I'm going to end, when I get there, I'm going to end this live and go into the other live. because I'm on my cell phone. Snowy morning, Seba? Oh, I haven't seen you in a while, love. Good morning. Sensei, come here, baby. Oh, she's curled up back there grumpy because she didn't get her food before we left the house. That's how quickly we left the house. So as soon as I get into the shop, I'm going to throw her food down. Momo Shark, I don't know the exact number, but I can tell you significantly less. Lying to a police officer or whatever here in Texas, I think it's up to 1 year in jail. So if they count all of her counts, what were they, like 13? If they run them consecutively, she'll have 13 years, and she'll be out in about 5. If they run them congruently, I mean, then she'll only do the 1 year and be out in about 6, 7 months. But there's a lot of other charges as well, including something about corpse, abuse of a corpse, and things like that. So, yeah, there are 2 federal counts plus the manslaughter. So it just depends on how they slice the pie. Um, and the sentencing phase will be determined by the jury, I believe, too. We'll see. I am literally 2 lights away from the shop. I guess I should get my hearing aids in so I don't have to fight with that. Um, oh, they're so cold, y'all. Putting cold hearing aids on is like, ugh. It's like putting a piece of ice in your ear. Oh, that doesn't melt. Okay, y'all. Um, no, we went and ate fish last night. Um, yeah, yeah. For those of you who didn't know, it was my son's birthday yesterday, so we went out with some friends, had a nice dinner. Found not guilty. Um, can one of my do I have a mod on? No, I do not. Yes, I do. Haley Mouse, do me a favor. Go ahead and watch our A's page if you know who Recovery Addict is, because he's on live and I trust his source of information. And let me know if the jury comes in, because I need to be able. I'm getting ready to turn into the parking lot at the shop, and we're going to be bolting inside, and I can't see what's going on. Um, Here, you go grab the door, please. And I'm going to be bolting to the back of the shop. So you're gonna see white girl run. Come on, baby, let's go. You'll get food. Come on. My dog is not happy. Yes, you're seeing me with bad hair. But that's okay. I'm human. I'm human. Look at me. Okay. Here we go into the wild blue yonder. Okay, guys. Thank you for turning the lights on. Oh, I know we're going into this. All right, get in there. I gotta feed the girl, no matter what. I gotta feed my girl. There we go. Yours. Oh, my studio is so nice and warm. Oh, okay, guys. Oh, come on. Why won't you click? There we go. Okay, guys, I'm gonna start a new live stream real quick. You're gonna hear the dog crunching on her food. Uh, enter. Can I take control of that live? I think I can. Yay! We did it! Yay! Now let me get the other. Let me get the stuff up. Oh, she's there with a bow in her hair. Okay, let me get this. Let me get this up and going for y'all. Okay. I'm gonna exit out of this. Hold on. Now, if I lose you, because I've never done this before, if I lose you, don't panic. Oh, yay, I didn't. We learned something new. I can create a stream on the go and then, oh, let me get my ears synced. My hearing aids synced, and then I got to get myself gorgeous. All right, guys, we did it. Hallelujah. We did it. Yay. Highlight. Good morning, Tom. Everybody is seeing me straight out of bed. I am so sorry. I was in la la land this morning. Some of the best sleep I've had this morning. And oh, wait, are we in the same? No, we're not. There we are. I had 2 lives pop up. Sorry, guys. Let me share screen. For some reason, my live from yesterday popped up. Okay, there we are. Yay! We'll yay it again. Okay, there we go. Yeah, they went to verdict watch yesterday. Feels like my hair is just crunchy. I hate it. It's because of the cold and the weather. Do I have a hat in here? I gotta find me a hat in here. It's gonna be a hat day. She was found guilty? Don't tell me that, Momo Shark. No, Momo Shark. Stop. Why do I not have it? Momo Shark. Please. Don't spoil it. We're trying to get it. Why don't I have it? I don't have any sound yet. See, this hasn't shown it yet. Momo, please. I understand, but it's a delay for us. Right now, the audio is off while they're reading. The judges, see, that's what's going on. The judge has the volume off. Yeah, we wanna know, but we wanna know with them. It's okay, it happens, but we're trying to figure out what exactly. See, none of us that are playing this live know what the verdict is. So she came into court and she was very, if you notice, well, I don't wanna go back, but when she came in, she looked hopeful and she sat straight up. Now she slumped down. Well, we know what it is. There would be no audio for the verdict. Hopefully, it will be read back. Momo, um, So we're going to see what's happening. But right now, that's quite a bow. That looks like it's from 1980s. So they're still reading the charges. They're still going, um, they're still going through the charges right now. It's going to take a while. Okay, so everything's come from courtroom is
Guilty.
I'll share this.
Got one more false report charge, then we'll move on to the other two remaining charges in this case. This is not a death penalty case. They did seek life in prison, so there will not be a death penalty capital punishment decision in this. The state did not choose to go after that in this case, so it is a life in prison or with or without parole.
Count 17, false report, guilty.
It was
So that is guilty on all false report charges. You may remember at the start of the trial, they did drop one of those false reports. There was originally a count 18, a false report that was dropped. So I believe now the next charge in this we should be hearing would be abuse of a corpse.
Count 18. Oh, yes. Count 19, abuse of a corpse.
18 was pulled, so we're at 19 in the indictment. So we're one more charge here would be failure to report a death under suspicion, unusual or unnatural circumstances. We count 20 of the total indictment. This one dates back to when
Count 20. Failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances. Guilty.
That is it. Guilty on all charges, all 19 counts. A complete decision there from that jury of 7 men and 5 women. Megan Boswell convicted on every count that she was charged with, including that big one of first-degree murder, 2 counts of felony murder,
life in
aggravated child abuse, and child neglect. Now looking at life in prison. The question is, will she have a chance at parole after serving 51 years? But life in prison.
So right now the judge is asking if either side would like to pull the jurors in this case. It looks like it's being declined.
And in that case, where they would go through and ask juror number 1, number 2, is this your decision? Is this your decision?
Yeah,
and ask them all if that is what is happening. So it looks like the defense attorney is going to make some questions there. Again, we can't hear what is happening. I'm not sure when our audio will be allowed to be turned back on in the courtroom. As soon as we're allowed to turn that sound back on, we'll take you in there and listen into what's happening in that courtroom. And Judge Jim Goodwin's.
The jurors are being dismissed currently, temporarily. I believe the sentencing phase is happening.
The sentencing phase will come. He did tell them that if that was in his instructions yesterday, that if they did find guilty on first-degree murder, we would immediately go into a sentencing phase. That'll be the next job that they have to do in this. So they'll begin the sentencing phase on that first-degree murder conviction. So we'll wait and see how that happens. We could be back with you today and on however long.
That little black lady right there, that cutie patootie with the camera, he's the one that threatened to throw in jail for 10 days.
It takes them to make that decision. But right now, we imagine the judge will publish those findings. We may be able to hear into the courtroom at this point in time. But again, Megan Boswell, you see on your screen right there, guilty on all 19 counts, including that first-degree murder and 2 felony murder convictions.
Sorry, I got a little flustered. It's really hard when you're doing a live, and I've had it happen where someone said so-and-so in X or whatever reported guilty or innocent, and it was wrong. So that's why I like to hear it from the court just to make sure it's correct. This that we're watching here is the actual feed from the news company. I got to get something on my lips. And so now they're going straight into the punishment phase. And you can tell the delay when I played this.
Court, you are guilty. In count 2, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of first-degree murder and the perpetration of a felony, it's a judgment of this court, you are guilty. In count 3, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of first-degree murder and the perpetration of a felony, it's a judgment of this court, you are guilty. In count 4, a judgment of your peers having found you guilty of aggravated child abuse, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 5, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of aggravated child neglect, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 6, the jury of your peers having found you guilty of tampering with evidence, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 7, the jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty.
No, the judge.
In count 8, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 9, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 10, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 11, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 12, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. Count 13, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. Count 14, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 15, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 16, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 17, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of false report, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In count 19, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of abuse of a corpse, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. And in count 20, a jury of your peers having found you guilty of failure to report a death under suspicious, unusual, or unnatural circumstances, it's a judgment of the court, you are guilty. In counts 4 through 20, the jury did not assess a fine, so there'll be no fine assessed in those counts. Now we'll be in recess about 15 minutes.
Thank you. Court stands in recess.
Minute recess. And she's going to go back there and fall completely apart. Okay. The situation, and I think why they decided to oh hush, Sensei, she's not happy. Decided not to have the microphones on during the reading of the verdict. This is such a huge verdict, and this is a long verdict. And he probably did so because there's a lot of people, or there's people in the behind the bar that are there that may be family or whatever, and they may have an outburst, and he doesn't want that live. So I think he did that in case there was an outburst, which is his prerogative to do so. But he did come back and read all the decisions. And Momo, you're still welcome here, baby. I'm sorry I got a little bit no, but I'm hot from rushing in, and I think my hat's way over there. I got to do makeup and hat at some point. Oh, this is scary. but I was not ready for that. That was just something I wasn't ready for. How did you get this in, Emma? I'm sorry, was trying to find more information for us. It's kind of unfortunate because I'm literally behind the ball this morning. And, oh, the one morning I choose to try to stay in and get some sleep, and I've not had I've not had good sleep lately, y'all. All the way. There we go. So, yes, we are. Oh, here comes the judge. Yes, I am so glad it's not another case Anthony failure. Um, I don't see how anybody could decide this case anything other, in my personal opinion. I don't either. I just don't either. And they did not, obviously, they didn't care that, they didn't take anything. Um, Hold on. I'm feeling good and thank you, but that's tomorrow, hon. Somebody wish me a happy Valentine's Day on the 13th. Oh, that was so sweet. Oh, someone have their days mixed up. Oh, Valentine's Day is tomorrow, and of course, I'm reminded yet another year how unsuccessful I am at being a dating person or getting married. I hate it. Oh, thank you, Julugula. I appreciate that. I fear I have upset Momo Shark, and it was not intentional. It's just we have had sources from other places like X and whatnot, try people like you guys and say, "Oh, I saw on X, this is the verdict and this is the years," and when we couldn't get it and we were waiting for it to hit our live feed and it was not 100% accurate. So it's just about accuracy, love. Um, that's why I was kind of like, "No, wanna hear it ourselves." She does cry for herself, but thank you for thinking of me. Scored a point. I'm teasing somebody. Um, but, um, yeah, she's crying for herself, but she didn't cry for anything else. Um, I'm not surprised for the verdict, June, either. I think the majority of the time that they were gonna be um, I I am I like the judge. I think he ran a good court, uh, but I will tell you, he's a serious judge. He's a very serious judge. He I appreciate that. He will come back soon. So we see the judge going back and forth, but, um, when he has that robe on, that's when he's getting ready to do the business. I thought she'd be found guilty on all charges, but as for the homicide, I thought there was a chance it could come back as a lesser. So one of the things that I'm glad they charged her with is the time frame in which they reported the child. In some states, including Tennessee, you have only a certain amount of time to report a child missing without being true. But LWOP, what's that? Or IWOP? IWP? My mic sounds muffled. I don't know why. I don't know why. Is that better? It shouldn't be. Testing, testing. I didn't change any of the settings. Is that any better? So, why is some people so much further ahead than I am? That's weird. Let me pop up the live stream again. Oh, now everybody's going. We will go as soon as this is over, we will go and join the other live that, the rose petal murder when it starts. I don't even know if it started. I have no idea. Oh, I need to go I jumped in here. I didn't even put anything on. So I gotta go fix my live. I haven't had coffee. I haven't had water. This chick bolted. It was a bolt. Um, I'm not gonna do a whole lot. I'm just gonna go in and put the thumbnails and all that in. I wanna thank everybody for joining me. You guys are so awesome. I appreciate y'all so much. I really, really do. I couldn't do this without you. I'm so sorry for it started. How is it so far behind on me? When I'm pulling up their feed, I'm in the courtroom feed. And I got nothing. No, nobody else has it either. So one of the things that another reason why I don't like to do the verdict before the judge is because you never know who's watching. We may have family or friends watching us, and I want them to be able to hear it when we do. Hi again. I heard guilty on all counts. Yes, guilty on all counts and no lessers. That was the thing. Well, I hope Momo Shark comes back. We are waiting for the judge to return. There we go. I'm going to change feeds, y'all. Don't panic. I'm changing feeds. Here we go. This is a Court TV feed. Thank you, Court TV, for your fabulous. Let me get that banner up. I got so many banners. There we go. I'm giving credit to Court TV. So, I know she was crying, but she should have known better. To have that many charges and to come away clean that normally does not happen. Y'all have any questions? Oh, Momo, it's not that we don't trust you. It's just, I try not to have spoilers until we hear it live together. But I understand you're wanting to share, and I greatly appreciate that. There is a private chat thing that you can do. or on my Discord, and you can give me the information there. But hello, alternate juror. Oh my gosh, I haven't seen you in ages. But we love you, Momo Shark. You're more than welcome to be here. We've just had people tell us stuff and they think it's 100% correct and then it's not. So it's just a matter of, hi, AJ. Thank you so much for joining. I haven't seen you in a while. Are you doing well? Even if she wasn't found a first degree with so many other charges, she's looking at a lot of time, Aaron. The charges, if they only found her guilty of the lying, she wouldn't have a whole lot of time. But all the other stuff, yeah. This girl will never see the light of day outside of a jail cell. So now I think it's more of a is it life with the possibility or life without the possibility? And I'm like life without. That's the way I feel. I can't see this judge giving her anything less than life. In all honesty, because this is deplorable and horrible. And I just am flabbergasted at what she did. And, she does have a right to a defense. I'm not saying she doesn't, but for me, if I was on the jury, I would fight for life without the possibility of parole. Life without. That would be my fight. Because this is to me, this is the worst of the worst. Now, when she goes back to prison, oh, baby killers, unalivers are not treated very well, y'all. Oh, I get it. It's that time of the year. I'm already itching for spring cleaning. Yeah, health super baby. I agree with you. I'm not, there are a lot of times I don't agree with life. But on a lot of cases, because I think a life without life sentences should be the worst of the worst. And here's a case I wish there was. For her to snip out the life of a baby, her daughter, the baby that she supposedly doted over and took care of and loved and did all those fabulous things. And then, boom, off like a switch when she meets a new guy. That woman deserves a life of hell until she's gone. How much snow did you get, love? Yeah. Or Sarah Boone. Everybody loves Sarah Boone in prison. Just saying. Everybody loves Sarah Boone. So when this is done, we're gonna head over to the other trial. I'm going to switch to this feed. This feed appears to be actually, a little sooner than the TV feed. Yeah. Let me get this over here. I'm gonna gear up. Come on. Work with me, dude. We are looking for the other trial that we will be watching. Um, I don't know what time they start. All but caught up on the, Zachary Hughes trial. Ladies, starting. I'm looking. Give me a minute. I'm gonna have to get me a cup of coffee in a minute, guys. I am doing my looking trial. Days you're waiting for that. I hope I'm not getting sick, y'all. Okay, so day 2. I'm lining up yesterday when we stopped off. I know I'm not talking, 'cause I'm trying to concentrate, but I'm trying to set us where we stopped off on the Zachary Hughes trial. There, we got it. We got that to get going. Snow in Reno, winter warning. Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. I've been lurking over at alternate juror just to let you know, babe. Pause. Thank you very much. Okay, got everything lined up for that. We have people coming into court, so I'm sure we're gonna go to the sentencing phase right now. Kudos to the jury. That was a hard trial, emotionally, physically, getting away from the family.
Mr. Scott, are you ready?
Yes, sir.
We need to bring the defendant in.
We're prepared for 2 witnesses right now. We have a witness still on the way. She's not far away.
Well, the state will go first and then.
I don't think it's gonna help much.
I know, right, out AJ? She can come declutter my house. I really got to get to my house. Ever since I started doing this, I'm just really not. I go home and just slither into bed. I got laundry to catch up on. That's my thing for this week. I know I don't have a whole lot of jackets, so y'all will get to know that it's cold out there.
Verdicts we heard the jurors through the phone, thanks to Liam Bridgman. Megan Boswell now being brought into the court.
A now convicted murderer in the death of her daughter, Evelyn. She's about to learn from the jury of 7 men and 5 women if they are recommending that she has the ability to have parole after 51 years. Tennessee, this is not a death penalty case. The prosecution did not choose to seek the death penalty in this case.
All right,
Why they did not choose to do that, I do not know. I would want one, and I say, let's hear in the best chair. That's not, they don't see her as anymore, but you know what I'm not about unaliving people, but this woman deserves the worst possible sentence she did. Poor baby.
So again, we're back on the air right now watching the lawyers, prosecution defense meeting with Judge Jim Goodwin there on the sidebar. We're about to enter the sentencing phase of the Megan Boswell trial. Again, 19 convictions, first-degree murder, felony murder, 2 counts of that. Also aggravated child abuse, aggravated child neglect. Is guilty all the way down, tampering with evidence, those hosts of false reporting charges for all those stories that she came up with to try to explain where her baby was, abuse of a corpse, tampering with evidence, and then also the charge for not reporting a death. The jury is now coming back into the courtroom. It appears that's why they're all standing.
All right, General.
Judge, stay with introduce it. I'm sorry.
You can do an opening statement if you would like to.
Okay. No, I stay with the opening statement.
Do you have an opening?
I do.
Okay.
I know. I was talking to somebody.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I was talking.
although I may not agree with your verdict, I respect your verdict. I respect you. I thank you for your time. And I have one more thing to ask. You have to make a decision now, and that decision is it's going to mean the difference. If you sentence Megan Boswell to life in prison, she'll be released when she is probably 69 years old. That'll be 8. She's been in jail. You probably realize she has been in jail since she was 18 years old. She went to jail February the 25th of 2020, and she hasn't been released.
Okay.
So with that said,
Right.
if you give her a life sentence, it would be 51 years. That's what I'm asking you to do. If you give her a life without sentence, she will never be released from prison. That's the difference. So the difference between her being released at what I believe would be 69, 70 years old, or never being released. In doing this process, and Judge Goodwin will read you some very short jury instructions comparative to what you heard yesterday. You look at statutory aggravating factors and mitigating factors. In this case, the state will submit the age of the child as the aggravating factor. Our mitigating factors, we've listed several of those. They include no significant criminal history, her youth and age at the time the offense was committed. She was 17 when she had Evelyn. She was 18 when Evelyn died. You'll hear more about her unstable and chaotic home life. You'll hear from her mother, Angela Boswell. She's here today. You'll hear from Angela about domestic violence that Megan witnessed between her parents. You'll hear from Angela about drug use that Megan witnessed her parents engage in.
I understand that, Sonny.
You also hear about her schooling. It wasn't seamless. And how one of her primary role models was her grandfather, Tommy Boswell's father. He died.
Releasing her in the 70s would be worse than staying in prison because she wouldn't know how to survive.
I think she was 11 or 12 years old. You'll hear And finally, you'll hear a little bit about her younger siblings, Elijah and Charlotte. Elijah has a disability that Megan has looked after him and tried to help take care of him. And then you're also feeling you've heard in the proof and making that decision as far as mitigating factor. Anything else you've heard in all the proof from any of the witnesses, and also you'll probably hear from Gail Kite. You've heard from her once before, but you'll hear a little bit more from her about the shape Megan was in when she came into her home, and you'll hear from we expect to call Mary Boswell. She is Megan's grandmother. I think most of you recognize the name of Mommy at this point. You'll hear from her and what she witnessed and her participation in raising Megan. So it's a hard decision. It's not a light decision. You've made a hard decision already. And it's my hope that after you see this, you will come to the conclusion that maybe at 69 years old, it would be fair for her to be released from prison.
All right. General proof.
Yes, Judge. At this time, the state will introduce a copy of birth certificate of Evelyn Boswell.
All right. That'll be exhibit 262. We want to keep the exhibits in sequential
That's my
numbers.
point.
But I started a new sheet for the sentencing part. It'll be exhibit 262.
Exactly, June.
Any other proof, General?
No, Judge, that's the state address.
It's
Mr. Scott.
need to have
We call Angel Boswell. Angel Boswell.
Now we're going to hear from family why they saved her from the life in prison. Let her be paroled at 70 years old. Paroling somebody after 50 years and then staying in because they don't, they're institutionalized at this point.
Raise your right hand, man. State your name for me.
Angela Boswell.
You solemnly swear or affirm testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and the truth. Have a seat. If you'll pull the microphone down and talk straight into that microphone. Actually, you know what? I need to switch these.
I know I was talking to somebody watching it today. Somebody was watching this. Voice texting. Ow. Okay. Oh, rattling.
Ready to go, Judge.
Dropped it as well.
Ma'am, state your name for the record.
Angela Boswell.
You are Megan Boswell's mother.
I am.
Ms. Boswell, you know the purpose of being here today.
I do.
I want to ask you some about Megan's home life and growing up, but I guess I want to ask you first a little bit about yourself.
Okay.
And I'm asking you these questions, Ms. Boswell. I'm not trying to embarrass you or
No,
test any
no, sir.
aspersions.
No.
You married Tommy Boswell when you were how old?
First time 15.
You speak into that microphone just a little more, please.
The first time 15.
And when did you become pregnant with your first child with him?
I had my first in April and turned 16 in July.
Okay, and who was that child?
Tommy Jr.
Okay. And then you had Megan at some point. How old were you when you had Megan?
To do one.
There's 8 years difference. I was almost 24.
It's okay. So let's talk about Megan's life growing up. Would it be fair to say that during her lifetime, she's witnessed drug use between you and her father?
Yes.
What type of drugs?
Opiates, mainly.
Scoot up or speak into that so the jury can hear you.
Opiates, mainly.
Did that drug use lead to other problems?
Yeah. Arguments, fighting, yes.
Okay. You say the
Strife
strife.
is what it brings, yes. Nonstop.
Is that something that went on pretty much her entire childhood
Yeah.
growing up?
Yeah, from the time she was pretty little, yeah.
Okay.
Mm.
Good. Now, did she witness fights between you and her father?
Yes.
Okay. I think at some point her father was convicted of aggravated assault and kidnapping.
Yes.
Were you the victim in that?
Yes. Mm.
Do you remember ever taking Megan to any NAAA meetings with you?
Yes, I did.
How old was she when you did that?
She was probably about 7 or 8. First ones I started taking her to 7 or 8, 8 or 9, somewhere around in there.
Does she, due to the strife in your home, was she raised by her grandparents to some degree?
Yes.
Okay. What were their names?
Mary and Danny Boswell.
Okay. Mary Boswell, would that be who's known as a mommy?
Yes. Mm.
These problems, do you feel that it's partly your fault, the problems Megan's experienced?
Really?
No, absolutely. Yes.
Really?
Yes, absolutely.
Now, unfortunately, your problems, that they went on up into, we saw a video in here of you being brought down from the jail to talk with her in 2020.
Yeah. Yeah.
So even up until the time she went to jail, you were in and out of jail.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. I've been.
Have you been convicted of numerous crimes?
Yes.
Now, have you managed to straighten up at this point?
I have, yes.
You're hoping to?
Yes. I pray every day and just, to do my best and try. I've learned the importance of a mother's role, but not for Megan, I didn't.
All right.
I affected her on that miserably.
And you're here asking the jury to give her a sentence of life as opposed to life without.
It's Maggie is at her core. She's a generous, kind person. And through all Maggie's went through, Maggie still has potential. She was trying so hard. She didn't repeat my mistakes. Maggie learned from my mistakes. She was trying to do better with Eve. She wasn't repeating. I think she got saddled with, just because of my mistakes that she did those, and that was not it. That was not the case with them.
Would it be fair to say she didn't have a good role model for the mother?
No, she did not.
Answer any of Ms. Massengill or Mr. Harper's questions.
I don't have any questions, Judge.
Thank you.
Judge, at this time, I have some judgments of conviction of Tommy Boswell. I'd like to put in by agreement with Mr. Harper.
No objection, Judge.
Okay. I'd ask these to be made the next 4 exhibits.
Mr. Scott, I want to enter case number 61078 as exhibit 263. And the other 3 pages are 3 counts of the same case. So I'll make that a collective 264.
What is that case number, Your Honor?
62497. Yeah, the first page is 263, case 61078. Yes. And case 62497. Those 3 pages, 264. All right.
Your Honor, defense would call Gail Kite. Kite.
It's KYTE.
I believe so, Your Honor. I'll have her spell it. Just, I think she was a witness in the trial, but I'll go back to it.
Raise your right hand and state your name, please.
Gail Kite.
Ms. Kite, you solemnly swear from testimony you're about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, now.
I do.
Speak into that microphone.
Ms. Kite, good morning.
Good morning.
Just so I make sure here, spelling your last name, is it K-Y-T-E?
It is.
And Ms. Kite, you've previously testified in this hearing as state's witness. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Well, thank you for coming back for this part of it. I know Ms. Boswell appreciates that. How long have you been working in foster care?
15 years.
Do you remember when Megan Boswell came to you?
I do.
Do you recall what kind of shape she was in or state?
She was in bad shape. She was one of the worst children that I'd brought in as far as neglect.
What do you mean by that?
She was very malnourished. She's very skinny. Her hair was matted to her head with lice.
17 years
Impossible to even get a comb through.
at 17 years of age.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, when she came to you, were you given any background? I imagine in foster care, you're given background or information of where this child is coming from. Were you giving any of that?
I was.
And what were you preparing for?
In the intake papers, it mentioned trauma. It mentioned rape.
Did it give you any background or any information about her family background or makeup?
Not really.
Now, you said she came to you with lice. What did you do to try to help Megan?
Well, I took her to a beauty shop because there was no way to even begin to get a comb through. It was horrible. The beauty shop wouldn't touch it. They told me I offered to pay him $100 to go out back to cut her hair. And they said that they couldn't do it. Finally, the agency that we were with found a beautician that met me at a church that was willing to come in and give Megan a haircut. They gave her a bob, which looked really cute on her. But even after that we could get a comb through, it took close to 3 weeks, maybe a month, to get rid of the lice. Were just so bad. I had to get prescription medicine from the doctor. We got 2 bottles of that. I bought the comb that you run through that's supposed to kill the lice. And I know I practically traumatized the poor child because we'd go out on the porch and I'd run that comb through trying to make sure we got all the lice. And she'd sit there and tears would run down her hair. She got tired of me. It wasn't a pleasant situation. And then even when you do that, you still got to go through, you've got to thoroughly clean the bedding. Everything in the room has to be taken down, washed in hot water. It was a rough time for her, very rough.
And you may have said, but she came to you how old?
She was 17 years old.
She was pregnant.
17-year-old.
17, pregnant, scared, didn't have a place to go.
And you believe that she had been raped or violently sexually assaulted. Were you given any background or information about her family, her mom and her dad?
I knew Mom was in and out of jail, and I knew her daddy owned a business.
Okay. Were you able to come to the opinion that she essentially came from a dysfunctional family?
I did.
Okay. And how long did she stay with you?
She stayed 4 months. When she came in, we got to work, got rid of the lice, got her registered for school. Where she was pregnant, she chose to do online schooling. She worked really hard getting her diploma. If a test didn't go right, she was on the phone the next day with the counselor getting it reset. I never had any problems trying to get her to do her schoolwork or anything. She hung with it.
She ever caused you any problems, disciplinary wise or anything like that?
No.
Never?
No.
And did she seem to be thriving in a structured environment?
She did. She did.
Was she making friends?
She did.
Did she seem to be progressing and coming out of the state she was in when she came to you?
She very much so.
And she was with you for 4 months. Did you form a bond with her?
Oh, I did. We took up together immediately. It was during the winter. She learned me how to play card games. Winter days, we'd sit there and we'd play. Baby'd sleep, we'd play cards. But we formed a bond.
Did you take her to doctor's appointments?
I did.
How did she seem to feel about becoming a mother?
She was very excited.
Did you have conversations with her about that?
I did.
Did she seem to fully understand her roles and responsibilities of what was going to be required of her?
She did. Megan practically raised her younger sister, Charlotte, and her brother, Elijah. She had plenty of experience with younger children.
How did you know that?
Well, mostly from conversations with Megan, and I could tell by the way she took care of Evelyn at the house. You know, she knew how to heat bottles. She knew how to change the diapers. She got up when the baby cried.
Did you ever have to tell her to do those things?
No, me and my husband never once woke up those 4 months when Evelyn woke up in the middle of the night. Megan would take care of her very well.
And I asked you, and I want to clarify that, if you ever took her to doctor's appointments, she was with you when she was with you. She came to you pregnant. Did you go to the prenatal appointments?
I did.
And did you go to follow-up appointments with Evelyn's pediatrician?
I did.
Okay. So you were involved through the whole process, really?
Those 4 months, yes.
Okay. At some point in time, was Megan taken from your home and placed back somewhere else?
She done trial visits to go back to Tommy's.
Okay.
There's a process in the foster care system.
I understand.
She done weekend visits, or at first it was just visits, and then it led to weekend visits.
How'd she feel about that?
She seemed okay with it.
Eventually, was Megan placed back in the custody and care of her family?
She was. She went back to Tommy's house.
Tommy, you mean her father?
Yes,
Well,
Okay.
you pop into yours
And
once in a while too.
did you maintain contact with her?
I did.
How often?
We text back and forth over it wasn't a daily time. But I want to say once a month, couple times sometimes couple times a week. It's just according to what was going on and what pictures she had took of Evelyn.
When you were talking to her, did you eventually learn that maybe things were kind of getting back off the tracks again?
I did. In April, I received a call from her foster care worker saying that Megan had been needed some help and even though she had was out of the foster care system, would I be willing to go and help her out? And I said, no problem. So I called Megan. She told me that her mother had dropped her off at a church. She had drove off and left her and Evelyn there. She had took Evelyn's diaper bag, the baby's supplies. So I told her I'd be right there. I went and picked her up. We went to Walmart, bought baby bottles, formula, diapers, the stuff that a baby would need.
Where did you take her?
We went back to my home. She spent the night. Her and Evelyn they took showers, a good night's sleep. But then the next morning, she wanted to go back to her mother's family's home.
Where's that at?
Now, I'm not sure. The place that I took, her grandfather was in the hospital, and she wanted to go there to meet up with her family. So when she left my home, I drove her to the hospital in Kingsport, and she assured me that she would be perfectly fine, and her and Evelyn got out.
It'd be fair to say that Megan wasn't getting maybe the familial support from her parents that she was needing at that time.
Yes.
I imagine over this time, Ms. Kite, that did you ever meet Tommy Boswell Sr. or her mother, Angela?
I had never met Angela, but I'd met Tommy several times.
You said you agreed that she probably come from a dysfunctional family. Let me ask you this. She lived with you for 4 months and you stayed in contact with her after she moved out. It's your opinion, you know her, you talked to her. You think Megan ever knew what a normal family looked like?
No. No.
Did she crave that?
I think so.
Was she wanting that for Evelyn?
I think so.
Well, it's obvious why we're here today. You know why you're testifying. Are you asking this jury to just give her life?
I am, with the possibility of parole. This child has been traumatized. She's made bad mistakes that has to be paid for. But I think she deserves a chance to come back out to the real world. I don't think she's irredeemable. I think she can become a functioning citizen.
Ms. Scott, I thank you again. If you would answer the questions that the state has for you.
Nothing from the state, Judge.
I hate to say it, honey.
Judge, we call Mary Boswell.
Done. They are not going to give her with the possibility unless there's a one on the jury that will hang it. And then they all just say, okay, it's still 51 years. And possibility doesn't mean that they'll actually give her parole. She may, even with the possibility, she may never make parole. Oh, no. Oh. Mija. That's
Mary Boswell.
actually this is how I really.
Yes, sir.
Oh, sorry. It's a special place for her. A very special place for her.
Ms. Boswell, I'm Gene Scott. How are you?
Pretty good.
We're here today because the jury's trying to decide how long Megan will have to stay in prison. I want you to, I guess, your name is Mary Boswell.
Not Mary Boswell.
Okay. How do you know Megan?
Grandma.
How do you know Megan?
She's my granddaughter.
Okay. Are you Tommy Boswell's mother?
Yes, sir.
And obviously you've known Megan her whole life.
All of her life, I started keeping her from the time she was 2 months old till she was grown, off and on, not all the time, but off and on.
Why was that in part because of problems between your son and her mother, Angela?
Sir?
Was that because her parents were having problems?
No, she just loved me and her papa, and she stayed with us, and we loved her, and so we keep her a lot.
Okay. Were you aware of the violence issues between Tommy and Angela?
No, I didn't live in their home or nothing. I don't know nothing about what went on in their home, sir.
Okay.
We'd pick her up and keep her until she wanted to go back and like that, off and on.
Okay. And have you always lived down there on the same property Tommy lives on? Or?
I've now lived there for maybe 20 years, 21 or 2 or something like that.
She lived there almost all of Megan's life.
Yeah, yes, sir. Oh, yes, sir.
Okay. And you're aware, you told me, I think one of Megan's role models was your husband, your late husband.
Sir?
Your late husband, he was one of Megan's role models?
Yes, we loved her like she belonged to us.
Okay. And when did he pass, ma'am?
11 and a half years ago. Soon be 12 this summer.
So that would have been when Megan was, I guess, what?
Yeah, maybe 12 years old or
12
something.
years old?
Mm-hmm.
Did you see that take an impact on her?
Yes, it did.
And are you here asking this jury for leniency today?
Yes, sir, I am.
Asking them not to give her a sentence of life without parole?
I hope they don't, sir. I love her like she's. I hope they don't give her the sentence like that.
I'd love to give her my home if I could take her home today. That's how much I love her.
I understand. Thank you, Ms. Boswell. Is there any Mr. Harper or Ms. Massey?
No questions, Judge.
Ms. Boswell, thank you so much.
Okay, I'm ready. Thank you.
For going down there.
In all honesty, that young girl will never be out of prison in that woman's lifetime. In that woman's lifetime, that girl will never be out of prison.
And I said out here that.
In all honesty,
You're welcome to stand forward.
Okay.
We approach.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you go with the officer for just a minute. It won't take long.
Everyone stand, please. You may be seated. Thank you. Approach.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Scott.
Megan, we've talked about this before. You understand you have a right not to testify.
Yes,
No one can force you to testify.
yes.
We'll start this over since we didn't have the microphone up. Megan, you understand you have a right not to testify, and if you don't testify, the jury may not draw any inferences from that failure to testify. You understand that?
Yes,
Likewise, you have a right to testify. No one can keep you from testifying if you wanted to.
yes,
my coffee
After consulting with me,
my
before
God.
talking about your case here and what's happened here in court and all the evidence, do you wish to testify or
no,
not? You do not wish to testify?
I do not wish to testify.
And Ms. Boswell, you're still under oath from
Ain't talking, Judge.
yesterday or the day before. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any other proof?
I ain't talking.
And before we bring the jury in,
No, I-
forgot to do yesterday, when we excused the alternates, I took the contents of one of their books and the cover page, and I gave that to the court reporter, and that would be designated as Exhibit A, the letter A, for identification only, so that it's part of
Have to
the
wait
record
for it to reach.
as to what those notebooks were. All right.
Hot. Good. I'm sure individually they have. They just haven't done it collectively. Well, do I need to put makeup on or am I good today? Oh, y'all. That was a quick wake up and get to work. What?
Now live, we are not sure exactly what happened. We just lost. Okay. We're getting our speed back into the courtroom here in just.
I'm waiting on them to get that feedback up. Megan Boswell was convicted of coercion of charges of the lesser conviction. Uh, so there's only one. So what very so sometimes there's certain things. So they're hearing some so Megan Boswell has been found 100% guilty of all charges. And, that she has I am gonna build a foundation on y'all. For y'all that don't know, I was sound asleep until 8:30 this morning. I was getting up real slow. I went to find out that was a mistake because we had a verdict. So I ran into work with no makeup on, and I know that some people don't like to put makeup on while I'm live, but this is I do real life. So we ran in real quick and we were able to get on and verdict. They did not have the microphones on during the verdict in the courtroom because, uh, a lot of times you never know what's gonna happen. They're trying to avoid, I got something on my shirt, dadgummit, and it's makeup. I'll get it off in a they they did not want there to be a disruption, and so sometimes they will mute courtroom feed to ensure that the, court is under control. It is what it is, y'all. Why? I should not be muffled. I should not be muffled. Here, let me turn the sound off again and turn it back on. It'll be quiet for a minute. Sorry, the program muted me. I didn't mute me, it muted me, and I don't know why it muted me. It's not supposed to be muting me. I'm going to have mutiny with this in a minute. You should have sound. It's all on. Testing, testing. Do we have sound now? Let me go to my live and turn my thing on, see if I can hear myself. Can I hear myself? Yeah, I hear myself. Okay. We're good. I can't believe that I'm sitting here and I got a makeup drip on my shirt when I'm using a heavy concealed makeup. Understand that one? Uh, uh, come on, mouse, work. Some of y'all wanna know what I do? Look, this is the view. This is the view. Uh, There we go. I look like I'm 100 pounds heavier than I am. Thank you, TV. I really appreciate that. I ain't 100 pounds heavier than I is. TV adds a lot of weight to y'all. So, some people just like to know what my thing looks like. So I like to oblige 'em every once in a while. Megan Boswell, for those who were just joining, we are waiting for the feed to come back up. Why did that go off? What is he doing? Connection to the internet. Go live. There we go. Forgot to bring my camera back on. Like I said, you guys, I really bolted in here this morning. It was a fast bolt. So that's why I'm doing what I'm doing now. I apologize if it offends you, if it looks unprofessional. This is life, y'all. This is life. And I don't have a team of people who can pop the live up for me, while I'm on my way in. I have to do everything myself. Gotta think what I'm doing here. Uh-oh. We got some mail. Not putting a whole bunch of color up there because the cap's gonna cover it. So anyway, I made up. Hey, Matt, what is that? Well, one thing I will say is I love all the taxes that the city is leveling, and my shirt is covered in makeup. I'm gonna have to change. Or just flip it around. I don't know how makeup falls on a shirt when it's not supposed to. But we done. All right, guys, we made it. I look beautiful. I look prettier for you. I don't have I gotta figure out how to get this makeup off my shirt if I can. And Q-tips. I have a makeup remover, but it ain't removing. I may be making it worse. We'll see. We'll just hold off and see. So I'll just have to sit real close. Hey, guys. Okay. Thank you guys for being patient with me putting on some makeup. I feel a lot more comfortable being on here with my reflection covered. Ah, there we go. Now I got it on the front. Live. Oh, thank you, John. You're so sweet. Um, let me think. Let me see what's going on here, y'all. The media may be thrown out of the courtroom. I think because some jury faces were shown. That may be what's happening. Why am I hearing myself? The judge made it very clear that if anybody's face is shown in that courtroom, this courtroom is a tough one for the camera person. So we may have lost the feed. Anybody know much about cameras? They're complicated. And you can do what's called you can zoom in and click and zoom out and select an area, some of these cameras. But but there's special cameras that are real quiet, they sit and they can zoom and move around and you can set parameters and everything, but sometimes they just do their own thing. So now the jury accidentally shown okay, the jury was accidentally shown on camera. The court is at sidebar and live feed is paused. Em will not be testifying in the sentencing. Of course, she won't testify. We heard that. So they stopped the live feed. You know, accidents happen, but you still pay for it. I'm gonna go. Okay, so they have paused the feed because why are you not clicking on anything? My mouse. Thank you. Oh, I saw when it was. When the old lady walked up. Oh, Oh, snap. Y'all, here it is, the jury. When the camera was following the old lady up to oh god, that looks horrible, y'all. Get that down. When the jury was following the, lady up to the, witness stand, they caught the jury. That's a problem. Big old problem. Trying I got makeup on. That is just the life of being a woman. A woman. I'll watch it tomorrow. We don't know if the live feed's gonna be back because of the fact that the jury was shown. Hi, Aaron, guilty on all counts, 100% guilty on every count, no lessers. I know. So, yeah, we don't know if we're gonna get back into court because the jury was shown. Well, and let me ask you guys, I got a question for all of you guys. Do you think that the jury should be hidden? The voice of the jury should be question. Oh, I'll put it in the may not be the best way to write the question. So it doesn't look like we're gonna get camera. If that's the case, we're gonna go to another jury, another court trial. Why don't we get ready for that? Hold on, guys, we're gonna get some more information. I'm listening. I'm listening. Okay, because the jury was shown they have stopped the feed. No, they've not given the sentencing. They are in the sentencing phase right now. Grandmother was walking up very rickety with a cane, and they were following her and accidentally got the jury. So there's at least 3 to 4 faces had it here. Somebody let the bailiff know. I'm going back to my live feed to see how many faces were shown. Hey, you guys didn't see it because my head was over it. So you guys couldn't see it because of my bubble. So unfortunately, I don't think I'm doing it, and I'm giving it a few more minutes. So I am. So they got to see 1, 2, 3 of the jurors were seen. So 3 of the jurors, we didn't see it because my bubble here. Here, let me put this up here and explain. Okay, I'm gonna kind of go back a little bit. Okay, you see where my bubble is? Watch as she walks. I'm covering, my body is covering, my bubble is covering the jurors. Luckily, y'all didn't see it, but if I had not have been in that live feed and in that stream and in that way, you guys would have seen the whole. And I'm going to show, well, no, I'm not because I don't want to re-show the jewelry. I need to respect. So that's why y'all didn't see it. That's cool. The judge has announced the names of the jurors live. So if he was if that lawyer really wanted to, he could turn around and say, Your Honor, you've announced them. You gave their names publicly. I mean, give us a warning, that's fine, but you yourself, Your Honor, have identified them publicly. This judge is not real kind to media. I will say that. Public for their own safety to be interviewed. Yes, but here's the thing. They are, what I'm looking for. You can go to court and see who's on that jury. They're public. The only thing that's not legally public, and I mean legally public, is their discussions in the jury room. No, he shouldn't have. Well, they're not hidden in court. I can go to that trial. Oh, that's a little better. I can go to trial and sit in that courtroom and see every juror that's in there and figure out who they are if I had the ability to do so. So, you know, the jury is not really private. Anybody can go sit in the courtroom and see who the jurors are. And in a small community like where I live, I probably will know a couple of them. Just saying. And the judge announced it. Uh-oh. Do we have, hold on. Why can't we see this? They're always someone's always a few minutes ahead of us. Hold on, I'm trying to catch up with the live. That may not have been the real. Give me a second. I'm working on it, y'all. Private-ish. Why can't I find Zoom feeds? Is she in Orange County? I don't know. I wish. Does anybody know what court she's in? I'm trying to find a live feed, y'all. I may have to do something I don't like doing, but I will do. I don't know what justice center she's in. What's the judge's name? Come on, dude, work with me. I'm trying to find out the judge's name. His name isn't even on the thing. Who knows the judge's name? We're in California, I believe. Are we in California? I don't know. I have no idea. This is where I suck. I don't care what she's guilty of. Sullivan County, that's Tennessee court. Okay. I don't need the paperwork. I need the actual Zoom guide, Sullivan County 40 Zoom. We're trying, y'all. I don't have anything. We remember when the camera went off? Well, he gave them a warning. We gave them a warning that it was going to be serious consequences, and there was. And there was they were shown, and what he's going to do is knock us all out. So there's nothing we can do. We are trying very seriously. Well, and see that. Yeah, they didn't use your names. This Bluntville. Yeah, well, I'm in that one. I don't. Only thing I can do is I got to feed.
Do not kill their children. Those people do not wrap their children in blankets, in foil,
We're going to go back.
and put them in a trash can upside down.
Yeah. Okay, good. We got it. Got us a Zoom. I did it. Yeah. See, this is behind the jury. The jury is sitting back here in the black area. Yeah. I did the best we could, y'all.
When you look at these mitigating factors, and it looks like they have submitted 11 mitigating factors, I submit to you that lots of people have childhoods like the defendant had, but you heard from her own grandmother that her grandmother and grandfather were stability for her. And I submit to you that just because
I'm gonna be
you have the childhood that you have, and of course we all, you included, have different life experiences, that does not make an excuse for what she did to Evelyn. The defense is telling you that Megan Boswell deserves life with the possibility of parole, which is essentially roughly 51 years in this state, which would mean that Megan Boswell could get out in her late 60s, I believe. I submit to you that Megan Boswell she doesn't deserve that chance. Does Evelyn get the chance when she's 69 years old to start her life again? She doesn't. Neither does Megan. We are going to ask that you continue to hold her accountable. The state has proven the aggravating factor that Evelyn was under the age of 12 years old and that the defendant was over the age of 18. We have proven that. And that is all the state has to prove. And if you believe that the state has proven that beyond a reasonable doubt, we're going to ask that you return a verdict of life without the possibility of parole.
Thank you, John. Horn.
Y'all are gonna make up all over this shirt, so we're just
Ladies and
gonna.
gentlemen, I know the last few days have been emotional for you. It's been emotional for everyone. That emotion really began 5 years ago. Not just for this case, but for our community.
I don't disagree.
And it has had some dividing and rippling effects. You've been sequestered, you haven't seen those things, but we have. We've seen how divided this community is over this case. Perhaps that could last and go on for a long time. You spoke very loud today when you found Megan Boswell guilty. I think it's time that we end all of this on the right note. You have a chance to do that. I don't, state doesn't, judge doesn't, you do. You can put the defining moment, the period of what people will remember about this case, and perhaps you as jurors, because you did find her guilty. And now you have a chance to do and show the one thing that's been missing for the last 5 years. That's grace and love. We have all, everybody in this room has failed in some way in their life. It may not have resulted in a criminal charge. It may not have resulted in going to prison. But we've done something. We've wanted compassion. We've wanted grace. We've wanted love. That's how you can end this. And that's how we can start to move on as a community. And you can show her what love looks like. because you've heard how fractured and dysfunctional her family is. Mr. Scott told you in the trial, he didn't go through a lot of things in her life. I didn't either. But I knew my mom and dad loved me. They loved me to the end. My family now loves me to the end. I don't think she's seen what that looks like in her life. You're going to get a chance. Go back there and show her. You can tell her that she's redeemable. You can end it with grace and love. General Boswell told you about those mitigating factors. You'll get them in your jury instructions. Spare her life and give her life without parole. If there's anything good can come from this, is that we can all move forward, knowing that you got the verdict that you wanted, and you ended it with the emotion of love and compassion. That's what will be remembered. I hope that's what you do. Don't be remembered for just compounding the tragedy and the tragedy and the tragedy. So easy to do that. The lasting impression that you give Evelyn, that you give Megan, that you give this community, is that love and grace can still be found with all of us. And we ask you to give her life. Let her have a chance to come out one day. That's justice as well. Justice for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Jenna.
Thank you, Judge. Ladies and gentlemen, your job at this point is to determine whether or not the state has proven the aggravating statutory aggravating factor that we alleged. And as General Massengill told you, that was simply related to the age of the child as well as the age of Ms. Boswell. And clearly through her birth certificate, we have proven that aggravating factor. So then your job will be to weigh the mitigating factors that the defense has put on for you against that aggravating factor, which we have met our burden of proving. Mr. Horns asked you to end this case on the right note, and they would agree. You should end this case on the right note, and you should show Megan Boswell the same compassion and grace that she showed Evelyn. Evelyn wasn't shown any compassion. She wasn't shown any grace. You know, the one person that Evelyn should have been able to rely on to protect her, keep her safe, abandoned her, discarded her. She doesn't deserve your compassion, your grace. State asks that you weigh the aggravating factor, but we've proven in this case the fact that Evelyn Boswell, at the time she was dumped in a trash can, wasn't even 13 months old, never had a chance. We ask that you return a verdict we've requested of life without parole.
Thank you, General. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I've got another set of instructions I've got to read to you. In the criminal court for Sullivan County, Tennessee at Boswell, State of Tennessee versus Megan Boswell, defendant. Case S72869. Jury instructions. Fixing punishment of life imprisonment or life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Members of the jury, you have now found the defendant guilty beyond a reasonable doubt of first-degree murder in the perpetration of first-degree murder as charged in the first count, and first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony as charged in the second and third counts of presentment number S72869. It is now your duty to determine, within the limits prescribed by law, the penalty which shall be imposed as punishment for these offenses. Tennessee law provides that a person convicted of first-degree murder and first-degree murder in the perpetration of a felony shall be punished by imprisonment for life without possibility of parole or by imprisonment for life. A defendant who receives a sentence of imprisonment for life shall not be eligible for release until the defendant has served at least 51 full calendar years of such sentence. A defendant who receives a sentence of imprisonment for life without parole shall never be eligible for release. In arriving at this determination, you are authorized to weigh and consider any of the statutory aggravating circumstances proved beyond a reasonable doubt, and any mitigating circumstances which may have been risen by the evidence throughout the entire course of this trial, including the guilt finding phase or sentencing phase or both. The jury is the sole judge of the facts and of the law as it applies to the facts in this case. In arriving at your verdict, you are to consider the law in connection with the facts, but the court is the proper source from which you are to get the law. In other words, you are the judges of the law as well as the facts under the direction of the court. The burden of proof is upon the state to prove any statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. Reasonable doubt is that doubt created by an investigation of all the proof in the case and an inability after such investigation to let the mind rest easily as to the certainty of your verdict. Absolute certainty is not demanded by law, but moral certainty is required, and this certainty is required as to every element of proof necessary to constitute the verdict. The law makes you, the jury, the sole and exclusive judges of the credibility of the witnesses and the weight to be given to the evidence. The defendant has not taken the stand to testify as a witness during the sentencing hearing, but you shall place no significance on this fact. The burden is on the reasonable doubt. She is not required to take the stand in her own behalf, and her election not to do so cannot be considered for any purpose against her, nor can any inference be drawn from such fact. Statutory aggravating circumstances. Tennessee law provides that no sentence of imprisonment for life without possibility of parole shall be imposed by a jury, but upon a unanimous finding that the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of one or more of the statutory aggravating circumstances, which shall be limited to the following. 1. The murder was committed against a person less than 12 years of age, and the defendant was 18 years of age or older. TCA 39-13-204-I-1. Members of the jury, the court has read to you the aggravating circumstance which the law requires you to consider if you find proved beyond a reasonable doubt. You shall not consider any other facts or circumstances as an aggravating circumstance in deciding whether imprisonment for life without possibility of parole
Okie dokie. That's interesting.
shall be limited to the following. 1. The murder was committed against a person less than 12 of parole.
Really?
Shall be limited to the following. 1. The murder was committed against a person less than 12 of parole.
We're going to play this game. Yeah, well, it looks like we're playing this game. Okay, we don't have a live feed.
Possibility of parole. If you do not unanimously determine that a statutory aggravating circumstance has been proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt, the sentence shall be life imprisonment. You will write your verdict upon the enclosed form attached hereto and made part of this charge. The verdict shall be as follows. We, the jury, unanimously find that the punishment shall be life imprisonment. If you unanimously determine that a statutory aggravating circumstance has been proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt, you shall, in your considered discretion, sentence the defendant either to imprisonment for life without possibility of parole or to imprisonment for life. In choosing between the sentences of imprisonment for life without possibility of parole and imprisonment for life, you shall weigh and consider the statutory aggravating circumstances or circumstance proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt and any mitigating circumstance or circumstances. In your verdict, you shall reduce to writing the statutory aggravating circumstance so found, and you shall return your verdict upon the enclosed form attached hereto and made part of this charge. The verdict should be as follows. We, the jury, unanimously find that the state has proven the following listed statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. Here lists the statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances found. You shall then indicate on the enclosed verdict form either we, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life without possibility of parole, or we, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life. The verdict must be unanimous and signed by each juror. I've got verdict forms for you. Okay. I have verdict forms for you, and I will read those. Verdict form count 1. Punishment of imprisonment for life. We, the jury, unanimously determined that no statutory aggravating circumstance has been proven by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. We, the jury, therefore find that the sentence shall be imprisonment for life. Signature line, jury foreperson, signature line for each juror to sign. A date with a line. Verdict form count 1 continued. Punishment of imprisonment for life without the possibility of parole or imprisonment for life. We, the jury, unanimously find the state has proven the following statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances beyond a reasonable doubt. Check the box of any statutory aggravating circumstance or circumstances you find beyond a reasonable doubt. Check box. The murder was committed against a person less than 12 years of age, and the defendant was 18 years of age or older. Below, check one box only. Check box. We, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be sentenced to imprisonment for life without possibility of parole, or check box. We, the jury, unanimously agree that the defendant shall be sentenced to life to imprisonment for life. Signature line, jury foreperson, signature line for each juror. Date, signature blank. And the same exact form verbatim for counts 2 and count 3. Take the case, consider all the evidence fairly and impartially. Complete one of the 2 forms for each count.
Hey, Benny. Hey, Christy. Hey, everybody.
And report your verdict to the court. All right. Go with the officers.
One stand, please.
Hey, I set my stopwatch to start going off. Let's see how long they deliberate in the sentencing phase. There we go. That's the end of the feed, I believe.
You may be seated. Thank you.
All right. Jury's out at 12:09 p.m. to consider sentencing. This court will be in recess, waiting the verdict of the jury.
Court stands in recess.
Okay, so that's the end of that. Okay, so I will keep that on. Now we're going to go on over to the Zachary Hughes trial. It is up and running today, so I guess we're going to pick up where we left off yesterday.
Thank you. Please be seated.
This is Zachary Hughes. I don't really know anything about it, in all honesty.
Please state your name for the record.
Sergeant Allison Wright.
Ms. Wright, where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with Greer County Forensics,
How long have you been with them?
a little over 7 years.
So were you employed with them in 2021?
Yes, I
We
was.
have to start a midterm exam. So we're good.
And what is your specific, in 2021, what was your specific role with the sheriff's office?
So I was with Greer County Forensics. I was a field training officer.
And could you explain a little bit about what your roles and duties were in that?
As a field training officer, I went out on calls with some of the newer employees and helped train them. And then I trained the newer employees as they came in.
So that had to involve evidence collection and documentation?
Yes.
How are you involved in the present case?
I was requested to process the subject's vehicle.
Is that a 1999 Gold Ford Ranger?
Yes, it is.
Does that include taking photographs of that vehicle?
Yes, I photographed the vehicle.
I'm out early today.
What other, when you're processing this truck, what other things are you doing going through?
We first photographed the vehicle and then we searched it, or I apologize. We photographed the vehicle and then collected DNA swabs. We did the door handles, the tailgate handle, steering wheel, typical places that you would normally touch. And then after that, we searched it to see if there was anything of evidentiary value. And then at the end, we used Blue Star to search for or detect possible blood.
Now, was there any significant findings as a result of the use of the Blue Star?
We did have a few areas that illuminated.
And you say illuminated. Can you describe a little bit more as to what that indicates to you when you're going through and using Blue Star?
So Blue Star is used to detect blood. It shows the possible presence of blood. So when we spray it, we have a dark room. We'll spray the area, and if it illuminates, it'll illuminate like a blue color. That will indicate that there's possibly blood there.
Okay. And then subsequently is when you do DNA collection?
So I swabbed for DNA on multiple items beforehand, but then if it does illuminate, I will also either swab or collect the item.
Understood.
Sorry, I was talking to y'all. I am taking a test that
Just a little bit more about.
usually
That is showing the truck bed of the vehicle at our vehicle processing bay.
Can you explain why do you bring the car back to a different location to process it?
We bring it back to a different location in order to have a secured location where we can take our time on processing it.
Can you show you states 154? What is that display?
This is a picture of a gas can and ropes that were inside the toolbox in the bed of the truck.
Show you 159. What is that?
Those are the items that were found behind the front seats, and there's a pair of gloves in there.
I'm going to show you 160. What is 160?
That was a pack of gloves that was located behind the seats in the vehicle.
And just going back to 160, how many pairs of gloves does it say are in that pack?
It says there are 6 pairs.
I'll show you 161. There's 6 pairs of gloves in that?
No, there were 5 pairs located.
And then finally, 163.
That's showing the bed of the truck and the toolbox that was in the bed of the truck.
I'll talk just a little bit more about Blue Star. Is blood the only thing that Blue Star might use a hit on?
No, there are some additional false positives that Blue Star can eliminate on.
What are some things that it could give a positive on?
Cleaning supplies are one, as well as bleach is a big one. Some plants can actually illuminate as well, or different paints and tarnish.
That's right. I have no further questions for you. Thank you so much.
Cross-examination.
I got no questions, Your Honor. Okay. It's all right.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our afternoon break. As we get discuss this case among yourselves, and we will see you back in probably about 15 minutes. Okay? Thank you all.
Okay, they're coming back from their break. It's so much fun taking a test while you're live with everybody. No pressure. No pressure. Midterm exam, 50 questions, all about history. When they assembled in Philadelphia on September 5th of 1744, the First Continental Congress did all of the following except what? Yeah. Vote down the measures to introduce by Joseph Galloway to create a crown-appointed governor and general for the colonies. Endorse the Suffolk resolves, which called for the economic sanctions against Britain commerce and declare the intolerable acts of null and void. Threatened to declare independence if George III would not concede to their demands. Or D, adopt the theory of government that would later called the Dominion theory of the British Empire. Think it's C, threaten to declare independence if George III would not concede to their demands. Yeah, this is the test I'm taking, y'all. The critical. Oh, I'm not gonna read it all to you, but yeah.
Next witness for the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Vanessa Cormala.
I gotta move y'all because I can't see y'all. I'm gonna put you over. Really? My computer quit being a
Do you solemnly swear or
mockery.
affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do, thank you.
If you need some water, it's all right. Never mind.
Thank you so much. Please state your name for the record.
Vanessa Cormillo, Kormylo.
Cormillo, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please tell the jury a little bit about what you do for a living?
I'm a practicing family law attorney, mostly in Greenville County. I've been practicing 28 years, predominantly in family law. Handle some closings, but mostly family law, representing litigants and also representing children in court when I serve as guardian ad litem.
What is a guardian ad litem?
That is an advocate for the child who's appointed in family court cases when there are issues involving the children, such as visitation issues or custody issues. A guardian's appointed. It's typically an attorney, but sometimes we have some non-attorneys that are awesome. And so that's just part of our system. When a case involves a child, we do an investigation. We're kind of an arm of the court, and we report back our findings to the judge.
And how are you involved in this case, the state against Zachary Hughes?
In the case against Zachary Hughes, I came into a little bit of this case because I was the guardian ad litem for the child of the mother who was murdered.
Of Christina Parcell?
Yes.
And John Mello?
Yes.
Okay. When were you appointed the guardian ad litem of Ida Mello?
In October of 2020.
How old was Ida when you were appointed?
I believe she was 8.
So getting a little bit into this, as guardian ad litem, are you responsible for communicating with the father and the mother of the child?
Yes, I typically start with the parents, the parties. We talk to third parties, go visit the child at the school, of course, talk to the child a good bit. And then by the time we get to court, I would have investigated and talked to way more people, and I prepare a written report before the trial.
So in October of 2020, where was Ida Mello?
She was in Italy.
Okay. So were you able to contact her while she was over there?
I had her father's email address, and Mr. Mello and I would email back and forth. He did not necessarily cooperate in allowing me to speak with him or the child. There was one time I was going to get to speak with her. He wanted to script my questions, and I didn't want to put her in an uncomfortable position. So I waited to meet her until she came back.
So I think you touched on it, but by what method would you communicate with Mr. Mello?
Email only.
Okay. Was Ida Mello ever eventually returned to the United States?
Yes, in April of 2021, the Hague Convention, the international body that helps enforce different custody rulings, ordered that Aida return to South Carolina, and then the mother was awarded custody here by agreement.
Okay. So once Ada had returned to South Carolina, what developed as far as that custody dynamic, specifically with regard to your role?
So the parents were in contested custody litigation. The mother wanted Aida to stay here, of course, with her. Mr. Mello was in Italy, and I think there were some criminal charges that he was working through before he could return here. So they were just in what I would consider very highly contested litigation. Mr. Mello regularly emailed me, and he was a very difficult litigant to manage.
So speaking to this particular dispute, was this the first time? But let me back up. Was it your role upon being appointed guardian ad litem to investigate a little bit into the history between the custody dynamic?
Yes, typically I'll speak to the prior guardian ad litem if there was an older case. In this case, sadly, the parents had been fighting since Aida was 3. So there were several cases, Greenville County and Pickens, and I was able to talk to the prior guardian ad litem and increasingly grew concerned about Mr. Mello.
So you said you communicated with Mr. Mello through email. Was that primarily the method of communication, or like the only method of communication?
It was the only method of communication except one phone call I had with him.
So over the course of your role as guardian ad litem, approximately how many emails did you exchange with Mr. Mello?
I don't even know if I could count them. I know when we printed them for the family court trial, I think it was 3 or 4 reams of paper.
So also in the course of once Aida returns from Italy, did Mr. Mello continue to communicate with you?
Yes, he was continuing to communicate, harass, threaten, intimidate, bully. His communications were unlike anything I've ever encountered as a guardian. And so they continued to escalate. And I was pretty concerned.
So not getting into the specifics of maybe some of the things that he messaged you, but what kind of, when you say threats and harassment, what kinds of things was he conveying to you?
He would tell me that I always needed to be looking over my shoulder, that he was coming after my license, that I was going to get arrested for criminal charges or civil charges, that I was definitely going to jail. He mentioned my children to me by name with specific information about them at one visitation I had with him. He put terrible things on the internet about me, including my office address and phone number. He actually included my husband in his posts. He said awful things, that we were trafficking children, Ukrainian children through Spartanburg. That's like on the internet. It was Facebook and Reddit. And at one point he had said I was manufacturing child pornography in my law office and put my address and my phone number right there. So he was definitely fired up.
And once you assumed this role and this line of communication began, did you receive similar types of emails from, let's say, third parties?
Yes, I would start receiving emails early on, not just from Mr. Mello, but from other people on his behalf, multiple different, one was an attorney, one was a private investigator, allegedly, one was a saint, one was, they were just multiple people that would email me from different addresses with very similar threats and characterizations of me and the litigation. And they would definitely be arguing on behalf of Mr. Mello.
Would you attempt to follow up with these individuals when they reached out to you?
Yes, I would typically try and return an email, try and find out who the sender was, try and verify if they were real. We had suspicions that many of them were Mr. Mello himself because of the way the emails were worded. He used a lot of the same phrasing. He writes in a very unusual manner using capitals at different times and has absolutely terrible spelling. So we could see a lot of similarities in these third-party emails, which caused us to believe they were likely him. And then, like for instance, if an attorney emailed me and I couldn't find that attorney anywhere, or a private investigator emailed me and I never could find that private investigator, I really was left with the only conclusion that it was likely Mr. Mello.
So going to October, or let me back up a little bit. So as this developed, with you in the role as guardian ad litem, what findings did you make as to the lengths that Mr. Mello would go to get custody back of Aida?
He was very clear that there was nothing off limits. He was, like I said, threatening, harassing, intimidating, and he was consistently doing it, these hundreds and hundreds of emails. Sometimes he was represented by attorneys, sometimes he was not. And this was the worst case I've ever worked on as far as representing a child's interest, but at the same time, having a parent act like that. It came to the point, even early on, I think in May of 2021, I brought a motion to the court as the child's guardian, asking for a psychological evaluation of him and asking that the mother be allowed to end phone calls if the child was uncomfortable.
While you were guardian ad litem, did you ever receive some, let's just say, suspect envelopes in the mail?
Yes.
If I showed you that envelope, would you recognize it?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 158. Is that the envelope or a envelope you received?
Yes, this is addressed to me at my office on Washington Street. It is dated July 8th of 2021, and it came from Knoxville, Tennessee. Per the mail carrier, the return address references the P.O. box here in Greenville, which we later learned belonged to Brad Post.
You said Knoxville, Tennessee?
Yes, sir.
Did you see the date that it was postmarked?
July, and I think it was 2021.
Okay. July 8th, sound right?
Yes, sorry.
That's all right. Not getting into the specifics, and I realize it's unpleasant, but generally, what were the contents of this envelope?
They involved pictures of Christina Parcell in various states of undress. One included a male anatomy body part in one of the pictures. They were basically pornographic in nature. Yes.
What did you do after receiving this envelope?
I called law enforcement.
Okay. Did you submit it to them, to your knowledge?
I did.
Okay. Was that the only envelope you received?
No.
When did you receive another?
I think it was about a month later. We received another envelope from Knoxville, Tennessee, with the same P.O. box return address. So this time we actually just called law enforcement to come get the envelope rather than opening it.
And in the context of what you've testified to, would sending something like this be in line with John Mello's actions in the custody dispute?
Yes, this would be in line with also what he emailed, how he conducted himself. He was determined to discredit and disparage and ruin the reputation and character of the mother. He was in a custody battle, so he was determined for her to be thought of in a certain light and hopefully be determined to be unfit.
So at the time you received these, let's say in July and August of 2021, what is the posture of the custody dispute?
We were just moving right along. I think I had the motion for him to have a psychological evaluation. The mother had custody at that time. Of course, even though I had reason to be concerned about Mr. Mello and how he conducted himself, I also had a duty to investigate the allegations he was making against the mother. And I did that to the best of my ability. I've never done this before, but I actually hired a private investigator to look into things for me. I tried to find out if there was anything true about the allegations he was making, because this little girl was in that woman's home. And her interests were my duty. So I tried my best to interview people, research, work with the private investigator, and that my duty is ongoing and through the end of the trial. So that's what I had to do. Of course, I talked to the mother about the pictures and determined they were very old and in a consensual setting. So I did look into these things. I didn't just write them off because he was, so unstable.
You mentioned accusations that John Mello would make. Would he accuse Ms. Parcell of using drugs?
He did. That was a large part of his concern about her. So at least as guardians, we can investigate that fairly easily. We asked her to take one, I think even more drug screens to see if she was actually using drugs. And since she was living with her sister at the time, we asked her to be drug screened. They were in the same home with the child. I think at one point the child was even drug tested in a corresponding case. So we did investigate that. We found no evidence of any drug use in the testing. And the private investigator also did not see any type of dealing in and out of the home.
Had you been asked to make the recommendation, would you have recommended Ida to stay with Christina Parcell?
Yes. So in family court, we're actually not allowed to make recommendations to the court unless we're asked by a judge. And I know you just asked me, but yes, my position was in visiting her in school and talking to her teacher. She was thriving here. She was doing so well in her mother's custody, living with her aunt. They had Taco Tuesdays and anyway, she loves sushi and avocado, and she was just living a very full life. When I visited, she was riding bikes with the neighbor kids, making friendships, and doing so well. So at the time, yes, that would have been my recommendation if we had gone to trial before the mother's murder.
So at the time of the murder, would John Mello have been aware of any reports or recommendations that would have been negatively oriented towards him?
He would definitely have been aware of my motion to have him psychologically evaluated. He would be aware of my concerns about him through our hundreds, if not thousands, of emails back and forth. I don't hold back when I'm the guardian. So if he's making allegations and I'm asking him, please substantiate these. If you're going to accuse the mother of this, please give me substantiation and I will investigate this. If he says neighbors are watching something, please give me the neighbors' names. I have the ability as guardian to bring a motion before the court to have her removed if the court has substantiation of the concerns. And he would just play games and tell me he couldn't give me the names of the witnesses he knew about because he needed to save them when he sued me in civil litigation. And so he was very aware that I was not a fan of how he conducted himself. If you're worried about a child enough to make substantial allegations, and this guardian is appointed only for her interests, please work with me. Even if we had differences, set them aside, help me help your child. And he was definitely not cooperative.
So before the murder on October 13th, 2021, when was the last time that Mr. Mello saw Ida?
Prior to the murder?
Prior to the murder.
He would have seen her last in Italy when Christina, the mother, flew over to get her per the Hague order and fly her home. So I think he had seen her there in Italy. To my knowledge, he had not returned to our country until after the murder.
So that would have been April of 2021?
Yes.
Is there any significance in the time span from April to October of 2021 with regard to the custody dispute and the positioning of the parties?
Well, in family court, we really look at how often you see your child. Are you supporting your child financially? And we have a mechanism in family court statutory that says if you don't visit your child willfully for 6 months, and if you don't pay child support for your child for a period of 6 months, your rights can actually be terminated if the court determines that's in the child's best interests. So a lot of parents are pretty sensitive to the 6-month mark.
In October was that 6-month mark? Is that correct?
That would be right.
Do you know who the defendant is?
I'm familiar with his face, yes. I don't think I've ever met him in person.
Let's say prior to October 13th of 2021, did you know who he was?
So when you're a guardian ad litem, both parents give you lists of character witnesses they would like you to interview in relation to their case. And so the first time I saw Mr. Hughes' name would have been May of 2021. And I received that through Mr. Mello's attorney at the time, as he was on a list of character witnesses to interview, for me to interview on behalf of Mr. Mello.
Did he take any actions with regard to the custody situation? I'm speaking of Mr. Hughes. Did he take any actions with regard to the custody situation after the murder?
After the murder, I'm not sure of. Before the murder, he prepared an affidavit to support Mr. Mello regaining custody of his daughter. And he also worked with local attorneys, helping Mr. Mello procure representation and in that line.
I'm going to show you what is State's Exhibit 164.
Got a little break and I'll come back in a minute. I always want to double, triple check my answers.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 164.
Yes, this is the affidavit he prepared for court.
Oh,
he prepared it in September of 2021, September 21st, which we thought was unusual because there was nothing pending at that particular time. And then in October after the murder, we were in court for a hearing about where Aida would live after her mom was murdered. And this affidavit was used in that motion.
Your Honor, this time the state moved into evidence State's Exhibit 164.
No objection. Exhibit 64 comes in.
Thank you, Judge. So I want to clarify this timeline here. So in September of 2021, what purpose would this affidavit have in the custody dispute? Or was there a place for this affidavit in the custody dispute to be needed?
Okay, so in family court, trials involve live testimony like today. Hearings involve affidavits, which are just sworn statements, that are notarized. So we prepare them in relation to motions that we file. To my knowledge, there was no motion pending at the time that affidavit was prepared.
And this was filed October 22nd of 2021.
Right. And at that time, of course, after the murder, we all kind of filed what we could because you have a mother who's been murdered, a child who doesn't have her mom, and her dad's in Italy. And so her placement in custody was in question.
So it's only 9 days after the murder that this is filed.
Correct. And we were back in court dealing with Aida's placement at that time.
I want to go back briefly. Speaking of these emails you received from third parties, what were some of those parties, or those individuals, purported individuals that you could recall?
There was an attorney named Sophia Carlucci. There was an investigator. The email said Mullins Investigations. There was a saint. I'm drawing a blank. I can't remember. It was a saint somebody. There was a guy who wrote me as a biker dude with a particular experience he wanted to share with me. And then there was a Mitch Rubin. I don't know what profession he was, but he actually emailed one of our judges in our case, and that's not acceptable.
So specifically, you said Mullen Investigations. You received emails from this
Yes.
entity? Did you try to identify who that was?
Sure. I searched on the internet, tried to find any investigations, any investigator named Mullins, company named Mullins Investigations.
Any success there?
I could not find them.
Was Sophia Carlucci one of these individuals that reached out to you?
Yes, she was very involved with helping Mr. Mello.
And on looking at these emails that you received specifically from Sophia Carlucci, did you notice anything peculiar about any of those emails that helped identify who might have sent them?
Sure. As attorneys, we kind of have a bad rap, but we try to actually be civil toward one another for the most part. She was not civil in any way. She's never met me. She's writing these hateful communications, very insulting, very similar to Mr. Miller's tone. And a lot of times some of the phraseology would be identical to how Mr. Mello would address me and email me. I tried, and sometimes I would try to see if the sheriff's office could help with tracking the emails, but if they were from proton.com or there were other ways we could never really seem to trace them, and I'm not really good at that computer forensic stuff, but I could never find the source of the emails. But my suspicion was a lot of them seemed to talk a lot like Mr. Mello.
Did you ever mistakenly send an email from
Yes, there was an email one time from from John, I think, in Sophia Carlucci's email. So it's like he was emailing me, but he used Sophia Carlucci's name and information.
Thank you. I have no further questions for you.
Cross-exam. Yeah, really, Fritz. Sure. I'm going to ask you to step out. I have a matter I need to take up with the attorneys. Here we go.
I'm here. I'm sorry. I was trying to fix some lunch. Okay. Let's get back. Come on, work with me, dude. Thank you. I don't know what he's reading. Okay, so let's get into today's. Let me get this off so I can figure it out. How are y'all doing?
In 2021.
I did,
Okay, and where did y'all meet?
in my office.
And how did that meeting occur?
I was contacted by Christina Parcell, and she had informed me that she had been receiving some letters in the mail, and she wanted to report them to law enforcement.
And did you schedule a meeting with them?
I did.
And where was that meeting located?
In my office.
And who all attended that meeting?
It was myself, Christina Parcell, Brad Post, and investigator from the Postal Service.
And what was his name?
Mike Nichols, I believe.
And so when y'all had that meeting, what was the purpose of that meeting?
It was basically just to receive the complaint, just find out whatever information they had. They had previously informed me that they had already gotten envelopes at their house as well as neighboring houses, and they wanted to hand them over to us for investigations.
And so did they bring you a number of envelopes?
They did.
And did you look at the inside of those envelopes?
I did.
All right. And what was the purpose of looking at all these envelopes and looking at the inside?
I looked at the ones that were open, and they mainly wanted to show me what was inside, investigate the contents of them.
And so specifically, what was their complaint?
Due to the content of the envelopes, they believed it was a harassment situation, and they wanted to report that.
And so did you, in fact, review those contents of that, of all those photos that they brought to you?
I did.
And did you investigate as to who might have sent these photos?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 1. And ask you to identify that.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what is that?
It's one of the envelopes I received from Brad Post and Christina Parcell.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 1 into evidence.
No objection.
No objection. Exhibit 1. Waiting on the elbow. There we go. All right. Thank you. So is this the envelope that you received?
It is.
All right. Whose name is on there?
Brad Post.
All right. And did you ever determine whose PO box that is?
It's Brad Post PO Box.
All right. And up here, is there a date? Can you read the date?
Wednesday, June 30th, 2021.
And what does it say above that?
Greenville, I believe it's PNDC 296.
Now, did you look inside the contents of this envelope?
If it was opened, I did. Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to show you what states is marked as 1C. Ask if you recognize that.
I do.
Okay. And what is that?
It's one of the pages that was in the envelope.
Your Honor, state moves 1C into evidence.
No objection. All right, no objection. 1C comes into evidence.
All right, let's take a look at State's Exhibit 1C. All right. Now, what did your investigation reveal as far as what this particular photo was?
It appears to be a screenshot of an escort site.
And can you describe what's on there? Whose name is on there? Websites?
It appears to be an advertisement for the name Caroline Warren.
That right there?
Correct. And the part that's kind of squared right here is a URL for belladonna digiorno.escort-site.com.
All right. And then what about the words above that?
It's basically an advertisement for an escort. It says, "Okay, Georgia boys, I'll be concluding a quick Alabama tour and was considering spending a day in Hotlanta. Question is, are you men ready for me? I have very limited availability at an upscale in-call location, so get in touch with me soon so we don't miss out on each other."
And so your experience as an investigator, what is that asking to do?
It's an advertisement for an escort, or just more specifically prostitution advertisement.
And more specifically, I'm going to refer you to this area right here. I'm going to move this up a little bit. You can see kind of an arrow.
Yes, sir.
Pointing down like that. There. Did you take particular notice of that?
I did.
And so just what is that?
It appears to be drawing my attention to the website URL and then an arrow pointing down to something else.
Down towards the page?
Correct.
Could it be considered like that particular URL move down?
Correct.
All right. Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 1A and 1B for identification purposes only. I'm going to show you first 1A, but you'll tell the jury what's on there and specifically about that URL.
It's a black and white image of Christina Parcell nude. And there is the same website URL, that Belladonna Giorno website, down at the bottom.
And I will show you State's Exhibit 1B.
It's another black and white image of Christina Parcell, partially nude, with that same website down at the bottom.
Is there any distinguishing factors between the two websites, the two URLs that are located?
Can I see the other one?
Yes. So I'm letting you compare 1A and 1B.
The words are the same. The URL is spelled out exactly the same, but the font, the size, the alignment is all different.
So I keep going. All right. Do you remember approximately how many photos or envelopes that were handed to you by Christina Parcell and Brad Post?
It was less than 10, I believe.
6 or 7?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 2. You recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
It's another envelope given to me by Brad Post and Christina Parcell.
State moves Exhibit 2 into evidence.
What are y'all having for lunch?
No objection.
I'm making me a toasted bologna cheese sandwich. I may even fry the bologna, but I like the thick stuff. I was raised on
So I'll
it.
show you State's Exhibit 2. Please tell the jury what's on there.
We have a P.O. box at the top left, Bradley Post name and his address right here, even though
Got a fingerprint it?
his name right here is misspelled.
How is it spelled?
On here, it's spelled P-O-A-S-T, but the correct spelling is P-O-S-T. And up here is the postage stamp for Knoxville, P&DC, Tennessee, for Thursday, 8th of July, 2021.
I'm going to show you what's State's Exhibit 2A and 2B. And to show you 2A, you recognize that?
I do.
What is that?
It is the advertisement that I previously read for the escort site.
So previous to the one you just testified to?
Correct.
In a different envelope.
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 2B.
I got 100,
I
y'all.
recognize it. Yes, sir. It is a checklist
Got 100
with
on my
3 different
test.
addresses on it, and they're crossed out and check marks beside them.
Your State moves Exhibits 2A and 2B into evidence.
No objection.
Without objection, 2A and 2B come into evidence.
No need to retake that twist. No, I got 104.
So I'm showing you Exhibit 2A. What is that?
It is the advertisement for the escort site that I previously read off.
And who is this advertisement website for?
Now
It is for Caroline Warren.
in my test. It is an open book.
And what is that URL at the bottom?
It's that same URL, the Belladonna DiGiorno.escort -site.com.
And then I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 2E. What is that?
That is the checklist with the 3 different addresses. As you can see, the addresses are crossed out and the check marks beside them.
All right. Now I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 2B, 2C, and 2D. Do you recognize 2B, 2C, and 2D?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to put them up like this. These are marked for identification purposes only. And if you'll state the exhibit and describe the photo and the URLs of that Belladonna Giorno.
Okay. The first one is 2B. It's a color image of Christina Parcell. She's laid back on a bed, partially nude. The same previously mentioned website URL is down at the bottom. 2C is another nude image of Christina Parcell with the same URL down at the bottom. 2D is another color image of Christina Parcell and male anatomy on there with the website URL on the side of it.
Did you notice anything distinct about the URLs among those 3 photos?
Yes, sir.
What'd you notice?
Once again, the location on the page is different, like the alignment, the size of the fonts is different, or the type of font is different, the size, they're all different.
I'm a happy girl. I got
Moving along,
100.
I'm gonna show you State's Exhibit 158.
Taco chili.
What is State's 158?
It is another envelope that I received addressed to Vanessa Cormillo.
Your State moves 158 into evidence.
No objection.
Objection 158. All right, I'm showing you State's 158. Tell the jury what's on there.
P.O. Box at the top left-hand portion, addressed to Vanessa Cormillo at 1314 East Washington Street, Greenville, 29607. Postage stamp up here is Knoxville, PNDC, Tennessee, Thursday, 8th of July, 2021.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 158A. Do you recognize it?
I do.
What is that?
It's the same escort advertisement from earlier.
State moves 158A into evidence.
No objection.
Objection, 158A.
All right. So what is that?
It's the escort advertisement for Caroline Warren.
And what is the website down here?
Belladonna DiGiorno escort-site.com.
Now, is Christina Parcell's name on any of this?
No.
Now I'm going to show you 3 photos, 158B, 158C, and 158D. We'll kind of do the same thing. I'll let you look at them, you can describe them, and the URLs as well. You can refer to them by number.
Yes, sir. 158B is, just so you guys know, these are the same images that I previously described. Color images of 158B is color image of Christina Parcell laid back on the bed, partially nude, with the previously mentioned website down at the bottom. 158C is another color image of Christina Parcell nude with the URL down at the bottom. 158D is a color image of Christina Parcell and the male anatomy on it.
Anything about the URLs?
Once again, different size, different font, different alignments.
I gotta go check my bread.
All right, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 6.
It's another envelope addressed to 22 Rivoli Lane.
This is one of the envelopes that was given to you?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 6 into evidence.
No objection.
Number 6.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 6. Is that the envelope?
It is. And return address is Brad Brad, I'm assuming it's post that's covered up. It's got his address, 24 Rivoli Lane, Greenville 29615. Bottom address is 22 Rivoli Lane, Greenville 29615, with the postage mark of Greenville, P&DC 296 for Saturday, 17 July 2021.
Then I'm going to show you states exhibits 6G, 6H, and 6I. Do you recognize states exhibit 6I?
I do.
What is that?
It is a piece of paper that states, please find enclosed photos of and information pertaining to one Christina Parcell, AKA Caroline Warren, paramour of Brad Post at 24 Rivoli Lane, Greenville, South Carolina.
And 6H.
Is a black and white image of the escort advertisement.
And 6G.
It is a longer list of addresses with only the first one crossed out and X'd off.
Your Honor, state moves 6I, 6H, and 6G. Is evidence?
No objection.
Objection. All right. So is this the letter
It is.
that you find? And that's the one referring to Christina Parcell?
Yes.
Now, is this just printed on a white piece of paper?
Yes, sir.
Could you type this up and print it out if you wanted to right now?
Yes, sir.
And how would you do that?
Very easily with Microsoft Word, Notepad, any type of computer program.
And then 6G.
This is the longer list of addresses with, as you notice, only the first one's crossed off and X'd.
And what do you think the purpose of having that X and crossed off mean?
To me, I take that as these packets, one of these packets has already been sent to that address, and all these other addresses can expect the same packets.
Is that part of the intimidation or harassment?
I would absolutely take it that way.
All right. And I'm going to show you states 6A, 6B, 6C, 6D, 6E, and F. So 6A through F. We'll do the same things we did before.
Hello, everybody.
You got to go through them and just briefly explain to the jury what's in there and focus on those URLs.
Yes, sir.
I agree, Benny.
6A, black and white image of Christina Parcell, partially nude, with the website URL down at the escort website down at the bottom. 6B is a black and white image of Christina Parcell, partially nude, with the escort website down at the bottom.
And that's the Belladonna.
belladonna.digiorno.escort-site.com. Just for future reference, when I refer to the website URL, it's all typed out the exact same, just different sizes, different fonts, different alignments. 6C is another black and white image of Christina Parcell with the male anatomy. 6D is black and white image of Christina Parcell,
in that
kind of
position.
on all fours, looking back towards the camera.
More dignity.
Website URL down at the bottom. 6E is another black and white image, nude image of Christina Parcell with the website URL listed on there. 6F is another black and white image of Christina Parcell with the escort website URL at the bottom.
And as far as those URLs, all different shapes and sizes?
Correct.
All All right, I'm gonna show you State's Exhibit 5. You recognize State's Exhibit 5?
I do.
And is that one of the photos that Christina Parcell and Brad Post gave you?
One of the envelopes, yes, sir.
One of the envelopes?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 5 into evidence.
No objection. No objection. Number 5 comes into evidence.
Briefly. Is that the envelope?
It is.
And who's it mailed to?
It is mailed to Mr. Post at 24 Rivoli Lane, Greenville, 29615.
And whose PO box is that?
PO Box 27302.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 5A and 5B. You recognize that?
I do.
What is 5A?
5A is another list of addresses with several of them crossed out and X'd off to the side.
And 5B?
5B is a black and white image of the escort website advertisement.
Your Honor, State moves 5A and 5B into evidence.
No objection. Not objection.
5A. Tell the jury what that is.
It's the list of addresses, starting with Brad Post, his address going down. These appear to be neighbors of Brad Post. Like I said, the first 3 are crossed out.
You notice I have one in
And
graphic.
down towards the bottom, you have Outman's Cigars and Martini Bar, and that one's crossed out.
And again, what would be the purpose of including that in these?
To show that, I would take this to show that these envelopes have been mailed to the addresses that have been crossed out, and they're about to be sent off to the addresses that are not crossed out.
And show you State's Exhibit 5B.
Again, black and white image of the escort website advertisement for Caroline Warren.
And I know it's hard to see, what is that URL down there?
The same URL, the belladonna.giorno.escort-site.com.
And who is this website? Who is the name associated with this escort site?
I'm sorry,
What is the name associated with this particular escort site?
the Caroline Warren one? Yes, sir.
Not Christina Parcell.
Correct.
All right, I'm going to show you, again, State's exhibits.
By the way, we do have an execution that is to happen.
D, E, F, G, and H, all for identification purposes only.
All right. 5C, black and white image, Christina Parcell nude with the escort website URL at the bottom. 5D, black and white image of Christina Parcell nude with the escort website URL at the bottom. 5E, black and white image of Christina Parcell on all fours, looking over her shoulder with the escort website URL at the bottom. 5F, black and white image of Christina Parcell with the male anatomy over it, and the escort website URL at the bottom. 5G, black and white nude image of Christina Parcell with the escort website URL at the bottom. And 5, is that H?
Boswell. Megan Boswell, the only person who was charges, including Jeans.
This morning, a lot of folks were. Yeah, thanks so much for taking the time to talk with us right now.
Glad to.
Well, first off, this morning, a lot of folks were curious as to whether or not Megan Boswell was going to take the stand herself. Talk to me a little bit about why she did not.
we gave it a lot of thought and are at one point leaning toward doing it. But after the medical examiners testified yesterday, I don't feel the state's proved their case, at least it's the cause of death, and we don't feel it was necessary.
And I know that right now jurors are deliberating. So talk to me a little bit about what you hope they're really considering right now and really mulling over inside that jury room.
I hope they're considering all the evidence, but in particular, I hope they're considering the testimony from both medical examiners and the fact of the latex gloves found in the trash can with the child that had male DNA on them.
And I know there's been obviously a lot of talk about Hunter Wood here in this. And this morning, prosecutors brought forth a piece of, paper from the state of Virginia that, talked about his involuntary, commitment to the mental institute there. But let's talk a little bit about why you want his name to, be said in this trial.
I don't particularly. The only reason his name come up was because that's what Megan talked to Brian Fraley about in her interview. So that's why his name is in this trial. That's in evidence. And the thing about that interview is she was, they initially charged her with a false report in that count. They dismissed that count. And so it's our position that her interview with the TBI was truthful.
And let's talk a little bit about that. I know that you did raise a question in the beginning about why she said, that night she gave them that confession, if you will, but they didn't go to the property until a couple of days later.
I don't have an answer to that. I know they had searched the property on the 23rd with cadaver dogs, and maybe that's why they didn't think it was fruitful.
And I know that a lot of folks have been having their eyes on this trial. Talk to me a little bit about what you want people at home to know.
I just want people at home to know that maybe Megan has been painted with the wrong brush. The girl that's sitting in there beside me in the courtroom, she's not the girl that you're seeing on the videos from 5 years ago.
And what do you want people to know about who she is today?
I think she's a nice young woman. I hope she has a full life ahead of her.
All right. Well, Gene Scott, thank you so much. And again, we expect jurors to be deliberating for quite some time as they're mulling over these 19 charges here in Blountville. We're not sure exactly.
Okay, I just wanted y'all to see that. Back to the other trial. I don't know why I'm muffled. How is that? Does that sound better?
I believe. Black and white nude image of Christina Parcell with the escort website URL at the bottom.
And again, those URLs.
Different sizes, different fonts, different alignments on their locations on the page.
Get closer. We show you State's Exhibit 4.
You need some water. Okay.
Can you hear me better? Good.
State's Exhibit 4, 4A, and 4B. I'm going to try to speed it up if I can. 4A and 4B.
4 is another envelope. This one's addressed to Outman Cigars and Martini Bar. 4A is another one of the typed letters saying, please find enclosed photos, Christina Parcell, aka Caroline Warren. 4B is another black and white image of the escort website advertisement.
Your Honor, State moves 4, item 4, 4A, and 4B.
Lay down. Okay.
Objection. 4, 4A. Again. Is that the envelope, item 4 that I'm showing you?
Yes, sir.
All right, and the address?
Address is for Outman Cigars and Martini Bar, with the address of 26 Orchard Park Drive, Greenville 29615. Return address, Brad Post, 24 Rivoli Lane, Greenville 29615. And the postmark is kind of blurred, but I believe it's a Greenville postmark.
Notice anything about the stamps? 2 sets of stamps.
Correct.
All right, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 4A.
That's the type letter. I identified the please find enclosed photos of and information pertaining to one Christina Parcell, AKA Caroline Warren, Paramore of Brad Post at 24 Rivoli Lane, Greenville, South Carolina.
So the only thing identifying Christina Parcell is this typed up letter here.
Correct.
And then State's Exhibit 4B.
Black and white image of the escort website advertisement for Caroline Warren and the website URL, or the Belladonna Giorno website down at the bottom.
All right. And then I'm going to show you for identification purposes for C, D, E, F, G, and H.
All right.
Same thing you did before, Detective Mello.
4C, black and white image of Christina Parcell nude with the escort website URL at the bottom. 4D, black and white image of Christina Parcell, partially nude, escort website URL at the bottom.
This is angering me.
For
Distracting myself
E.
because I find myself becoming mad that he
black and
didn't.
white image of Christina Parcell on all fours looking back at the camera,
Oh my
escort website URL at the bottom. For F, black and white image of Christina Parcell with the male anatomy, with the escort website URL at the bottom. For G, black and white image of Christina Parcell, nude, escort website URL at the bottom. For H, black and white image of Christina Parcell, partially nude, escort website URL at the bottom.
Down to State's Exhibit 3. And State's Exhibit 3 is
Another envelope with the address sent to 25 Rivoli Lane
State's Exhibit 3A.
is another one of the type letters identifying Christina Parcell as Caroline Warren.
And 3B.
Another black and white image of the escort website advertisement, Caroline Warren, with the website URL at the bottom.
Now, State moves Exhibits 3, 3A, and 3B.
No objection.
Objection 3A. 3A. 3B, comment. Is that the envelope?
It is.
All right. And the address?
Sent to, or addressed to 25 Rivoli Lane, Greenville 29615. Return address for Brad Post, 24 Rivoli Lane, Greenville 29615. Postage stamp for Greenville, PNDC. I believe that's the date of Saturday, 17 July 2021.
And you notice this one doesn't have a name associated with it.
Correct.
Just an address.
Correct.
And then State's Exhibit 3A.
It's the same letter from earlier identifying Christina Parcell as Caroline Warren.
And State's Exhibit 3B.
Same escort website advertisement for Caroline Warren with the website URL at the bottom.
And that's that right there.
Yes, sir.
And then I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 3C, 3D, 3E, 3F, 3G, and 3H. And briefly describe those and the differences in the URLs.
All right. 3C, black and white image of Christina Parcell, partially nude. Escort website URL at the bottom. 3D, black and white image of Christina Parcell with the male anatomy. The escort website, again, down at the bottom, different location, different font, different size. 3E, black and white image of Christina Parcell on all fours. Looking back at
Did you
the
say which
camera,
one?
website URL, once again, different location, alignment, font. 3F, black and white image of Christina Parcell, partially nude, with the escort website URL, slightly different font, location, towards the bottom. 3G, black and white image of Christina Parcell, nude, escort website URL at the bottom, once again, different alignment, different font.
No, I did not, Don. I apologize. You might want to.
3H,
How you sent
black
it.
and white image of Christina Parcell, partially nude, with the escort website URL at the bottom. Once again, different font, different size, slightly different alignment.
Oh, hon, I don't get messages like that on that phone. It didn't come through.
So when you met with Christina Parcell and Brad Post and Mike Nicholson,
Can
were
you
you trying to
send it
determine
here?
who had possession of these photos?
There?
Yes, sir.
And did you discuss that with Christina Parcell and Brad Post?
I did.
And did she tell you who had custody and control of those photos?
Yes, sir.
And after she told you who had possession and custody and control of all those photos that you just described, who did you immediately start investigating?
John Mello.
Now, in regards to those URLs on those photos, if you had possession of those photos on a phone or a computer, could you insert that URL into the bottom?
Yes, sir.
And how would somebody do that?
It's very simple to do. You can load a picture into something like Microsoft Word and literally just type it in at the bottom.
And I'm assuming Microsoft Word allows you to put the location of that URL wherever you want.
Yes, sir.
Does it allow you to change the font on those?
Yes, sir.
The size of the letters as well?
You can change it up however you'd like. Size, location, alignment, font, size, anything.
Now, when you first got these photos, did you attempt to try to find the website?
Yes, sir.
How did you do that?
Just type the address into one of our computers in the office.
And what did you find?
The website no longer worked.
So you put belladongiorno.com, that's what it's like, and put it into your computer?
Yes, sir.
What happened?
It just redirected me to another escort website.
Were any of those photos on that escort site?
No, sir.
Was any pictures of Christina Parcell, any of those websites that you found?
No, sir.
Thank you, Rachel.
So
Good point.
Does Belladonna Giorno exist?
If it does, I'm not aware of it.
Or you don't know if it existed back then or not?
No, sir.
Can't tell.
No, sir.
All right, if you'll answer any questions defense may have.
Yes, sir.
May it please the court.
Cross-examination.
So just to understand, the last thing you said is it's very possible that this website did exist. Is that right?
I typed it in, but it wasn't there, so
My question is it possible that it existed and then taken down? Is that possible?
possibly, yes, sir.
And you testified that the website that Mr. Wilkins referenced, that it was an escort website, is that right?
It appeared to be, yes, sir.
And you testified that based on your training and experience and your review of the website, it looked as though it was a platform for advertising prostitution. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And prostitution is illegal.
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true that oftentimes people engage in illegal activities online use aliases? Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true that you use aliases to try to avoid detection from law enforcement and make it harder for you to determine who's engaged in this illegal activity? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you testified that the URL on the photographs was the same spellings as the URL on the escort website. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you testified that the person who was new or partially new to those photographs was Christina Parcell. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You testified earlier that that you had been in multiple different divisions within the sheriff's office. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
You testified that you were in patrol.
Yes, sir.
When did you serve in the patrol unit?
From 2012 to 2017.
And then you mentioned ICAC. Is that right?
After that, I went to Crimes Against Children for 2 years, then ICAC for another 4 years.
What is ICAC?
It's Internet Crimes Against Children.
Right. So you started. When were you in the Crimes Against Children unit?
From 2017 to 2019.
And then when were you in the ICAC unit?
From 2019 to 2023, I believe.
Okay. And you testified that Christina Parcell, or let me be clear about this, maybe you didn't.
Be right back.
Did Christina Parcell contact you directly when she received these envelopes?
Yes, sir.
So she didn't call 911, she didn't call a non-emergency line with the sheriff's office, she called you directly, is that true?
Correct.
And you testified that she called you directly because you had met her and Brad Post earlier in 2018, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you meet them in your official capacity as a police officer or in your private capacity just as a citizen?
No, in my official capacity as a law enforcement officer.
Okay. Isn't it true, Investigator Bell, people post things online, take things down online all the time, isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
And is it true, if you're like me, on occasion, you'll search a website that once existed and then it doesn't exist any longer, isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
I've got nothing else.
Okay. Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
And, we just ask that you remain under subpoena and subject to recall.
Thank you, sir. Your Honor, state calls Mike Nicholson.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Michael Nicholson, and that's Nicholson.
Your Honor, if you'll give me about 45 seconds to get these items back in order.
What are they doing?
It's actually geographically located.
And so where's the location and date when this particular mail?
It says Greenville, Wednesday, June 30th, 2021. So what that tells me is that it hit the processing center, hit a particular cancellation machine on that date.
On June 30th?
On June 30th, 2021.
All right. And so that Greenville 296, what area is that?
That would be part of the upstate of South Carolina.
State of South Carolina.
Yes.
So it was mailed somewhere in the upstate. of
Somewhere
South
in the upstate of South Carolina,
Could
correct.
that be Greenville County, or could it be another?
It could be, it could be anywhere in the upstate, Oconee County, Anderson County, Pickens County, anywhere.
I'm gonna show you State's Exhibit 2. What about this one?
This one says Knoxville. Again, it's PNDC, stands for Processing and Distribution Center in Tennessee. I'm not as familiar with that, but 379 would be the 3-digit geographic identifier for that processing center. Okay, and that would tell me that any mail piece in that starts in 379 zip code is going to go through that particular processing center.
And on what date?
And the date on that says Thursday, July the 8th, 2021.
So is that when it would have hit the distribution center?
Yes, that's the day it would have came through the distribution center.
So that would be in around the Knoxville area.
That's correct.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 158.
Again, it says the Knoxville Processing Distribution Center. And again, 379 would be the leading 3 digits of the zip code, Thursday, July the 8th, 2021.
State's Exhibit 6.
This one indicates Greenville Processing and Distribution Center, Saturday, July 17th, 2021.
Just out of curiosity, sake, what are all the squiggly lines around those? Is that just the stamp?
That's to cancel the stamp, so they can't be reused.
Good old government.
Yes, sir.
Exhibit 5. A little more difficult to read.
I can read it. It says Greenville PNDC 296, Saturday, July 17th, 2021.
State's Exhibit 4.
Again, it's blurry, but you can read it. It says Greenville PNDC 296, Saturday, July 17th, 2021.
And State's Exhibit 3.
Again, Greenville PNDC 296, Saturday, July 17th, 2021.
Do you answer any questions, Vince Council may have?
Mr. Nicholson, you and I have known each other for probably 15 or 16 years.
Yes, sir, we have. When you were an assistant United States attorney.
And over that period of time, we worked many cases together.
We did.
Really, Debbie? Do I want to go see that?
And Mr. Nicholson, you're as good as they come. Thank you so much, sir. I've got nothing for you.
You okay, babe?
No direct from this state, Your Honor. Your Honor, the state calls Blake Wolf. Recall.
I would remind you that we're still under arrest.
Yes, Your Honor.
Let me start for you, babe. Thank you.
Master Deputy Wolf, you're still under oath.
Yes, sir.
So did you become involved in the harassment investigation regarding all those photos?
Yes, sir, I did.
How did you get involved in that?
During the murder of Christina Parcell, I obtained a search warrant for Zachary Hughes's Gmail account, which would include his emails. After I received his emails, I became involved in that investigation.
Now, how did you locate his Zachary Hughes's email?
When we did the search warrant at 200 Tyndall Avenue, we seized his cell phone. A cell phone extraction was done on that device, and we were able to determine what email address he used on his cell phone.
And then once you obtained that email address, what did you do?
I then obtained a search warrant for the email address. Since I knew that Mr. Hughes had been in communication with John Mello, John Mello's overseas, they obviously have to communicate through electronic means.
And in those emails, were there also email addresses for John Mello as well?
Yes, sir.
And did you obtain a search warrant for John Mello's email?
Yes, sir, I did.
Do you recall the email address that you sent the search warrant off to Google?
For John, or it's zachary.david.hughes@gmail.com.
And what about Mello?
John at milestonemusic@gmail.com.
And did Gmail or Google return emails to you as a result of that search warrant?
Yes, sir, they did.
And were you able to review those emails?
Yes, sir, I was.
And by reviewing those emails, were you able to confirm that it was in fact this Zachary David Hughes and John Mello who talked about in this case?
Yes, sir.
What was the basis of that?
So when we receive somebody's Google information, we obtain more than just emails. We get account information they provide Google, such as their name, phone numbers, addresses. If they allow Google to back up photos, for example, Mr. Mello in his Google account, I have photos of himself and his daughter that he took that allowed Google to back up.
That Google sent you?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Were there any conversations among those emails?
Yes, sir, there were.
And were those conversations between John Mello and Zachary Hughes?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to determine that it was in fact this Zachary Hughes and the John Mello we're talking about in this case?
Yes, sir.
Were they talking about, what were they talking about?
Christina Parcell, they were referring to her as Sweet Caroline Warren.
Sweet Caroline. Couldn't resist it. I couldn't resist it, y'all. Well, I was going to ask you, but I didn't want to, in case something didn't go well, you hadn't said anything. Well, congratulations, Grandma. Yes, I remember, Candace, but sometimes those labors are hard and things happen. How can you not? How can you not sing that song? All right, we're going to zoom.
States 166 and 165 in the evidence.
No objection. No objection, 166.
Now, let's back up a little bit. So when you receive this information, what information did you receive from Google when you sent off the search warrant for Zachary David Hughes' Gmail and John Mello's email?
So it depends on what email, or excuse me, what information, what data each individual user allows Google to track. So in this case, emails, it could be pictures, phone contact list backup, location data, Google voice messages, anything along those lines, that any information that Google stores on you.
And then when you get emails, is it just a big stack of emails, or do you have to put them in a computer? How is it given to you, and how are you able to just read emails?
So they give it to you in a file that they call Inbox, and then you have to put it into another program called Thunderbird to be able to view the emails.
And did you do that in this case?
Yes, sir, I did.
And as a result of putting it into Thunderbird, were you able to review the emails between Zachary Hughes and John Mello?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you.
So he's trying to get the actual pictures into court where everybody can see them? Heck no. That to me is inappropriate. Should not happen.
States 167.
Y'all quit spoiling.
States Exhibit 167. Ask you if you identify that.
Yes, sir. This is an external drive that contains the emails, the raw data I received from
And
Google.
have you reviewed this?
Yes, sir, I have.
Is that your initials?
Yes, sir, it is.
So this is the raw data that you received from Google?
Yes, sir.
State moves Exhibit 167 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so back, so when you, thank you, Your Honor. When you get this stuff, did you put this information into Thunderbird?
Yes, sir, I did.
And once you did that, about how many emails do you think you recovered?
For Zachary Hughes, it was a little over 23,000. I don't remember the number for Mr. Mello.
And then, as part of your duties in this case, did you go through those and sort of create a package of the emails just between John Mello and Zachary Hughes?
Yes, sir, I did.
And between those two, how many emails did you, just between Zach Hughes and John Mello, how many emails do you think you obtained?
Oh, hundreds.
While you were doing that, was there a particular email that brought your attention?
Yes, sir, there was.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 167. I'm sorry, 168. I'm going to ask you if you recognize this.
Yes, sir. This is an email that Mr. Mello sent Mr. Hughes on May 16th of 21.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 168 into evidence.
No objection.
Objection.
All right, I'm going to show you the top of this email. And so can you tell, starting with a forward, what this is?
Yes, sir. This email was forwarded from John Mello to Mr. Hughes. The title is Christina Parcell, aka Sweet Caroline Warren. You can see that the message where it says forwarded messages, the original message came from Mullins Investigations at protonmail.com.
All right, as part of your investigation into this, did you look into Mullen Investigations?
Yes, sir, I did.
How did you do that?
So I started with just the basic Google search. I found no private investigative company named Mullen Investigations. And then we contacted SLED. In South Carolina, if you're a private investigator, you have to be registered and licensed through SLED. SLED had no record of a Mullins investigation or a private investigator with the last name Mullins.
And so you, you never located Mullen Investigations.
As far as I can tell, they don't exist.
And I noticed that it says at protonmail.com.
Yes, sir.
That's significant.
Yes, sir, it is.
How is that?
Proton Mail is a company that's based in Switzerland, where privacy laws are very different. When you create an account there, they don't ask for any of your personal information. They don't comply with our search warrants. We have no way to get any information from them. They make their business off guaranteeing that you're going to stay anonymous.
So if you wanted to create Walt Wilkins at protonmail.com and send emails, would you be able to do that?
Yes, sir.
You would not have to give any of your personal information.
No, sir.
And then you could then represent yourself to be Walt Wilkins at protonmail.com.
Yes, sir.
And have y'all attempted to try to get information from protonmail.com before?
I have not personally. I know of investigators that have in other cases and federal cases. No.
So I'm going to move forward. So what was this? Was this attached to the email?
Yes, sir, it was.
And what is this?
This is the same advertisement that investigator Bevel covered that was in the packages, the 6 packages that were mailed out, the escort or prostitution advertisement.
And was there a Bella Don Giorno attached to it?
Yes.
Where's that?
Down at the very bottom.
Right there?
Yes, sir.
And then whose name is over here?
Caroline Warren.
Okay. And is this the same photos that we just saw with Detective Bevel?
Yes, sir.
And did you notice anything about how it's with the photo there? Who was in the photo?
Christina Parcell.
And did you notice anything about how it's cut and pasted?
Yes, sir, I did.
What did you notice?
So first thing I noticed is that the margins are off. The photo of Miss Parcell is too far to the left. And then at the top of the advertisement, you can see where it looks like they cut and pasted it, but they left a couple other, where your finger is. Maybe those were letters or some other part of the web page that they just didn't cut off.
Now, on this email on May 16th, 2021, to Zach Hughes from John Mello, is that Belladonna DiGiorno escort.site.com on this picture?
No, sir, it is not.
Nowhere to be seen.
No, sir.
So this photo, you can see the top of it of Christina Parcell right there, is just a photo of Christina Parcell.
Correct.
Nothing else on it.
No, sir.
All right, I'm going to show you the second page of State's Exhibits 168. And what is the top up there?
That shows the title of the forwarded email, Christina Parcell, AKA Sweet Caroline Warren. And then that is Christina Parcell's face.
And is this one of the photos that was in the packages that
Yes,
we
sir.
reviewed?
Yes, sir.
And in this particular photo, is the URL belladonna-escort.site.com on there?
No, sir.
It's nowhere to be seen.
No, sir.
And I go here. Best I can. Is that sent with Proton Mail? Sent with Proton Mail?
Yes, sir.
It's a secure email.
Yes, sir.
And then finally, how is it signed?
So that's John Mello's email signature.
All right, can you go through those for us?
Yes, sir. At the top, he's got an address for Milestone Sound in New York City. He lists himself as a house producer and a vocalist with phone numbers. Then he's got an address in South Carolina and Atlanta, Georgia, Torn and Trade Productions with a P.O. box here in Greenville. And then he's got addresses in Europe and one down there in Italy. What I will note is that the
What is it with Italy?
+39 number that ends in 00041, that is the number he was using to communicate through WhatsApp with Mr. Hughes.
How do you know that?
Through reviewing the WhatsApp messages.
So you reviewed WhatsApp messages off of Zach Hughes' phone?
Yes, sir.
And did you confirm that that number right there used was the number used by John Mello?
Yes, sir.
Investigator Wolf, did you also, let me do this real quick just to make sure the record's clean. I'm going to show you Exhibit 6A marked for identification purposes only. And just get you to confirm that that is one of the photos that was on that email.
Oh, why don't you hold
Yes,
it
sir,
right
yes.
where we can see
6A
it?
was one of the photos on that email.
Yes, sir.
And in this email, is there a http://belladongiano.escort.com?
Yes, sir.
Please mind.
And what about 6D?
That is the first photo in the email.
All right. And does that have a website, belladongiano.escort.com?
Yes, sir.
And did you notice the font difference between these two?
Yes, sir.
I know, but I'm just saying. Idiot is as idiot does.
And those photos were found in numerous of these envelopes, lots of these envelopes.
Yes, sir.
It wasn't just State's Exhibit 6. They were all scattered. They were all through the all the envelopes that were received.
That's correct.
All right. Now, did you have the occasion to get Verizon tolls for Zach Hughes' phone?
Yes, sir.
Why did you do that?
I knew that some of these packages had been mailed out from Greenville and others had been mailed out from Tennessee. So I wanted to know where he was on the dates the packages were mailed.
And so how do you go about getting phone records or phone tolls, and why would you get them?
So we get a search warrant and then we get them to know where he was at a particular date and time.
And who do you send the search warrant off to?
It's going to be the service provider for that particular individual.
And did you know the service provider for the phone for Zach Hughes?
I believe it was Verizon.
And how did you learn that?
Once we have a person's phone number, we can just research that phone number. We were able to get his phone number through the phone extraction after it was seized at 200 Tyndall.
And did you send a search warrant off to Verizon for, I guess you call them phone tolls, phone records?
Phone tolls, yes, sir.
Phone tolls. What is a phone toll?
Phone tolls cover anything from you called this person at this particular time, you received this phone call, you get text messages, your phone transmits data through whatever network. And anytime you're connecting to that tower, they know an approximate location where you're at. Not exactly where you stand, but you are connected to a tower, usually the closest tower that has the best signal.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 169. Hughes' phone. Ask you if you recognize it.
Yes, sir. That's the thumb drive that has Mr. Hughes' cell phone tolls on it.
Your State moves 169 and does.
No objection. Objection, 169.
Anything else? Now, do you know exactly when John Mello returned back to the United States?
It was shortly after Christina Parcell was murdered. I don't know the exact date, sir.
Do you know where he arrived when he came back?
Charlotte.
We have jury. That took less than 2 hours. I got 1 hour, 56 minutes and 15 something seconds. Somebody asked, why do I always take out my hearing aid and do my ear? Because heat builds up in there and it tickles.
What I'm going to say, if you look at page where I have my signature, where I had to sign the instructions, the very last sentence is, take the case, consider all the evidence fairly and impartially, complete one of the two forms. I'm going to say yes, and then I'm going to say complete one of the two forms for each count.
That's good to me. Okay.
Sound good to you?
We have a jury question. Rachel, we were watching some calls it the rose petal murder. Some people call it the twisted secret murder trial. It was Zachary Hughes is the defendant on trial for unaliving a woman. A lot of rose petals, and it looks like she had bought a bouquet of flowers. You know how some of us like to do. And an intruder or something happened, and she tried to fight them off by beating them with it, because there's rose petals and roses and other flowers and stems all broken up all over the place. And then we have a little bit of a stem with the rubber band on it. That's what we were watching. We are currently looking at Boswell trial. We're looking at I want to call it the Amy Boswell because I know an Amy. Well, the reason why we're on the Boswell trial with this setup, it is a Zoom call set up, is because the camera person for the news station accidentally shot 3 of the jury faces on camera when the grandma walked up. Now, y'all didn't see it because my circle covered it.
Go make 2 copies.
For the sentencing.
If you don't mind. I forgot to make y'all a copy. He's making it.
Which story?
I forgot to make you each a copy.
I'm fine.
He went to make it.
I'm sorry. Rachel. Yes, this is the Boswell feed because the a jury faces were shown accidentally. He picked the news cameras out. And so now they are using the Zoom feed. He didn't play. I mean, he told that young girl, who was a beautiful young
Well,
black
yeah, I did. I got to put it in there.
girl, that if her flash went off again, she's got 10 days in jail. Wonder what happened to the news.
All right. We'll have to bring the jury in and I'll read them this supplemental instruction to answer the question. And I have to staple the actual handwritten question to the back of the. All right, we can bring the jury in.
Everyone stand, please. Maybe seated, thank you.
Okay, supplemental instruction number 1. Members of the jury, each instruction to you or response by the court to any request from the jury is required to be reduced to writing. You are not to place undue.
What just happened? What the Hades just happened? Uh, this is driving me crazy. Stop it. What's happening? Well, I know she was found guilty on all counts, but we just lost the feed again. Why did we lose the feed again? It is driving me crazy. I'm sure a lot of us are going crazy over this. So I'm not the only. I'm not the only. Okay, to this. We're back to the other trial for.
And was he arrested?
Yes, sir.
Did he have a warrant on him?
Yes, sir.
What was the warrant?
Custodial interference.
And so he was arrested there. Was he brought back to the law enforcement center?
No, he was kept in custody in Charlotte and then released.
Are you aware if, do you know if John Mello had a cell phone on him when he arrived back from Italy?
We were told by the authorities in North Carolina that he was not found in possession of a cell phone.
And about October 22nd, sound about right?
Sounds about right, sir.
Please answer any questions.
You specifically with the intelligence unit?
Specifically, we
the guy
collect
jurors has to
digital
come back
forensics
to court in 10 days for his
information, various types of
contempt of court.
electronic evidence, and we assist in investigations
He
both
is
locally
not
and assist in investigations with state law enforcement and federal law enforcement.
When you speak of electronic evidence, what
under the.
format?
So the judge decided to take a period, but the guy was found in contempt of.
Does that usually come to you in?
Typically, it can come by way of cellular telephone extractions, computer extractions, telephone data that would come from a cell phone provider, or electronic records that may come from an internet service provider as well.
They took his.
When you say cell phone extraction, can we break that down a little bit? What
I don't
exactly
know
that
why
means
it's kind of in and out of
from your role?
all other. I'll be quiet.
Device happens to be seized by law enforcement, and a warrant would obtained to look into that data on the device. We would then use tools that are specifically utilized to connect to that device and extract out whatever contents the device may contain, and then generate a report for us that we would then analyze and review with the investigator.
You say tools, and specifically related to cell phones. What tools do you typically use when you do an extraction of a cell phone?
The most common tools that we use are Celebrite and Gray Key, as well as Pinlink from an analytical standpoint.
And in using those, does it require training, some education on how to navigate those programs?
Sure. I began receiving training earlier in my investigative career, peer training with Cellbrite. I later went on to Cellbrite School, as well as some Pinlink hosted schools, varying places of continuing education on how to operate and stay up to date with current techniques.
So just FYI.
To expand on this a little bit more, when you use one of these programs, Cellbrite or Grayshift or Pinlink, are you interpreting the data it provides, or how does that process work?
In layman's terms, I would explain it like it's. You can think of it like a digital camera. You turn the hardware and software on, make a connection with it. Essentially, you're pointing it towards what you want to capture, and you follow its instructions, and it begins to retrieve whatever it can, whatever it's capable of retrieving, and then we review the information that it puts out in front of us. It could be telephone calls, messages, photos, location data. There's varying amounts of data that could be observed.
To your knowledge, are these programs those that are generally used by law enforcement, at least locally or more broadly?
It's my understanding and experience that
Is it better
these
now?
same capabilities are used worldwide by law enforcement.
Is it better now? I just unplugged it and replugged it. I'm just frustrated with it.
And in your time in this specific role, approximately how many of these extractions specific to cell phones have you conducted?
Several thousand.
Were you tasked with doing extractions on cell phones in the present case?
Yes, I was.
What phones specifically?
There was a varying host of cell phones that I was provided with and performed extractions on.
I'll narrow it down for you. The State's Exhibit 112.
I'm going to pause everything and go over here on my thing, turn on the volume and listen to me. See if I can hear me. No, I can't. It won't let me. All right, let me go over here. I'm going to test my sound. I know, but I got to hear what you guys are talking about, because if it's not coming across on my live, on my end, it may be something between you and me. Sounds clear on this end, but we'll work on it more later tonight. I'll be right back. Let me get this back on. Come on, mouse, cooperate. My mouse is not cooperating. All right.
Showing you State's Exhibit 112. Is 112.
112. This is the packaging. It contains a cell phone labeled with the item number CN1 and the case number from the Grimm County Sheriff's Office for the cell phone of Zachary Hughes.
Is that a cell phone that you did an extraction on?
It is.
Okay. Did you get any information as well from the victim, Christina Parcell's phone?
Yes. Yes.
Did you find what phone number she had that was pertinent to this case?
There was several phone numbers that we learned that was in use by Miss Parcell. One of those being 5742. It ended in 5742.
Is it 5142?
Yeah, 5142. I'm sorry, my notes are a little scattered. We refer to that as it was referred to as the clone phone.
Okay. So, in conducting the extraction of State's Exhibit 112, I believe it is, do you hook it up to a computer?
Yes.
And is that how those programs take effect?
Yes.
Okay. What kind of activity or what kind of data can you extract from a cell phone?
Depending on how much is on a cell phone, a great deal. Cell phones are much like a computer in terms of what they can access and store internally. The data can store telephone calls and messages and emails, internet search history, photos, third-party applications that are accessible through the internet. A great deal of information can be extracted from a cell phone, and in these particular cell phones, a great deal typically was extracted.
And is it through these programs that you view this particular information?
In the program in which it's extracted with, like Celebrite, yes.
So could you speak generally to when you're extracting a cell phone, to what kind of data you can receive initially without opening it, without having a passcode, anything? Can you still receive data from it?
Sure, you can. Some of the initial information that you could receive about a cell phone, without getting too in depth into the extraction, is if the device has been programmed with a name, for instance, John Doe's cell phone. That cell phone number that that device is using, oftentimes those are some of the first pieces of information that are to see and observe.
Okay. And then after a phone is, let's say opened with a passcode, does it continue to pull data and information?
It can, yes.
Okay. And to this specific phone, States 112, how was it brought to you to analyze? Or I should say, who brought it to you to analyze?
I believe that investigator John Garrett brought me this cell phone while a search warrant was being executed at Tyndall Avenue, where I understood Zachary Hughes to reside.
So you did in fact conduct an extraction on States 112. Is that right?
That's correct.
Did you perform an extraction before the phone opened and after the phone opened?
Yes, sir, I did.
I'm going to show you what is States Exhibit 172. Showing you States 172. Do you recognize States 172?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is it?
It's a USB thumb drive where I put the raw data that was extracted from this device, both before and after the passcode had been discovered.
Have you had a chance to review the contents of 172 and confirm that is what's on this device?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the state moves into evidence, States Exhibit 172.
No objection, Your Honor.
Objection, 172, opens part.
On Mr. Hughes' phone, when you initially begin this extraction process, what kind of data were you able to receive from that phone?
When I initially received the phone, it was turned on, it was powered on, and it was passcode locked. Using the software that we used at the time, I began the process utilizing Great Key. This is an Apple iPhone, and Great Key did the best job at extractions with those type devices, specifically on those that were passcode locked. I plugged it into the machine and allowed it to begin to examine the device. It quickly gave me preliminary information like the cell phone number, the type of phone that it was, and that some data could be extracted immediately, and that it was capable of brute forcing the passcode. And what brute forcing means is that it will begin a process of attempting to decrypt what that passcode may be. And there's many different processes that software may utilize, but it gives me the option to command it to either begin processing the passcode, begin working on decrypting that passcode, or go ahead and extract data to review right now. And that's what I chose to do was to command it to go ahead and retrieve whatever data that it could, and then work on the passcode.
So when you're using a gray key or a Cellbrite, and you want to, I guess, present the information in a deliverable form, how do you do that?
The raw data that is extracted initially is then uploaded into a program called Physical Analyzer. That Physical Analyzer program is software that is built and engineered by Cellebrite, the same software that may pull the data, but it essentially takes all the raw files that it's able to extract, and it begins to put it back into an order that we could look at on a computer, similarly to how it might maybe looked at on a cell phone device. It will give us options and folders that are in categories like pictures and images and telephone calls and text messages and internet search history. It makes it a little more convenient for an investigator or for an analyzation of that data to look in the direction of what it is that you're looking for.
So using a Cellbrite, are you able to account for times and dates that items were sent or stored or recorded?
More often than not, yes.
Okay. And using those programs, do you create reports from them, or do they create reports for you?
Yes, reports can be created. Generally, we're always going to create a report of whatever data that we extracted, and that report will contain essentially everything that is known. It can be categorized, and even the data that the software is not capable of understanding, although it extracted it, it will just place it over in another folder that's just known as uncategorized data. And then we can further build reports off of the initial main report for individual things like telephone calls or text messages or location data.
Were you able to create some reports using Cellbrite and Gray Key specifically from Mr. Hughes' phone?
Yes, I was.
If I showed them to you, would you recognize them?
Yes.
I'll show you what is State's Exhibit 170 and 171.
In count one, the jury of your peers having set your punishment, you'll be sentenced to life imprisonment. In count two, you'll be sentenced to life imprisonment. In count three, you'll be sentenced to life imprisonment. One is for sentencing hearing, where we'll deal with merger, other issues, as well as sentencing in counts 4 through 20. Does she waive the 45 days, Mr. Scott?
She does.
So the jury recommends
Sentencing in this case for May the 8th.
Judge, that is not good for me. I have a murder trial in Carter County the very next month. It's not good.
May the 16th.
I expect the Carter County murder trial. We've got 2 weeks blocked off.
May the 23rd.
Yes, sir, I'll be here.
Sentencing will be held May 23rd. Pre-sentence report needs to be filed no later than April the 15th.
Judge, you have May the 22nd. Instead of 23rd.
I do.
We'll use that instead.
We can.
Thank you.
That good with the state?
the whole would not.
Yes, Judge.
All right, May 22nd. We'll say at 1:30.
Yes.
At 1:30 p.m. Report by the Department of Corrections be filed no later than April the 15th. All right. Anything else we need to take up?
Nothing else to say.
Mr. Horn?
I think from this point going forward, since Mr. Scott was primary counsel in this case, I would make an oral motion to be relieved as co-counsel on behalf of Megan Boswell
All right.
going forward.
You'll be relieved. You were appearing as co-counsel pro bono.
Yes, Your Honor.
The court thanks you for your service.
I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Court will be recessed till Tuesday at 8:30 a.m. for the next trial.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, there we see the feed stopping there out of the criminal courtroom there. 3 counts of life, 3 life sentences, basically what the jury is recommending on those first 3 charges for the first degree murder, felony murder, and second felony murder charge there. That would be life, we would understand, with the possibility of parole.
Yes, he has to serve a full 51 years before she'd be eligible for parole. If you count the 5 years, which we will count the 5 years she has already served, so she would be 69 years of age before she would be eligible to get out of jail. Now, that is the recommendation from the jury. The official sentencing will happen May 22nd at 1:30.
And that has to come from the judge. Then we also have to count the counts 4 through 20, the other charges that she was convicted of this morning as well. There will be sentencing that will come with those, and
along with fines,
and all of that will come together on that the May 22nd date there. So, but that is the recommendation from the jury, is the life in prison is what they've recommended for Megan Boswell.
So she will be eligible for parole, is what we're learning. We will have much more coverage on the Megan Boswell verdict and the sentencing coming up on News 5, and of course online and on all our outlets.
All of our digital platforms as well. You have all of our coverage as well throughout this trial. But Megan Boswell.
Okay, so Megan Boswell was found guilty on all 19 charges, will be serving life. They're saying with the possibility parole, but that's not what he said. So I'm kind of on the anxious side to kind of wait and see what he says. That's the suggestion, but doesn't mean he has to take it. There's a lot of other factors going on in here that we're not privy to, but y'all, this is going to suck for her. If she lives that long. You never know, disease. Life expectancy in prison is not what it is on the outside. I'll give you that. I put too many beads in my row and now I can't get it to lay straight. But she's really going to serve her life in prison. And once again, people are saying, "Oh, good, at 60 she can get out." No, she can apply for parole, but that does not mean that she will get paroled. It all depends on her and what she chooses to do with her life. The sad thing is I feel bad for that grandma because she's begging them not to give her the maximum sentence, but in reality, doesn't matter what sentence she gets, that grandma will never see her grandchild outside of the criminal system again. And she did it to herself. That's the sad thing. Please tell me I didn't knock that. No, I'm good. I have a program that's wigging out on me here, and it's driving me crazy, and I don't know how to stop it. Okay, so now we're going to go back to this trial. That trial is pretty much done. She was an adult when she committed the crime. She was 18 years of age. So if you're 18 years of age, guess what? You're an adult. Even at 17, you can be considered an adult. So that has nothing to do with it. I did not hear them say life with the possibility of parole. I just heard life. So we'll see how people take it, but I'm not reading too much into that. I will wait and see what the judge throws, and then I will be on that. Then we'll know for sure.
On WhatsApps, or let me back up. Did you find some WhatsApp conversation or WhatsApp exchange from that Miss States 112 and a John Mello on WhatsApp?
Yes.
Were you able to create a report specifically for that conversation?
Yes, I was.
And if I showed you the first page of that report, would you recognize it?
Yes.
Let me show you what it states, 173. Show you states 173. What is that?
This is one of many pages from the extraction report from Mr. Hughes's phone of a WhatsApp message specifically between Mr. Hughes and John Mello, John Mello's WhatsApp number, which I recognize, and there's a photograph of also that message.
Do you recognize Mr. Mello's number, at least from one angle from the email exchanges between Mr. Mello and Mr. Hughes?
Yes, yes, I can see that the number is the same number that we observed in the Gmail data that was received back.
And I believe the first message there, does Mr. Hughes, or does Mr. Hughes's name identified there in one of the messages?
No, Haley.
Yes, it is. It shows that Zachary Hughes as the owner.
Okay, the sentencing is this: life is what she got, but the judge said life. He didn't say with the possibility or without the possibility. He said life. So I know a lot of people are speculating. I'm not going to do that. He got life. That's what she got. Some people, even the news was saying, well, it's life with the possibility. That's not what's read in. So guilty on all counts, no lessers, and life. Now, that's life with the possibility or not, I don't know yet. And I'm not going to speculate. I hope it's without. Look, I know everybody's redeemable. Grandma's right. Redeemable. Yes. But that said, I struggle with her because it was a 15-month-old child and it was her child that she carried, gave birth to, and did all that. There's nothing in there that they have shown that she's got a mental defect. And I have a hard time believing that 17-year-old girl was in school, right? Or somewhat going to school, would have hair that matted and that much lice. I'm not calling the woman a liar. I just got questions. That's all.
Of the message.
Okay. Is his picture on top?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, this time the state moves in evidence states 173. Sure.
No objection.
And you just send it back a few minutes.
Let's start from the top here.
Is this the report that was generated for the WhatsApp conversation between Mr. Hughes and Mr. Mello?
Yes, sir, it was.
Is that the picture you're referring to at the top left of 173?
Yes, sir, it is.
Is that Mr. Hughes in that picture?
Yes, sir.
And then that's this first message in the blue there, where it says, it's John Zach. How is Zach spelled?
Zack.
Is that significant at all in reviewing these messages?
It is. I remember a time when I believe I read a message earlier on where Mr. Hughes was his name was used as Zach, but spelled differently, and it was corrected by Mr. Hughes in reply that it was a K.
Z-A-C-K.
Yes, sir.
What's the date on the very first message there?
October the 7th, 2020.
And this red X that's in both of these messages, what does that mean?
That's indicative of a recovered deleted message. So that's a symbol placed on a message that was deleted data that was recovered with the forensic software.
So approximately, how many messages were you able to review exchanged between Mr. Hughes and Mr. Mello, beginning with this message on October 7th of 2020?
I believe it was maybe in excess of 1,000. It was a great deal.
So what's the last message on WhatsApp at the date between Mr. Mello and Mr. Hughes?
October the 13th, 2021.
Investigator Cunningham, in conducting your extraction of the cell phone, approximately how long did it take to, let's say, crack Mr. Hughes's phone as to the password?
Around 2 years in total from beginning to break that passcode to the point in which it did successfully break that passcode.
Thank you, Investigator Cunningham. I have no further questions for you.
Yes, sir.
All set.
And please report. Investigator Cunningham, you testified on direct examination that you were asked to analyze or conduct numerous cell phone extractions in this case. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And I want to talk to you about a cell phone extraction that they didn't ask you about. Isn't it true that the lead investigator in this case was Investigator Sparkman? Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true that during the course of his investigation in this case, Investigator Sparkman seized a phone that belonged to, or more than one phone that belonged to Brad Post? Isn't that true?
Yes.
I'm sorry. And could you speak up? I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes,
That's
sir.
right.
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true that you, pursuant to a search warrant, you conducted an extraction of at least one cell phone that Investigator Sparkman seized from Brad Post? Isn't that true?
Yes.
And isn't it true that this occurred in October of 2021? Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
And is it true that this occurred after the passing of Christina Parcell? Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
And isn't it true after you conducted
one
extraction of Brad Post's cell phone, you contacted a member of the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
Objection, Judge. Based on your previous ruling, this line of questioning is improper.
Your Honor, this
Overruled.
Thank you.
Watch.
Yes, Your Honor. isn't it true that you contacted investigator Wayne Arnett with the Greenville County Sheriff's Office after you conducted the extraction? Isn't that true?
I did not contact him, but I'm aware that other investigators were contacted, yes.
And isn't it true that your extraction was made available to investigator Wayne Arnett? Isn't that true?
I believe so, yes, sir.
And isn't it true that the extraction you conducted pursuant to a search warrant of Brad Coe's cell phone fairly and accurately represented the contents of that cell phone as it existed in October of 2021? Isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
One second. I don't have any other questions. I would ask that investigator Cunningham remain under
Yes, Your Honor. Investigator Cunningham, it's safe to say you downloaded several phones in relation to your duties in this case. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Did you download Michael Manigault's phone?
Yes, sir.
Did you download an Alex Field's phone?
Yes, sir.
Did you download Christina Parcell's phone?
Yes, sir.
Is that standard where electronic evidence is being gathered in any given case where it's needed?
Yes, it is.
I have no further questions for you.
Any recalls? Just very briefly, investigator Cunningham, you were asked about extractions of other people's phones. Did say Michael Manigault's extraction, did that extraction make its way to investigator Wayne Arnett?
I believe they were all made available to the investigators that investigated this case. I couldn't speak to specifics if one versus the other was unavailable. I believe them all to be similarly available.
But you know that you testified earlier that your extraction of Coast's device made its way to Wayne Arnett. You testified that earlier, is that correct?
It's my understanding that it did, yes, sir.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any reread of that?
Nothing from the state.
All right, you may step down. Thank you. All right, thank you, sir.
I may have just fixed something. Let's see.
How we looking? This is about 20, 30, 23. You're going to state calls FBI agent Matt Wow.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Matthew Wild.
All right, Agent Wild, who do you work for?
I work with the FBI.
And how long have you been with the FBI?
Almost 15 years.
All right, so are you an agent, special agent?
I am. Right now I'm a supervisory special agent. And I was an agent until at the regular agent level from like 2010 till 2021.
And currently with the FBI, what are your main duties?
So right now I supervise a group of agents and task force officers with the cellular analysis survey team. And what our unit does is analyze historical records from phone carriers, specifically for location data. And so I supervise that group, and then I also do some of that work myself.
Now, in regards to your educational background, can you tell us a little bit about that?
Sure. So I have a bachelor's degree in business administration with a concentration in accounting from Limestone College in Gaffney. And then I attended the South Carolina Criminal Justice Academy, the FBI Academy. And then I've attended additional training in relation to historical cell phone analysis as well.
All right. So in relation to historical cell phone analysis, what kind of education experience do you have?
Yeah. So in 2012, I went to a course. It was a CAST basic course where we learned how to read phone records that we get from Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile. We learned how to read those, compare the records to a list of all the cell phone towers, and then generate a very basic map to demonstrate where on Earth a device, generally where it's located in and at a certain date and time. And so I took that class in 2012. I used that technique in every one of my cases between 2012 and 2016, where I worked in violent crime. Where we take a deeper dive into the records. We had a test at the end of that course. I passed and I was selected to go to the CAST certification course. At that time, it was 4 weeks. The first week was about radio frequency theory. So we learned about how radio waves travel between a phone and the antennas on the towers. The second week, we met with each one of the carriers. So we meet with Verizon, AT&T, T-Mobile. We get to talk to their records custodians. Those are the people that provide us the records. We also got to speak with their network engineers. Those are the people that design and maintain the network. The third week, we did drive testing. So I have a piece of equipment I can put in my car. I can drive around a cell phone tower, and I can tell how far that tower reaches. And then the fourth week, we did a moot court exercise where we were given a real case. We had to read the records, generate a map, go out, do a drive test, and then testify to it in court. And at the conclusion of that, I was certified as a CAST agent. Now, every year since then, from 2016 until 2024, I've attended the CAST recertification course, which is usually 3 to 4 days where we go back and meet with all the carriers. We get updates on the technology. And so I've attended that every year since I've been certified.
So you're referring to CAST. Can you tell the jury what CAST stands for and what it means?
Yeah, so CAST is the Cellular Analysis Survey Team. And so our team is about, I think we're between 80 and 90 agents and task force officers located around the country, sometimes in different parts of the world. And again, we focus on learning and analyzing these records and using them in cases.
So can you give this jury an example of how you would use cell phone data that you would receive and how that helps determine a location?
Yeah, so I mean, a perfect example is like a missing person. A lot of times we get involved in missing persons cases, and we will go to the carrier and request the telephone records from them for the person that's missing. And then so we'll analyze those records. They give us a date and a time when the phone was used, as well as the tower and the sector, which gives us a general area of where the phone was used at. And then we're able to kind of direct resources into that area to try to locate that person's car, locate that person's, that person, or God forbid we have to locate their remains. We do that on a daily basis.
And so is basically, are you as good as the data that you receive from the carrier?
Absolutely.
And is there better data than some in relation to finding a more specific location versus a broad location?
Yes. It just kind of, it's one of those things, it varies between the carrier, the time range you get the records in, all the types of data kind of vary between each one of those things.
And how do you actually do the analyzation?
So the records come electronically, usually in an Excel file or a text file. And so what we do, or what I do, is I take those records and I upload them into a Google-based mapping system. And then I can snip and make maps to display the general area where the phone was located at this time.
Now, in addition to using cell tower or cell phone tolls or cell phone tower information, as to a specific phone. Can you use the actual phone itself to help determine locations of that phone?
I can. So sometimes when a phone is downloaded, location data is obtained off of that device. It's processed through Greer or Cellbrite, and then I can use some of that data in what I do to historically locate where that phone was during the time that we're interested in.
About how many times have you downloaded or analyzed cell phones?
So the downloading and analyze cell phones probably 40 to 50 times. I have downloaded hundreds of phones. The analyzation of the location data, probably 40 to 50 times.
And how many times have you been qualified as an expert?
Over 150 times.
The state moves to qualify Special Agent Matt Wild as an expert in call detail record analysis and cellular technology. Call detail record analysis and cellular technology.
No objection. All right. He will be qualified as an expert in call detail, record analysis, and cellular technology. Ladies and gentlemen, normally a person cannot give opinion testimony, and when a person testifies, they must testify as to what they either saw, or they heard, or they sensed by smell. However, there is an exception when someone is qualified because of education or experience, and they are permitted to give their opinion in certain areas if the court qualifies them that way. This witness will be qualified in the area of call detail, record analysis, and cellular technology. To give an opinion testimony in this area, however, that does not mean that you must accept the opinion, but it is evidence for you to use in any way you see fit and give the weight and credibility that you believe is appropriate. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Agent Wild, were you asked to help analyze the data location, cell phone data location, and cell phone of Zach Hughes?
Yes.
So how did you obtain the information? Well, what information did you obtain in your efforts to analyze it?
So from the solicitor's office, I obtained the phone records in electronic format, as well as the cell phone download was in an electronic format. And then with the download, I had to go in and pull out the location data so I could look at it and do what I do with it.
And as far as pulling it from the cell phone, what software do you rely on to help you read that information?
I used Cellbrite. I believe it's called Cellbrite Reader. It's just like it's another version of Cellbrite Physical Analyzer.
And what does Cellbrite Reader do?
So it grabs the raw data and it kind of processes it, or it does process it into a usable format. And again, it splits it out. So if we just have like a big bucket of data, it just spits it out into images, text, picture. I just said images, pictures, videos, text messages, phone call logs, location data. It just kind of splits it out into all those categories. So I took the raw data, I put it in Cellbrite, and then I took the location data and then I exported that out because that's really what I was focusing on.
And then when you look at the exported location data in this particular case, do you just take it at its word, or do you do some underlying analysis to verify its authenticity?
Oh no, you can't just take it at its word. So the location data is sourced from multiple different places on the phone, depending on what kind of applications you have running or the user has running. So it kind of splits it out into different chunks, and there's different parts that are.
Okay, guys, I want to take us real quick to the news conference of Boswell.
We didn't hear one this time.
First started, and it's a lot of hard work by a lot of people. So it was very satisfying to get the jury's verdict.
Normally, we sometimes hear a victim impact statement in cases like this, and we didn't hear one this time. Maybe a little bit from Tommy Boswell, but it seems like you are the advocates for Evelyn. What do you have to say about that?
That's a complicated question to say the least. Obviously, there are a lot of emotions in this case. You know, even within the Boswell family. I mean, you all saw Tommy testify. I mean, his daughter was the defendant. His granddaughter was the victim in this case. A lot of emotions. Same thing with Angela. So, you know, but we're fortunate, and I would be remiss without talking about the incredible work that was done by law enforcement in this case. And you know, as a community, could not be prouder to have those folks who really, from the get-go, from the time she was reported missing, who've really been her biggest advocates during these 5 years, to see, you know, ultimately what we realized here in the courtroom today, which was justice for everyone.
Even with that exhaustive investigation, all of the interviews, all of the forensic evidence that was gathered, you know, Ms. Massengill even acknowledged we still may never know exactly what happened. Did you have to rely on the jurors' common sense and taking might be a shred of doubt and separating that from what reasonable doubt is in this case?
To some extent. I mean, I think always coming from a prosecutor, it's I guess easy to say, well, you know, we think you should decide the case this way. But this really was, you know, a textbook example of, you know, just excellent police work. You know, for us to be able to come into the courtroom, to be able to present a case where you really don't have direct evidence. I mean, we didn't have a confession. You know, we didn't have a video of the crime being committed. You know, you had to rely on a lot of circumstantial evidence. And, you know, as we argued during closing argument, you're going to have to use your common sense to fill in some of those gaps that were there. So, yes.
General Massengill, during closing, you talked about the baby Evelyn mattered. Where'd you come up with that?
Because it's the truth. She mattered and she deserved to live. And I wanted the jury to know.
How hard was it working on this case and seeing all those images, the baby in the trash can?
It's very difficult, and it's difficult to show something like that to a jury or to the public. But it's important that we show everyone what Megan Boswell did. It's difficult, but we're willing to do it to find justice.
Can you talk about the impact that, you know, this community has had these questions for 5 years now and finally had answers?
Right. And I think that was difficult. You know, unfortunately, we made some very purposeful decisions as we were prosecuting the case, which I think a lot of people kind of took umbrage with. You know, we did not release much about this case on purpose because we wanted to try the case here in Sullivan County. And I think that caused a lot of heartburn among people not to have those answers, not to know that information about the case. And we, you know, kind of told them just to be patient because we wanted to try the case in the courtroom. And we feel like that's what we did.
Was there a piece of evidence or something that you think really sealed the deal for the jurors on making this decision?
I don't know that there was any one singular piece of evidence. I think the difficult thing in this case really is those interviews with Megan and the fact that, you know, her story kept changing, kept shifting. And, you know, there were lots of little things, you know, that kind of ruled other things out. But I think ultimately, you know, it was a lot of her own words that were her undoing in this case.
And what about how the baby was found? That is something that I think has hit home, and you could tell from day one, from the images you showed, jurors were crying, she was crying.
Right.
What do you want to talk about when it comes to that?
I mean, it's disturbing. I mean, it truly is. And, you know, we made a decision in trying this case because, you know, there were a lot of charges. Obviously, the lies and stuff that she was telling the jury. We didn't want the focus of the case to be on that. I mean, to us, that was the easy kind of low-hanging fruit, so to speak. We wanted the focus to be on the homicide. We wanted it to be on Evelyn and what happened to her. And that was why we kind of hit the jury right in the face right out of the gate. And so, you know, like I said, that was strategy on our part as far as, you know, how we kind of put the trial together. We wanted them to, right from the get-go, know that this was a homicide case. This wasn't just somebody lied to the police case.
Megan will be eligible for parole when she's about 69 years old. As a prosecutor team, you asked for life without the possibility of parole. What is your take now that the jury decided to give her a chance?
You want to answer it?
We will continue to fight to keep her in custody until, for her natural life, if possible.
Can she face more years than that though with the other like charges that she received?
She can. The judge will still have to sentence her on all the false report counts, the tampering, the abuse of a corpse, the failure to report charge. So in theory, he could run those consecutive and he could stack that time on top of what she's already received for the homicide.
Is
So
that something you all get to urge him to do in
we
your
do.
sentencing report?
We do. There'll be a sentencing report and then we'll have a sentencing hearing. That's what's set the end of May. And then we'll go from there. Both sides will have a chance to argue what her sentence should be on those.
Do you know how many years she looks at for those additional charges too?
Yes, the false reports should be looking at 2 to 4 years on those. The tampering charge will be 3 to 6. And I think the abuse of a corpse and the failure to report are both 1 to 2 years on those.
I know that law enforcement, even one of the agents or one of the people who testified said that everyone else was ruled out, including Hunter Wood. But clearly, whether it was in the community or certainly under the defense's strategy, that was an if that they wanted to put out there. How important were those text messages that you guys were able to put up, showing what was going on, what apparently was going on, at least in Hunter Wood's mind, as this child was now known to be missing?
All right, you want to comment?
I think they're very, very important. I don't know how you can overcome that in my mind. When we found those, I don't know if there's an explanation, for them.
Was there anything else you all want us to know? I know it's been a very long, almost 2 weeks.
Well, like I said before, I mean, I think, if the community ever had any doubt about how hard law enforcement works, I hope they had a chance to see that in action in this trial, because like I said, you really could not have asked for any more diligent, exhausting efforts than what we saw from, our local law enforcement here at the Sullivan County Sheriff's Office, TBI, FBI. I mean, it truly was a coordinated effort.
Is this the first time in a while too? I know that the judge mentioned it, but for you all, that a jury has been sequestered?
It was. I don't know that I was part of the last one, but I know it's been about 20 years since the last time we sequestered a jury. So.
Wow.
Anything else?
Thank you.
Oh, thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, exactly. Across the line.
I wonder if the lawyer spoke to that news station. We'll go back over here until I find that.
Are more reliable than other types. And so I try to focus on the most reliable data set that I can.
Now, in preparation for your testimony today, did you create a PowerPoint describing what you
In Boswell was redeemable. Talk about that interview that she gave for you and her knowledge of Megan's character.
Well, obviously, Gail spent more time with her than I have in that type of situation. Most of my conversations, all of my conversations with Megan have been sitting in a jail cell talking about her case. But she seems to be a very positive person. She seems strong in her faith, and she's going to handle this. And she seems like she'll move through this adversity. She will have a chance to get out of prison when she's 69.
Yeah, I mean, did you feel like that was a win today though? Being able, that she will possibly get out of prison?
I would say that obviously it was better than a life without sentence. Assuming she lives to be 69 years old, she will be released. So maybe she'll have some time at the end.
No, she will not be released. Dude, she has the opportunity to be released. because there's more charges. And if the judge is going to do what I think he's going to do, he'll stack it. But you cannot stand there and say that she will be out at 61 or 69, excuse me. He can't say that, y'all.
End of her life to enjoy.
Is there something about cases that are this horrifying and go on for this long and get this much community attention that raises the possibility of a feeling of retribution in the community being higher than it might otherwise be?
Well, certainly, if you look at the comments on the news articles, Facebook comments, people seem to be very much up in arms over this case, and it's a sad case. I know I've been criticized a lot in the media because of defending Megan, but everyone's entitled to a defense, and that's what I hope I provided her. I tried to do that to the best of my ability.
It sounds like that's something you're not stopping today.
Absolutely not.
You decided to pull 3 witnesses for this part of the trial. Why did you decide to do that, then, and talk about why you decided to bring Angela up?
As far as today was just witnesses, there are 2 phases of the trial, and all witness testimony has to be relevant. So these witnesses, their testimony wouldn't have been relative to guilt or innocence, but it was relevant to sentencing. Her mom, to her credit, come up here and testified that she wasn't a good mother. And I respect her for that, because it had to be hard to go on TV and take that responsibility, but she did it.
Do you know if Angela Boswell knew that she had one out her arrest?
I don't know that. I imagine yes.
I'm going to double. You guys can go ahead.
Anything else you want to add?
I don't think so.
Okay. Can we redo the first part because they were not rolling on it?
Oh,
yeah.
But you guys can go ahead. We'll let them break down and then we'll just
Okay.
start the first couple questions.
So,
This one's mine.
this one's yours.
You think she did?
Well, I mean, she missed court on it, so somebody that's been to court is less than probably understand she did her arrest warrant.
Okay, there we have it. Both sides have spoken, and we are done with that case for now. It is put to rest. May you rest in peace now, Evelyn. It ended all too soon.
Did
Yes, sir.
with the cell phone data from Zach Hughes and actually the download of Zachary Hughes' cell phone.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you.
June, are you on our Discord? Will you please go leave that in Discord under case suggestions?
States Exhibit 174.
And that message me out of this. I won't grab
See
it.
if you recognize that.
Yes, sir. This is the thumb drive with my report on it.
State moves 174 into evidence.
No objection.
No objection. All right, well, we're going to throw this up on the screen right here. I'm even going to give you a laser pointer.
All right. Thanks, sir.
You'll just say next slide whenever you're ready. And
Yes, sir.
Mr. Oakford will click it for you, and we can move on. So you prepared, is this the presentation that you prepared for this jury?
Yes, it is.
All right, and so what are you attempting to share with this in general with this jury?
In general, I'm going to share the general location through cell phone records and the cell phone download of the device associated with Mr. Hughes during certain time periods that are relevant to the case.
And again, so it's two pieces of data. It is Mr. Hughes' cell phone records.
Yes, sir.
To his phone, as well as his actual phone that you received the data on.
Yes,
And do you distinguish between those two in this report?
I do.
All right. Now, is there anything interesting about the cell phone data that you received in this particular report?
The cell phone records.
Cell phone records.
Yeah, so the cell phone records I received in this for this case, they're from Verizon. Usually Verizon provides a report that has the cell phone tower, so it tells me which tower is being used, and then it tells me which sector or side of the tower is being used. In this case, I think Verizon was transferring systems. They generated a different report, and that report only shows me the tower that's being used. So it's kind of demonstrated as a circle. And so when we get there, I'll explain what that means.
And before it would be almost a pie.
It would be like a wedge. Yes, like a piece of pizza. All right, next one. All right, so slide 2, this is just the background of the case and my methodology. So, the first paragraph describes that I was asked by the solicitor's office to help with this case in reference to an incident that occurred on October 13th, 2021. My methodology I've already talked about. I take the records that I get from the carrier, compare that to a list of cell phone towers here using the tower list that was in effect during 2021. And then I generate a map to display the general area where the devices were located. And then my conclusions are further down in the report. Next slide. This is an example of different cell phone towers. Most importantly is the one here on the top left. That's really most likely what you see almost anywhere in America. There's a couple important things about those. Those speaker-looking devices hanging on that tower, those are those antennas that transmit and receive a signal to and from a phone. Phone's very much like a car radio. As I drove here today, there's a tune to my favorite radio station, to my favorite frequency, and somewhere out in Greenville, there's a tower. It emits a signal. My car radio receives that signal, and I can listen to my favorite station. The difference between my car radio and my cell phone is that with my cell phone, that transfer of information has to go in two directions. It has to come from the tower to my phone, but I also have to be able to send information from my phone back to the tower. And so those are the antennas that send and receive that information. And then there's just several other examples of antennas. There you have them on the outside of buildings. Everyone's favorite is always the pine tree. And they all essentially serve the same purpose, to transmit and receive signals. Next slide. Generally, what we figure out is when I look at the records, again, it usually gives me a sector, tells me which side of the tower is being used. And so by looking at the sector and the azimuth, or the direction that sector faces, I can usually demonstrate a wedge. Here in this case, again, I don't have the sector information, so really this doesn't really matter. Next slide. You can go to the next slide. Okay, so normally I would display the sector like I would here on the top, as kind of like a piece of pizza or like a pie wedge. But here, again, I don't have any sector information, so I'm demonstrating it as a circle. I'm not saying by any means that the phone has to be within that circle. I'm just saying that that tower is within that circle, and that tower emits a signal that goes in 360 degrees direction or out from that tower. So the phone's gonna be somewhere between the tower being used and the next one in any direction around it, but closer to the one that's being used. Next slide. All right, so this is the legend for this case. So this just kind of gives you an overview of the area. And so I have a couple addresses here. The green pin up there represents 200 Tyndall Avenue in Greenville. So they're in the center of the map. The blue pin represents 799 Indian Flats Trail in Slater, Marietta, South Carolina. That's kind of up there near the South Carolina, North Carolina border. The red pin represents 122 Canebrake Drive in Greer. And then the orange pin represents 12 Blake Street in Greenville. Every one of those red dots you see on the map represent a Verizon cell phone tower.
A lot of towers, y'all.
So this is showing the activity here on Verizon telephone number 864-894-0020. And it's showing the activity on June 30th, 2021 at 1:24 a.m. So 1:24 in the morning. And this is showing activity in and around in Greenville, South Carolina. Now the Verizon records here, I'm relying on the phone to be able to make and receive phone calls to obtain a record. Later on in the report, we'll have some data records that kind of help fill in some gaps.
Real quick, Your Honor. So, I'm sorry, Agent Smith. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 1. And what is the date on State's Exhibit 1 up here?
Oh, the date on the top right there is Wednesday, June 2021. So June 30th, 2021.
All right. And so where was Zach Hughes' phone location on Wednesday, June 30th, 2021?
In the early morning, it was using a tower in the area of downtown Greenville. Next one. This slide 9, it's showing the activity between July 4th, 2021 and July 8th, 2021. And again, the phone during that time, these are all phone calls. And the phone during that time is using towers in and around Knoxville, Tennessee.
All right. So I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 2. What is the date on State's Exhibit 2?
That is July 8th, 2021.
And State's Exhibit 158
is also July 8th, 2021.
And where are those mailed from?
Knoxville, Tennessee.
Both of those?
Yes, sir.
So July 8th, 2021, Zach Hughes' phone was located in around Knoxville, Tennessee.
Yes, sir. All right, so this next slide, this is showing activity on October 11th between 9:44 a.m. and 11:18 a.m. These are data activations. So they're not phone calls, they're not text messages, they are all the other stuff that's going on a phone in the background. And so sometimes they generate a record. They tell me the cell phone tower that was being used, how long that session is. And so I'm able to demonstrate it here. And so here, between 9:44 and 11:18, you can see that phone's using towers just to the northeast and to the south of the 799 Indian Flats Trail address.
And what is that date?
That is October 11th, 2021.
So would that be consistent with Zach Hughes' phone being near 700 Indian Flats Trail?
Yes. All right. And then this next slide. So now we're showing the location data from the physical download of the phone. And so this is showing that same day, October 11th, there was a location data point right there at Indian Flats Trail between 10:06 a.m. and 10:54 a.m.
And what date is that?
That's October 11th. So it's the same date as the previous slide showing the cell site activations.
So that's 2021.
Yes, sir. Next one. So now this is October 12th, 11:14 a.m. to 12:18 p.m. Again, these are data activations, showing activations right there near Greenville Technical College, basically southeast of the 200 Tyndall Avenue address.
And that is October 12th.
Yes, sir. Next one. These are the Cellbrite. These are the location data hits off of the physical phone. Again, 10:25 a.m. to 12:23 a.m. on October 12th. And there are some specific activations showing the device near the Tyndall Avenue, specifically between 10:47 a.m. and 12:01 p.m. And then there's two others, one to the south and one to the north. Next one. This is October 12th, 2021, between 12:31 and 1:21 p.m. The first one, 12:31 to 1:07 p.m. is consistent with being in the area of Tyndall Avenue. And then the second one at 1:18 to 1:21 is consistent with being at 12 Blake Street in Greenville.
Were you ever made aware of the significance of 12 Blake Street?
I did. I understand that's Mr. Mello's address. Next. So now the next one is, this is showing again, October 12th, between 1:59 p.m. and 2:34 p.m. So again, these are all data hits, and you can see the phone's using towers to the north of Greenville, not quite all the way to Marietta at that time. And then the next activation, voice call, is on October 14th. And yeah, the next activation is on October 14th.
Okay, say that again. So in regards to voice data, you have it on October 12th.
I do.
And then when's the next voice call?
On October 14th.
And what is a voice call? What does that mean?
So that's an incoming or outgoing call.
Is that how you receive the location data?
It is. There is some data records on October 13th that I did not include in my presentation, but they are consistent with the activity we're getting ready to see. Next. So this is October 12th, 6:56 p.m. till October 13th, 1:30 a.m. and showing the phone consistent with being in the area of Indian Flats Trail in Marietta.
So Zach Hughes' phone, this is October 12th.
This is.
All right. And what are the dates in which he is at the Indian Flats Trail?
So this is showing the evening of the 12th into the early morning of the 13th.
So what time is the last data point for on the 13th?
1:30 a.m.
That's 1:30 in the morning.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, yes, sir. And then this is the next activation. This is the next activity on that download report. And it's showing 2:42 p.m. is the first hit, which is showing in the area of 200 Tyndall Avenue in Greenville.
All right. So the last data point that you just had up there was 1:30 in the morning of October 13th. And where was that located?
In Marietta.
And the next data point that you have for Zach Hughes' phone or his cell phone records is at what time?
So for this phone, it's at 2:42. I did have some activations on the data side earlier, just earlier about I think they were 2:34, and it was north near Furman University.
And that 2:42, that be consistent at being a little north of downtown Greenville at 2:42.
So 2:42 would be consistent with being south of downtown Greenville.
South.
Yeah, 2:34 would, I believe it was 2:34. It was north of downtown Greenville. That's correct. Next. And then this is showing the activity 9:07 p.m. to 4:07 a.m. on the 14th. So this is the night of the 13th going into the next day. And there's activity, let's see here, 9:07 is that box up in the middle between 9:07 and 9:32. Then 9:43 to 11:13, the phone is over there to the east side of the airport. And then 11:25 p.m. on the 13th to 4:07 a.m. on the 14th, the phone is consistent with being in the area of Tyndall Avenue.
So that's the night of October 13th, 2021.
Yes, sir. Into the morning of the 14th. And then these are the voice calls on the 14th. So this is 12:57 a.m. to 1:02 a.m. And you can see the phone is there over on the east side of Greenville, kind of near the airport. And that's it.
Just answer your questions.
Yes, sir.
Special Agent Wild, I want to talk to you about your expertise in cell phone technology, just in general. And that's one of the areas you've been qualified as an expert. Is that correct?
Yes.
You had talked about conducting numerous downloads or extractions of cell phones in your career. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were you asked to perform any analysis on a cell phone, in this case belonging to a man named Bradley Post?
I was not.
You made a comment that when you receive data, basically you never take it at face value. Is that correct? or you don't take it as, or assume it's accurate, is that correct?
I mean, just because we get data on a spreadsheet, location data on a spreadsheet, you know, I don't take it 100% at its face value. There is a skill and experience and knowledge that goes into parsing through that data to find the most accurate points.
I want to talk about, in your experience analyzing cell phones, have you had an opportunity to conduct extractions involving images on cell phones?
Yes.
And images on cell phones also have data oftentimes accompanied with those images. Is that correct? Or in conjunction with those images?
I mean, the image itself is data, right? But yeah, no, you go ahead.
Let me be more specific.
Okay.
Metadata. Oftentimes there is metadata associated
Thank you for the clarification, sir.
There could be, yes.
Will you tell the jury what is metadata?
It could be like the date and the time the phone was taken, the device that it was used, that the device that took the picture, maybe the orientation, whether it was in landscape or portrait mode, and then possibly I've seen location data associated with those images as well.
And sometimes, depending on the cell phone extraction and the cell phone itself, you'll have some metadata, you won't have metadata. Is that correct?
Correct. There's no, I wish it was more black and white as to a definitive yes or no, but unfortunately, because of the multiple types of phones out there, the multiple types of continuously changing operating systems, and then on the law enforcement side, the software that we use constantly changes. It is impossible for me to, if you presented me with a device, an operating system, and whatever we were using for me to sit here and say 100% yes, we could have got that or didn't get that off the device.
And if you were analyzing or looking at the internet, for example, there would be occasion you would have to doubt the veracity of the metadata if you had conflicting evidence. Is that true?
I don't know what you're referring
Let me
to.
give you an example.
Sure.
Let's say there's a picture of me on a cell phone that says that this picture was taken January 1 of 2021. And let's assume you know that I could not have been where the picture was taken of me of January 1, 2021. Isn't that? Under those circumstances, would you have reason to doubt the accuracy of the metadata on the phone?
I mean, it's kind of a big if, and I just generally across the board, I wouldn't really doubt the accuracy of the metadata. So, I mean, that's kind of like a huge if question, and I don't know how specifically to answer that.
So let's be specific. If you see a picture of me and the metadata says it was taken January 1 of 2021.
I know the answer to that. And the answer to that is this. If the camera or the phone date and time stamp is wrong, then the metadata is going to be off. But you validate that date and time by looking at real date and time, and you look at that date and time, and if it says that this is year 2021 and we're in 2025, then you would do what? 4-year difference. So you would adjust everything and get it to line up. It doesn't change the location, date, and time based on the device itself. But if the device is off and you know it's now saying right now, January 1, 21 is this year on the device, but it's really 2025, then you could very well say it was taken January 1 of 2025. It gets confusing, but
He's an expert in cell phone technology.
These are just made up hypotheticals without any underlying data.
I'm a facts man. I don't have that for me.
So
I don't
there's
really
a
have
picture of me that has metadata in a cell phone that says January 1, 2021. And you know for a fact that I could not have been at that location on January 1, 2021. Would that not cause you to doubt the accuracy of that metadata?
I mean, I've never been presented with a situation like you're referencing, so I don't know how to answer the question, sir.
Good for
You
you.
can't answer the question if there's metadata that says a picture was taken with me at a location on one date and I can't be there, you don't know how to answer that.
I don't know how to answer that question, sir. I've never been faced with that situation, and I don't even know how I would go about answering that question accurately.
You're wanting him to say
Let me
something.
ask you this, artificial intelligence. That is something obviously that's become more prominent in recent years. You would agree with that, is that correct?
I agree.
And when you are reviewing cell phones now, are you finding the implementation of artificial intelligence in contents of these cell phones?
On a daily basis, I'm not actually reviewing multiple downloads of cell phones. I'm basically in my role and what I do, I'm focusing on the location data associated with those phones. So, you know,
I'm not
if
worried about
you
downloading.
gave me a phone today to download, I'm basically going in there, grabbing the location data and doing my thing with it. I'm not really diving into whether or not there's AI on the phone or whether or not somebody's using ChatGPT or any of that kind of stuff. So I have no experience in that measure.
So back to my question. With cell phone extractions that you're reviewing currently, are you finding evidence of the presence of AI on these phones?
Again, I'm only reviewing the location data, so I wouldn't see the presence of AI or even know what it would look like because I don't look for it. I look for the location data.
So that's
I'm not your man to answer that one, boo. I can't answer that one.
what are some reasons why metadata associated with images could be inaccurate?
I don't know.
You can't think of
You're
it.
asking the wrong person. He's locational. He is not photo, download, program, location.
Again, I don't know. I've never been faced with that, so I don't know if that could happen or not happen.
Do you not
So
understand
you're
English?
telling this jury, as an expert in cell phone technology, you have no idea whether metadata associated with images can be inaccurate?
Again, I've never been faced with that situation, and so I don't know if it could be inaccurate or not. I'd expect it to be accurate. In the times I've used any kind of metadata, it has been consistent with other data sets, such as the location data associated with the phone that was taking the picture. So in my view, in the experience I have with it, it has never been inaccurate. It's always been accurate.
And how many cell phones have you analyzed?
I mean, I've downloaded hundreds of phones. But for location data, I've analyzed probably 40 to 50 phones. Again, I'm not diving into the pictures on all those phones because my role specifically is to analyze the location of where the phone was located, not look at the thousands of images on the phones that I'm downloading.
There you go, dude.
So you're telling this jury that in all the phones you've analyzed, you've never seen a picture on the cell phone with the wrong date?
I'm focusing on the location data 99.9% of the time. So I'm not ever really looking at the photos and diving into it.
I'm not the photo man. Oh my gosh, this lawyer's pissing me off. Get him off of the stand because this dude is not listening to the answers. He's not getting the answer he wants. Lawyer, pay attention. That bothers me when that happens. He's not getting the answer he wants. He's going to keep rephrasing it, but he's not listening to the answer in which has been given. He just knows it's not that what he wants. Thank you, babe. I'll go check Discord. I am so close to being done with this one. I'm not putting it down until the last bead is laid. That's about another 15, 20 minutes. But I'll go look in a minute. Listen to them. Oh.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to break for lunch. I'm going to ask you to return at 2 o'clock. And again, please do not discuss this among yourselves or with anybody. Do any research.
And we
Y'all heard that from me before. All right. Y'all enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
y'all had a good lunch. Mm. I kind of, why are we taking so long to get too much dead space?
Intelligence unit, where we do processing of all sorts of electronic data and any kind of investigative work to help with a wide variety of cases.
And did you get asked to try to verify the internet address of the Winds Mountain House?
I did, yes, sir.
How did that happen?
So this was back November 1st of 2024, so last year. I was asked to drive up to the Indian Flats Trail, and we used an Android device that pretty much just scans, just like a phone does, Wi-Fi addresses, Wi-Fi networks that are available, and it logs them. That way we could log what different networks were up there, and the Wind Wi-Fi was one of the networks identified.
So how were you able to identify it?
So it when you scan, just like if you're driving down the road on your phone, and it might pop up, say Starbucks or McDonald's Wi-Fi. It works in the same way. So this showed Wind Wi-Fi it displayed the name for it.
So did you just park on the street and look to see what available networks?
Right. Yeah. So just driving up the street and it automatically pops up.
Right. And how do you spell it?
It was spelled WINNWIFI.
And were you in close proximity to that Indian Flats Trail Mountain House?
Yes, sir. On the road, just at the end of the driveway.
Answer questions they may have.
No questions for this witness. Thank you. All right.
That was quick.
The state calls Jim Perry.
I know it's Jim Perry, but it ain't going to be the same one.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
James Perry.
Hi, Mr. Perry. What is your rank? How do you go by?
I'm an investigator.
Investigator. And what do you do for a living?
I'm an investigator with the Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
And what kind of work do you do for the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
I do the Computer Crimes Investigation Unit.
And what does that entail?
It entails doing forensics on cell phones.
And were you, how long have you been with them?
I've been with Greenville County for 30 years, and then I had another 13 years with Greenville City and Greer. So 43 years total, with a little stench of about 7 years doing private investigations. So 50 years.
50 years in investigations.
Yeah.
I imagine you have a story or two for us.
There's statute of limitations.
I'm glad to hear that. Now, how did you get involved in this particular case?
The day of October 13th, I was asked to go out by my sergeant to the crime scene to collect a cell phone that belonged to the victim and bring it back and do the forensics on that one.
Now, are you oftentimes utilized, along with Charlie Cunningham, who we heard from as well, to help download phones and analyze them?
Yes.
Right.
And in doing that, what software do you use to
Okay,
analyze those?
back then I was using just the regular Cellbrite forensics tool.
And what does Cellbrite Forensic Tool do?
It basically what it does is it images the cell phone that you target, and once you get the image, you load it into a software program that pulls up a certain format that you can go through it and see what kind of data that is actually on there.
So you have the software that downloads the raw data from the phone.
Correct.
And then you have the software that helps you read it.
Yeah, it opens it up and parses it to make it a readable.
And is that called Cellbrite Reader?
It's called Physical Analyzer, UFED Physical Analyzer. The reports you get when you go through it is called, it puts a program in there called Cellbrite Reader, so that if I give it to you, you can open it. You don't have to have the program I have.
And once it gets into the Cellbrite portion, the reading part of the software, are you able to manipulate it after that, or
no? Once it comes up on the screen and it's opened up, you can't go in there and add things or take things away.
In this case, were you asked to review the downloaded data from Zach Hughes' phone?
I was.
And were you able to do that?
I did.
And how would you do that? Or where would you do that?
I did it in my office on my forensic computer.
And once you're in there, are you able to generate reports?
You can create a report from a report. So if I were to give someone a 50 gig Cellbrite report, but you just want to narrow it down to 1 day, you can narrow it down to 1 day, and then at that point create another report that looks identical as far as the layout of the Cellbrite report. But I know, like on this particular phone, if you were to print it out, would have been close to 88,000 pages if you did the whole phone.
And so were you able to review the information on this phone as well?
I was.
In fact, did you identify that WIN Wi-Fi that we just
Yes,
I
did. I saw the WIN Wi-Fi in the networks.
And then when you obtain that information, do you report it back to the lead investigators about information that's found on the phone?
Right. If we're specifically asked to go through the phone, we will give them a report pretty much of everything we found that's relevant to what they're looking for.
And so not only are you downloading the phone and reading it, you're perusing it for evidence that you think may be important to the investigator's case.
Correct.
And are you communicating with the investigator about all of this?
Up front, they kind of give us an idea of what they're looking for. And then at that point, we go through. It may even come down to the point, and in most of these cases, the solicitor will come over and sit down and go through with it, which you did, sat down, and we were able to show him different things that were on the phone that were relevant.
So were you able to make various reports on Zach Hughes' phone?
I was.
And was one of those reports called user accounts?
Some of them, yes, that's one of the, it has tabs, and each tab will give you different information on the phone. And user's account is one.
I'm going to show you what states. I'm going to show you what states exhibit 170. It's already in evidence, and then we'll go through it. Is that on the? Is that the user accounts?
That is.
Okay. All right. So let's take a look at it real quick.
That guy's got a lot of years of experience. I can appreciate his input. Maybe he can give a better answer for that question that the other guy was asking the wrong investigator.
So up at the top right here, is that how we're identifying it as user accounts?
That is correct.
All right. So what is user accounts going to show?
I mean, it'll show if they have a WhatsApp, a Facebook page, it'll identify those and actually sometimes give you the information you need to, if you need to send off a legal process for that account.
All right. So I'll refer you to column number 3, for example.
You need to get a
What
warrant.
is that?
I'm sorry, column.
And
Yeah, column, I'm looking at the numbers on the left side.
such as
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So number 3.
Okay. That's ZachDavidHughes@gmail.com.
And so is that the information that would have been put on this report from that phone?
That's correct.
So what does that tell you, me, or whoever's looking at this thing?
It just tells you that one of the users on that phone has an email account of ZachDavidHughes@gmail.
Okay. What about number 6 and 7?
SDGpiano@Yahoo, and then the Beethoven Odyssey@gmail.com were additional accounts that were on that phone.
So that information is given to us, given to the solicitor's office, given to investigators to help identify whose phone that is.
It helps, yes.
Okay. All right. So are there additional reports called device events?
There are.
All right. What's a device events report?
anything that phone does.
The iPhone will pick up an extremely large amount of activity that you're doing on your phone every day. It will show if you turn the device on, if you turn it off, if the screen comes on, the screen goes off. If you rotate it from the to landscape mode or portrait mode to landscape, it tells that you did that. It's a treasure trove of information of what's going on with that phone in the hands of the user.
And do y'all use this in investigations to help determine what that phone was doing during a certain amount of time?
Correct.
And is it able to tell you certain things?
It is.
Will it tell you when the phone's plugged in or unplugged?
Correct.
For example.
Horizontal.
And did you run a report on Zach Hughes' phone for device events?
I did.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 175. Do you recognize that exhibit?
Yes, this is a copy of the device events
For whose phone?
for Zach Hughes' phone.
Your Honor, State moves 175 into evidence.
Objection. Objection.
All right.
Did they say objection?
All right. So I'm going to start with column 1. And I'll see it there. All right. So tell us what that column 1 is, and we're just going to go down the columns, and you can tell this jury what is this telling you?
That just, it gives you the time. It's a time date stamp for the value of the event that you're looking at.
Okay. So the event type tells you what the event is.
Correct.
The value tells you kind of what it's doing.
Correct. In other words, device plug-in status. It's going to show you basically in the values that it was plugged in.
What about this source over here?
That just tells you basically where it was found by the Cellbrite program in the database. That's where it extracted it out.
So looking at number one, what's the date and time and the end time, and what was the event?
It was on October 13th at 4:30 a.m. and it was plugged in.
So is that telling you that somebody plugged in their phone to charge it?
Correct.
So that would require manual manipulation.
Yes.
All right. And let's go to number two.
Basically, it's 10:13 at 4:30 a.m. It's telling you that the phone was unlocked.
So how would somebody unlock a phone?
Usually either Face ID, thumbprint, put the passcode in. One of those usually would be the way to do it.
So that means the phone is in somebody's
Thank you, Julie.
hand,
Listen,
Right.
thank you very much.
being manipulated by a person. Is that
Correct.
fair?
We got it. Yay.
All right. And so number three?
At 5:56 a.m. on the 13th, it's telling you that the phone was unlocked.
And same analysis
thing.
applies.
Correct.
All right. Number four?
At 6:02, the phone is unlocked.
And number five?
At 6:09 a.m., the phone was again unlocked.
All right. And this is all on October 13th.
All of these are, yeah, everything I think on this report is the 13th.
So I'll refer you to number five.
Again, the phone is unlocked at 6:09.
Number six.
Phone again unlocked at 7:06.
Number seven.
Phone again unlocked at 7:07.
And then number eight.
The phone is again unlocked at 7:41.
What is the end time on number eight?
I'm sorry.
The end time? Does it have a start time and an
I
end
can,
time? Oh, I'm
need to
sorry.
move it up just a tad.
Move it up.
There you go.
There you go.
7:42.
All right. So then I'm going to show you column number 9. What is that? Column number 9.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. At 7:42 a.m., the device is plugged in.
And then what about the end time?
End time is 11:34.
And then I'm going to go to number 10, and then we're going to go back to number 9. But what's number 10?
10 is at 10:34, the device is plugged in.
Is that 11:34?
I'm sorry, 11:34.
Device is plugged in. All right. So explain to this jury what this gap in time is. We've got 7:42 to 11:34.
It's just showing that the phone has not been manipulated, plugged in, turned on, unlocked, any of those normal things that happen with the phone,
It's not being utilized.
not being utilized.
All right. And then it continues on. For example, number 13. What's going on at number 13?
Okay, at 11:35, you're having a orientation change of the phone to landscape, means he was looking at it like this, turned it and was looking at it in that mode.
So that would require physical manipulation of the phone.
Correct.
Go from a vertical phone to a horizontal phone.
Correct.
All right. And then for time's sake, does it just continue? What about number 16?
16 at 1:21 PM, the output speaker is turned on.
And at what time was that?
That was it, 1:21 to 1:41.
And then what about number 17?
Change of landscape at 1:21.
And again, number 18?
You have another orientation landscape at 1:41.
And let's go back up to the top of this report. What time in number 19?
19 again, speaker activation at 1:48 PM.
I'll skip to number, what about number 22?
22, you have a speaker activation at 2:22
I'm right here.
PM.
Okay. And what's the end time on that?
3:50 PM.
And so I'll take you to number 83, just sort of the end of this report on the 13th. So what was the last thing that the Zach Hughes phone did on the 13th?
He unlocked it at 11:40 PM.
That night? Okay. The night of the 13th?
Correct.
Okay. All right. Did you have the occasion to print out any more reports?
Gosh, yeah.
Lots of reports.
Yes.
Did you do a report entitled Timeline?
I did.
Okay. And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 176. Do you recognize that report?
Yes, that is timeline.
Is that a timeline for application usage log?
Correct.
Your Honor, State moves 176 into evidence. No objection.
Objection 176.
All right. So I'm going to show you. You can just tell us about the number one line and what that means and at what time.
Just that application usage log stating that on 10/13/2021 at 7:06 AM, the application usage log, he was logged in to his
And what is the description?
VPN, Express VPN.
What is that?
VPN is just a way of a private logging in to the internet.
And so what is application usage log?
Application usage log, it's just what it says. It's the usage of that particular thing on that day.
Is it tell you the usage of a particular app or an application?
Correct.
Okay, and so it tells you when you use a certain application or if it, let me ask you
Correct.
this, if it's not on there, that means you're not using it. Is that correct?
Most likely, yes.
So I'm gonna show you number 6. What is the application usage log?
That's 10/13/2021 at 7:07 a.m. And that's the ExpressVPN.
All right. Is that the last application usage log on Zach Hughes' phone on the 13th?
It is.
Did you do some more reports?
I'm thinking.
This is the final.
Yeah, I think there's more coming.
All right.
I
Let me
have
show you.
final product.
I'm gonna ask you about, what about an application, report from the Cellbrite regarding wireless networks?
Correct.
All right. Will that show what wireless networks you connected to along the way?
It will.
We'll show you States Exhibit 177.
Yeah.
Is that the wireless networks report that you ran?
It is.
Your Honor, State moves 177 into evidence.
No objection. No objection.
So what is the wireless networks report?
I'm sorry, what now?
What is the wireless networks report?
It shows when somebody connects to a wireless network that's available to them.
All right. I'm going to refer you to line number 3.
So that's a when Wi-Fi is the name of the Wi-Fi, and then it's showing that it auto-connected on 10/13 at 2021 at 1:17 p.m.
So at 1:17 on the 13th, Zach Hughes' phone was connected to the Wind Wi-Fi.
Correct.
And you just heard testimony. Where's the Wind Wi-Fi located?
799 Indian Flats up in Marietta.
And what does last auto connected mean?
That means the last time it auto connected. In other words, he didn't have to put in the password. He drives up the house, walks up, whatever, and it connects. Just like mine does it, my office and at home. I never have to do anything to it to get it to connect.
All right. Did you run a report entitled Web History?
I did.
And what is Web History going to show you?
It's just the where he goes on the web during any particular time.
Okay. More lag time.
show you state's exhibit 178. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And is that the web history search for October 13th, 2021? Was that Hughes?
It is.
Your Honor, state moves 178 into evidence.
No objection.
So I'm going to show you line. Let's just start with 321. Tell this jury how this works, like how you read this report.
It just basically is that first one is it's telling you the Google search that he did, and it was done on 10/13/2021 at 8:22 p.m. in the evening.
All right, I'm going to take you back to the end of the report. These reports sometimes start from early in the day and then go all the way
Right, you read them backwards.
backwards. All right, so at 3:40, sorry, 3:40, what time was that? Would be his first search on October 13th,
Correct.
2021, right?
Correct.
So the first search was at what time?
It was at 4:23 p.m. on the 13th.
And this right here just tells you what he was logged into.
Correct.
So he wasn't doing any web searches in the morning of October 13th.
No.
Were you able to run a report called call logs?
I was.
And what is the call log report going to show?
Basically, the call log shows you the calls that he received, made, usually gives you the duration that the call was.
What is this number right here?
That would be the number associated with Zach Hughes' WhatsApp.
And that is using WhatsApp.
Mhm.
Can you make phone calls through WhatsApp?
You can.
And what was the duration of that call?
1 hour and 53 minutes.
On October 12th
Correct.
at what time?
7:01 p.m.
That's 7 o'clock at night.
Correct.
What about column 14?
That's a call from Zach Hughes to John Mello. It's an outgoing call. It took place also on the 12th of October at 8:54 p.m. and it was 2 minutes and 19 seconds.
And so that call was at what time?
8:54 p.m.
And then going to column 13.
It's a call from Zach Hughes' WhatsApp account to John Mello's WhatsApp account. It took place on 10/13/2021 at 3:50 p.m. and it was an hour and 20 minutes.
So that's on October 13th, 2021 at 3:50 in the afternoon
Correct.
for a duration of an hour and 20 minutes.
Correct.
And then number 12.
Number 12 is from John Mello to Zach Hughes, 10/13/2021 at 7:01 p.m., 14 seconds.
And then number 11.
A call from Zach Hughes to John Mello, on the 13th of October, 7:15 p.m. for 19 minutes and 46 seconds.
And then I'll refer you back to number 8.
Call from John Mello to Zach Hughes on 10/14 at 2:05 p.m. for 22 minutes.
Right, so that's the day after the murder.
Correct.
And then what about number 7?
It's a call to Max Hyde Law Firm on the 14th of October at 2:10 p.m. for 2 minutes and 39 seconds.
And what about number 6?
It's a call to Isabella Mello on 10/14/2021 at 2:16 p.m. for 34 seconds.
And then number 5?
Another call back to Max Hyde Law Firm at 3:44 p.m. on the 14th of October, 2 minutes and 23 seconds.
And then number 4?
Can you pull it down just a tad? Okay, there you go. It's a call from Isabel Mello incoming to Zach Hughes on the 14th of October at 3:46 p.m. Not answered.
And number 3?
Call to Isabel Mello 10/14/2021 at 3:47 p.m. 3 minutes and 22 seconds.
Our state moves 179 into evidence. I may have forgotten.
It's been a lot of exhibits.
It's a lot. I'm sorry. I get in my groove.
Okay. Thank you. 179 comes in.
Think about the last report.
Thank you.
So the last report is called activity sensor data. What is that?
That is, if you have an iPhone, it's your activity app on there, steps, flights of stairs climbed, distance traveled during your activity.
Investigative parent, show your state's exhibit 180. You recognize it?
I do.
that the activity sensor data?
It is the activity sensor data.
State moves 180 in evidence. No objection.
Objection, 180.
All right. And again, if you want to start beginning of the day, work backwards. So I'll start you with page 6 of the report. I guess that's it. All right. So explain to the jury the first column there, or columns.
Okay, the first column 16 is showing that
Oh,
the time frame between 6 a.m. or 5 a.m. and 6 a.m. on the 13th of October, the activity took place during that time.
So on down here at the bottom on 10/13 at 5:39 a.m., it says distance traveled.
Correct.
So what was the distance traveled at 5:39 a.m.?
51 meters.
And then at 5:57, how many meters were traveled?
4.23 meters traveled.
Now, I'm certain that for your phone to register this information, you have to have it on your person.
Correct.
If it's sitting on a table when you're walking around, it's not going to magically
No, it's not going to pick anything
pick
up.
anything up.
No.
So let's go from, I guess, the time frame 6 to 7 o'clock.
6 to 7 o'clock on the 13th of October. Between that period of time, the actual breakdown of when it actually took place was the distance. Which one do you want first? Speed? Okay, steps were at 610, 611. You got a one flight of stairs. Distance traveled 21 meters, and the speed was 1.29.
Then we'll go from the time frame of 7 a.m. to 8 a.m.
7 a.m. to 8 a.m. If you could move it up just a tad. Okay, from 7 to 8 o'clock, you had two flights of stairs climbed. At 11:50, 11:37, you had one.
No, I think good 14 from 7 to 8 a.m. At 7:41, how many steps were made?
At 7:41, you had 41 meters traveled.
So that's at 7:41 a.m.
Correct.
And then when is the next activity on this phone?
So there's no other activity picked up by the phone as user activity until 11:35. Looks like the earliest time, 11:35 a.m. on the 13th.
All right, so let's start at 11:35 and work our way up on distance traveled, flights climbed, and steps, because that would be between 11 and 8 o'clock, right? I mean, 11 and 12 o'clock.
11, and that's your time frame, 11 to 12.
Okay. All right, so not to be confusing, at 7:41, the last step was 41 meters.
Correct.
Indicated right there.
It was 41 meters at 7:41 a.m.
All right. And then the next activity with the phone in hand
Correct.
is what time?
11:35 a.m.
Okay. And then at 11:35, what happens?
You have 79 meters traveled.
All right. And then 11:48.
1148, you have 37 meters.
And 1158,
156 meters.
and as far as flights climbed at 1137,
You had one flight, and then at 1150, you had two.
all right. And then as far as steps are concerned, at 1135,
1135, 115 steps.
1148,
62,
and of course 1158.
249.
Now let's move up to the time frame of 11 to 12. I'm sorry, 12 to 1.
12 to 1.
All right. So this is the time frame from 12 to 1. What time does it start as far as speed is concerned?
Speed, it starts at 12:07 p.m.
And what is the speed at 12:07?
It's 1.35 meters per second,
You know, is that somebody walking?
taking a step.
And then, and so that speed is measured up until when?
To 12:59, 47 seconds, just shy of 1 o'clock.
So what about from 12:08 to 12:57 on distance traveled?
You have, at 12:08, you got 316 meters. At 12:18, you have another 88 meters. 12:23, 33 meters. 12:33, another 211. 246, 211, and then at 12:58, you have 229.
And then flights climbed?
Flights climb, you have one flight recorded.
And then what about your steps from 12:08 to 12:57?
You have 477 at 12:08, at 12:18, 138, 12:23, 51, 12:33, 343, 12:46, 340, and at 12:57, 359.
So would that be consistent with somebody, say, cleaning their car and walking around the woods? Which are on? And then I'm going to go to number 16 at the bottom there. What is that time frame?
Okay, you got from 5 a.m. to 6 a.m. on the 13th, and that is distance traveled is 51 meters at 5:39 a.m. At 5:57 a.m. you have 4.23 meters traveled. And then stepwise at
My son's school, my
5:39 you have 68 steps, and at 5:57 you have 9.
All right. And I jumped ahead. I'm going to go back
Oh,
to
no, this is
the areas of 1 to 2.
sorry. I sorry.
1 p.m. to 2 p.m. on the 13th. Again. And you can just summarize Investigator Perry for 10:13 at 1 o'clock to 2 o'clock.
You have distance traveled 515 meters, 3 flights of stairs climbed, and maximum speed of 1.3 meters per second.
And then from the time frames of 2 to 3,
You have total distance 61 meters, 1 flight, and maximum speed 1.09.
all right. Investigator Perry, if you'll just answer any questions defense may have.
I don't have any questions for this.
Sure. Next witness is going to take a hot minute. I don't know if you want to take an early break and
We'll take an early break. Get back to the jury room. Get some coffee.
Kind of like this judge. My son is sharing about how our capuchin, we gave her some bread pudding last night, just a very little piece. And she'd take a little bite and she'd just so gentle. Usually she's like, but she was so gentle with it. It was funny. Oh, we're about ready to catch up. Is this the same guy? Is this somebody different? But she enjoyed Matt's bread pudding. That's what he had for his birthday dessert last night.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Jared Sparkman,
Investigator Sparkman, with whom are you employed?
Greenville County Sheriff's Office,
And how long have you been with the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
since 2016.
And what is your current role there?
I'm the sergeant of the homicide unit.
And what is your prior employment history with law enforcement?
After I graduated from the University of South Carolina in 2008, I began my law enforcement career with Anderson County Sheriff's Office in 2011 after I graduated the Criminal Justice Academy. I was there until 2016. I went to Greenville County Sheriff's Office in uniform patrol. I was in uniform patrol for about a year. I went to work in the white collar investigations unit. From there, I was promoted to the rank of master deputy in the armed robbery unit. I was there for a period of time, and then in 2020, I went to the homicide unit. I was there until 2023. I got promoted to the rank of sergeant. I went back to uniform patrol. I was there for a few months until a sergeant position came open in homicide, and that's where I currently am. I have attended multiple advanced homicide classes. There's a 2-week class that the University of Louisville puts on. It's a very prestigious class. Multiple other week-long classes for homicide investigations, along with other advanced week-long classes such as shooting reconstruction, interview and interrogation, classes like that.
And are you the one of the lead detectives or investigators in this case?
Yes, sir.
And how did you become the lead in this particular case?
So on October 13th, 2021, it was a Wednesday, around 11 o'clock, I was at my desk at the Law Enforcement Center. I was made aware that there was a homicide in Greer. I was deemed to be the lead investigator on the case. I was tasked with being the lead investigator on the case, and then I responded to the scene.
He was told.
Tell the jury about responding to the scene, and what you saw, and what did you do?
That's fine.
When I got there, I meet with Uniform Patrol, get as much information as I can from them. For a homicide investigation, there's a lot of things that need to be done, and a lot of things that need to be done fairly quickly. So I delegated tasks.
What about, do you assess the scene and meet with different parties to figure out the situation?
Yes, sir. So one of the people that was on scene was Bradley Post. I know Bradley Post arrived in a
small red Mercedes sports car. I was advised that he found his fiancee, Christina Parcell, deceased in the house. And then Mr. Post then went back to the law enforcement center to be interviewed while I remained on scene.
And are you gathering sort of background information about the victim and the residents of everyone who's living there?
Yes. That house was lived in by Christina Parcell and her sister Tina, along with Christina's daughter Ida. I know that doing some other background investigations at that house, that there was priors for harassment and stalking that Ms. Parcell had filed a complaint on.
And do you then start deciding how you're going to attack the case?
Yes. So like I said, we delegate tasks. One of the first things that I like to do that's important because it's time sensitive is capture cameras. I asked Investigator Stokes to canvass the neighborhood to look for any ring cameras, talk to any witnesses. A lot of times those ring cameras, or whatever cameras they are, if they're recording for nonstop, the data, the information, the footage that I need may not be there by the time I need it. So that's a time sensitive matter.
And did y'all start looking for ring cameras and those kind of things?
Yes, sir.
And were you delegating those out?
I was.
Were one of your leads to an individual named Alex Fields?
Yes, sir.
And did you talk with him about any relationship to this case?
I did.
And was it standard policy for you when you talk to somebody at this early in the stage, would you take a DNA sample of them?
Yes, at this point, we didn't have a lead. We didn't have a good lead. So anybody that we come in contact with that we feel like has a connection, we'll get a DNA sample.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 181. And ask you if you can identify that.
You want me to open it? Yes, sir. This is still sealed, but I know that inside of this is the buccal swab that I got from Alex Fields.
So you did take his buccal swab?
I took it myself, yes, sir.
How did you do that?
It's a cotton swab. It's like a long Q-tip. You just swab it inside of their cheeks. You get 2 of them. You put it in a container, put the lid on it, and you seal it up.
Is that your JDS1? Is that?
Yes, sir.
You?
That's me. Yes, sir.
Jared
First,
Clark.
middle, and last name. Yes, sir.
And once you take the swab, you secure it in a tube,
Yes, sir.
and then what do you do with it?
I secured in property and evidence.
So y'all are out the scene. You're looking for any leads that you can possibly get. What's your first big break?
Investigator Stokes comes to me. I'm speaking with Christina's sister, Tina, in my vehicle. He comes to me and says, we got some footage from right across the street at 121 Cambridge, which y'all seen. That's huge because not only does that give us a description of our suspect, but also gives us a time frame to start narrowing our search down for.
And so that was the ring camera of the suspect walking into the front door.
Yes, sir. That was the ring camera that shows white male in dark clothing with a backpack going into the front door of 122 Cambridge Drive.
And so from there, what did you necessarily do? By doing that, how does that narrow your investigation?
Well, we know that at that time at 9:15 in the morning, we know that that's when our suspect goes in. So we focus, we start at 9:15, we work our way out. We work forwards and backwards to try to get any video that we can find of the suspect entering the area, leaving the area, how he got there, things like that.
All right. So when was the first time you ever heard the name Zach Hughes?
First time I ever heard that name was October 22nd, 2021, when we were speaking with Michael Manigault in the interview room.
So that was your first lead towards him.
Yes, sir.
And up until that time, what have y'all been doing?
We've been interviewing and in as many people as we could that we feel like had information for this case. People that had connections to Mr. Mello, people that had that knew Tina, that knew Christina, just that knew everybody. We didn't have much to go on other than that ring camera, so we were just talking as much to as many people as we could.
Now, you spoke to Mr. Manigault. Did you take his DNA sample? Not you personally, but was his DNA taken?
His DNA was taken, yes, sir.
I think it was taken by Master Deputy Wolf.
I believe so.
Did you take his phone?
Yes, sir.
And did you send that over to be downloaded and reviewed?
We did.
So was it sort of normal protocol to take DNA samples and phones from individuals that may be potentially related to this case?
Yes, sir. There was a connection with Mr. Manigault and Mr. Mello, and obviously we know Mr. Mello was going through this heated child custody battle. And, we didn't have much to go on. We were still grinding away. So we just want to get as much information as we can. And if we don't need it, we don't need it, but at least we have it.
And so was your next big break was the flock camera?
Yes, sir. When we were speaking with Mr. Manigault, Investigator Wolf, who spoke to y'all earlier, he went and did some research on Mr. Hughes and did some research, found his truck, found him on a flock camera, as you saw the day of the murder, with that bicycle in the back of his truck. And that was the only day that bicycle was in the back of that truck.
So is that when y'all were able to get a warrant for 200 Tyndall?
Yes, sir.
Was that the residence of Zach Hughes?
Yes, sir.
And at 200 Tyndall, is that first time you all really laid eyes on Zach Hughes?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to seize his phone?
We did.
And what do you do when you seize these phones? I know there's multiple phones. For example, you obviously seized and took the victim's phone.
Yes, sir.
Christina Parcell's.
Yes, sir.
So with Zach Hughes' phone, what do you do with it?
We take it and we get a search warrant for it, and we send it to our unit that does data extractions on cell phones, and they get as much information off of that cell phone as they can.
And now once those downloads are produced and put in that, I think Jim Perry talked about Cellbrite Reader, and I think we spent a lot of time looking at Cellbrite Reader just a moment
Okay, I
ago.
want to talk about something he just said that most people are not aware of. Did y'all catch it? Did you catch what he said? They took the phone and then they went to get a warrant. Is that legal or not legal? I'd like a response before I explain what I'm going to say. They took the phone before. Is that legal or illegal? Anybody listening? Oh, that's right. I got a delay. I got to wait a minute. We had this problem when it came to my ex-husband's case. So this chick knows the answer to this. Okay. Since nobody's answering, I'll go ahead and give you the answer. They can remove, move, sit with, guard anything that they think they need to get a warrant for. They can take it from one room and put it in another room so long as they don't open it, they don't investigate it. If you notice, he said, we took the phone, then we went and got a warrant, which means then I may have some beads falling out. I got to anchor. The reason why is this. For an example, on a cell phone or computer, if they suspect with they have reasonable cause to believe there's evidence on that phone, they can take said phone and put it on their desk, and you cannot touch it. Nope, no touchy by you. You can't touch it. And they can leave it there until they get the warrant. Now, what is important is what he said here was that they then got the warrant. They can't open it. They can't turn it off. Well, they can put it in airplane mode. That they can do. But they cannot open it. They can't look at it. They can't dive into it. They can't do anything to that phone but let it sit like a brick on their desk until a warrant comes through. They're preserving evidence, which is what they can legally do. A lot of people have a lot of misconceptions and don't understand how that is so. And so I wanted to explain that because it can get pretty confusing. So if you ever have a situation and they take your phone, your computer, your iPad, your laptop, whatever it is, and they put it on their desk after turning it off, putting the airplane mode on, they can do that. Now, if you sit there and you watch them turn around and decide, that they're going to start looking in it before the warrant, it's not legal unless he gave it to them. No, they can request it. They can say, may we see your phone? He hands it to them. Well, and yes and no, it also depends. For example, if it's a computer and they believe with reasonability that you are going to delete evidence or do anything to try to get rid of evidence, they can go over there and take it. But they can't open it. They can't look at it. They can't do anything with it. They can take it. They can seize it. But they can't use it. They can't investigate it. They can't do anything. I know some people don't believe me and they tell me I'm a lying fool, but I'm telling you the truth. We experienced something similar, I'm not going to say exactly what, in my ex-husband's case. And I thought we were going to have evidence that could not be brought in because they took something and sat with it until the warrant came through. And unfortunately, this is exactly what we dealt with. They had reasonable cause to take said item and hold on to it in a separate room and sat with it. They got all their equipment together to do their investigation. They can do anything they want, but they cannot download or investigate or do anything to it until there's a warrant. So, like if they go to a drug house, right? And just say they had an undercover, and the undercover sold some drugs or something illegal to somebody, say a couple blocks down in the street. And then that person runs into a house with a backpack. And they follow that person They have reasonable, I mean, they had eyes on him the whole time. They follow that person. And they catch up to that person. And they take that backpack. They can't, if they go in the house, they can't search it without a warrant unless they have probable cause. And they can take the backpack and hold on to it. They can separate the backpack from the person, but they can't do anything to it until they have a warrant. That is my understanding. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice, but I know that this was going to be an issue where he stated, and let's go back a couple of things where he
Hughes phone, what do you do with it?
We take it, and we get a search warrant.
Is that first time you all really laid eyes on Zach Hughes?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to seize his phone?
We did.
And
seize.
what do you do when you seize these phones? I know there's multiple phones. For example, you obviously seized and took the victim's phone.
Yes, sir.
Christina Parcell.
Yes, sir.
So with Zach Hughes' phone, what do you do with it?
We take it, and we get a search warrant for it, and we send it to our unit that.
So they
that
can take
extractions
it.
on cell phones.
They just
And
can't
they
do
get as much
anything with it
information off
until
that
they have a
cell phone as
search
they can.
warrant.
And now, once those downloads are produced and put in that, I think Jim Perry talked about Cellbrite Reader, and I think we spent a lot of time looking at Cellbrite Reader just a moment ago. Do you review that with the experts on the phone side, or y'all coordinate with that information that you derive from that phone?
Yes, sir. We review it. I'll review it on my own. I'll review it with them because, they're more familiar with that process. So we do it together.
Okay. And what are you looking for inside those phones?
Looking for anything from pictures to location data to phone calls. We look through the address book, messages, anything that we can get out of that phone is what we're looking through.
And on Zach Hughes' phone, we've heard some testimony to it. Were you able to locate WhatsApp messages?
Yes, sir.
Do you recall sort of the difficulty in those WhatsApp messages that you had in your investigation?
Yes, sir.
Tell this jury about that.
So those WhatsApp messages, when they were recovered from Zach Hughes' cell phone, when we got them, they were in a scrambled state. The words weren't in order how they should be. It made no sense. And the reason for that is when a WhatsApp is deleted from a device and then recovered using what they use to do the forensic download of the phone, when they're recovered, they're in a scrambled state.
And now in WhatsApp, if we communicate with each other on my phone to your phone in WhatsApp, is there any way to get that information from the WhatsApp corporate office?
No, WhatsApp is encrypted end to end. We'll send a search warrant to WhatsApp, and there's nothing they can give us as far as the meat and potatoes of these conversations. What they'll give us is the account information of each number, of each WhatsApp number, and that's basically it.
And did you in fact send a search warrant for WhatsApp?
We did.
And did you get any of these messages from WhatsApp?
No, sir.
So if you want to be able to do something illegal, use WhatsApp.
Now, did you review all of those WhatsApps?
Yes, sir.
And about how many WhatsApps do you think you reviewed?
It was a lot, hundreds and hundreds.
Enough to fill a thick binder?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you went through all of those?
Yes, sir.
And in those WhatsApps, when you're reading the messages, are the words in a coherent order, or do you have to kind of analyze what they are?
I have to analyze what they are.
And did you analyze what they are in relation to the facts that of this investigation?
Yes, sir.
All right. And were you able to pull relevant WhatsApp messages that you believe to be relevant to this investigation?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm going to show you what's already been into evidence, States Exhibit 173. So what is State's Exhibit 173?
This is the first page of the report that was extracted from Zach Hughes' cell phone. And it shows a WhatsApp conversation. And this conversation is between Zach Hughes and John Mello.
And so would this be the first WhatsApp communication between those two individuals
Yes.
that you recovered?
That we recovered, yes, sir.
All right. And what's the date of that?
December 7th, 2020.
Is that October 7th?
I'm sorry, October 7th, 2020.
Is that better?
Yeah, better correct that. That's a 2-month
And
difference.
so it says instant messages, and up there, what's that number right there?
1,769.
And what does this say right here?
That says scrambled.
And is this date accurate right here? I mean, the time in which it was sent accurate?
Yes, sir.
How do you know that?
I know that when Cellbrite provides the report, they automatically adjust the time to make it correct.
So it's in Eastern Standard
They
Time.
go from, they convert it, I guess is a better way to put it, convert it from UTC to Eastern Standard Time.
All right, and so this first message from Zach, and I'm assuming that's Zach up there.
Yes, this report, it pulled a picture of Zach Hughes. And also when we got the return back from WhatsApp, it did give us that picture as his profile picture. It's his picture. It has his telephone number that ends in 0020, says Zachary Hughes owner.
And so what is this first message on October 7th, 2020 at 11:40 a.m.?
It says, "It's John Zach."
So when we're talking about scramble, is this an easy sort of example of the scramble?
Yes, sir. I feel confident I could unscramble that.
So what do you think? What would you derive from that as far as your investigation?
Well, knowing that this text is from John Mello, because it has right here his number at whatsapp.net and says John Mello. We know that's his number because that number was in his email signature from the Google emails that we sent. So I know it says Zach. I know it says Zach. It's John.
And you also know that, do you know that Zach spells his name Z-A-C-K?
I do know that. I know that some documents were located in his room at 200 Tyndall, and that's how his name was spelled on it.
And then this would be a response right there. And so again, it says, what does it say?
It says scrambled.
All right, and this little dot there,
So that little red, it's an X. I'm not sure if you could see it, but it's an X, and that's on all of these messages from both parties. That means that this was a deleted WhatsApp that was recovered.
and so who was the response from?
The response is from Zachary Hughes, and I know that because it has Zachary Hughes' phone number, ends in 0020.
And he's in green, is that correct?
Yes, sir. On all of these messages that you will see, the ones on the left in blue are all from John Mello. The ones on the right in green are all from Zachary Hughes.
All right, and so what does this message say?
I'm going to read it as is. It reads, "Is on it other the my man how side."
And
I interpret.
in your interpretation of that, this is your interpretation in relation to your investigation, correct?
Yes, sir. I interpret that as how's it going on the other side, something to that extent. And I believe I know that because I know that at this time, Mr. Mello was on the other side of the Atlantic Ocean in Italy. Mr. Hughes was in the United States.
All right, I'm going to show you some more WhatsApps, and we'll go through them the best we can. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 183.
going to show you states Exhibit 183. See if you recognize that.
Yes, sir.
Can you tell the jury what that is?
This is a printout of some more WhatsApp messages between John Mello and Zach Hughes from April the 16th of 2021 to April the 17th of 2021.
Your Honor, state moves Exhibit 183 into evidence.
Without objection.
All right, you said the dates are April 16th, 2021. Put us in context of what's going on in this particular case in April of 2021.
If you recall, April of 2021 is when Christina was able to go to Italy and bring Aida back to the United States, to South Carolina.
All right. So there is the first message, and it's in blue. So who's it from?
This is from John Mello.
All right, and what does that message say?
Up in WhatsApp, you was setting sorry.
In relation to this investigation, do you have any significant interpretation of that?
It says WhatsApp in there.
WhatsApp. So you derive. It's talking about WhatsApp.
It's talking about this application.
And the next one is, what's the date of that one?
The date is 4/17, April 17th, 2021.
At what time?
It's at 6:55 a.m.
And
This is from John Mello. It says, secret phone number got I dude private Christina's.
so how did you interpret that in relation to this investigation?
I interpret that as, dude, I've got Christina's private number.
And then what looks like 2 minutes later, what's the date on that?
The same date, April 17th, 21 at 6:57 a.m.
And what does that one say?
This is a message from John Mello. It says, harass shit of her 5142. We can the 864 out 483.
So how did you interpret that in relation to this case?
I believe he's providing Christina's phone number, which I know ends in 5142. He's saying, harass the shit out of her.
He's doing some good deciphering.
What is that first message?
That's interesting.
This is a message from John Mello on April 17th of 21 at 8:33 a.m. He sends a JPEG image. You can't tell, you don't know what the image is. It didn't recover the image, only that an image was sent.
All right, so why can't you recover the images?
Because it's encrypted. The fact that it was encrypted and the fact that it was deleted from his phone, the images weren't able to be recovered.
The next one?
The next one's from John Mello, same date at 8:33 a.m. It says, email please to this me photo.
And Zach Hughes' response?
Excellent, haha.
Now, you don't know what that photo is.
No, sir.
Do you know when John
I would
Mello
assume it'd be a
submitted
photo of her.
Zach Hughes
That's what I would
photos of
assume.
Christina Parcell with no clothes on? We've looked at them all morning.
I know it was around this time. I don't recall the exact date, but I know it was around this time.
What about May, middle of May?
Yes, sir.
Is that right? All right. Back to the top.
This is a message from Zach Hughes to John Mello. The same date at 8:37, just did. He, right after that, says, of her photo, great. Great photo of her is how I see that. John Mello, just shortly after, responds with thanks And then IBAR got I don't have an interpretation for that. This is also on April 17th of 21 at 8:38. Zach Hughes messages, let's talk later, next hour's teaching. I'm the 6-4 but. I translate that as, let's talk later. I'm teaching. He's busy teaching something, likely piano lessons or some type of musical lessons. He then states shortly after, you stop thinking, guys, been about non. And Mr. Mello responds with thanks, okay. And then thank you, brother. This message is from John Mello, April 17th of 21 at 8:39. It states, dollar burner phone, buy cheap, a store. I interpret that he's telling him to buy cheap burner phone from a store. He then states, haha, something else, no for. And then he states, message, ignore that last, shortly after. Then Mr. Mello again states, burner pay, get, will, I, a, but.
What do you interpret that as?
It looks like he's saying he'll pay for the burner phone.
What do people use a burner phone for?
A lot of people use, in my training experience, they use burner phones when they don't want, what's on their actual phone to come out. A lot of it's used in a lot of drug deals. It's just a cheap phone that people can get. They're not associated with that number, and they can toss it when they're finished with it.
All right. We'll move on to another day. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 184. Two States 184. You recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Are those the WhatsApp messages that we reviewed, we've been discussing?
These are still the WhatsApp messages in this same report from May the 15th of 2021 to May the 20th of 2021.
All right, I'm going to show you the first one here. Who is this? Oh, sorry, State moves 184 to evidence. No objection.
This is Mr. Mello. He sends another JPEG image to Zachary Hughes. Again, we don't know what the image is. But with that image, he sends a message and it states, my Christina, our daughters present mother, JPEG, gentlemen and ladies, Parcell. I interpret that as, ladies and gentlemen, I present Christina's mother.
And then is there a second?
There's a second image. It's another unknown JPEG image.
And what about that
At 8:18 p.m., the message states Warren Escort, Caroline, AKA Sweet. And that's relevant in this investigation because as you saw from some of the items that were in these packages that were mailed out, Caroline Warren's name, the name Caroline Warren was on there.
So those were the items that were in the packages.
Yes, sir.
Show you State's Exhibit 185. So you see it's 185.
These are more of the WhatsApp messages between John Mello and Zachary Hughes. These are dated from May 23rd, 21 to July the 3rd of 2021.
State moves 185 into evidence. Without objection. Objection. And we'll start at the top with the date.
This is from Mr. Mello to Mr. Hughes on May 23rd, 2021 at 2:13 p.m. Just states no. The following message is on the following day, May 24th at 3:42 a.m. It states Part V is writing its best. A few hours later at 8:15, Mello states, listen should make that you from today, Greenville, thinking I'm. And then a couple minutes later, he sends a message that says mail.
Why did that grab your attention?
Well, that grabbed my attention because he's talking about mailing things from the Greenville area. And I know that
Potentially.
right, potentially. And I know that we've got these, I know about these letters that have been sent out. So it piqued my interest. Mello states on the same date at 8:17 a.m. an outside mailbox.
And then does Zach Hughes respond?
Yes, sir. Zach Hughes responds at 8:18 a.m., says, all right. He follows that up with a message and it reads, I'm riding bike my way that. I interpret that as I'm riding my bike that way. And then right after that, he states, the message says, B want camera on truck. The camera, the truck won't be on camera.
And now more from John Mello.
John Mello at 8:19 a.m., still on the 24th of May. This message reads, Charlotte Post, be your day outs info flight mailed from in Wood, same mark, the is Charlotte. think you skipped over one. You come down a little bit. Then Mello states, it says puts Charlotte in you, puts you in Charlotte. Mr. Mello then states at 8:20 a.m., it says, and sunglasses, baseball, wear a hat.
I'm
He's
having
saying,
nothing.
wear a baseball hat and sunglasses.
Nobody to take me out on Valentine.
In viewing,
I haven't had a Valentine
Mr.
year.
Hughes' phone, were you able to determine whether Mr. Hughes visited Mr. Mello?
Yes.
And what about time what date did he visit Mr. Mello?
It was in June, early June of 2021.
How do you know that?
That is from just conversations that were pulled from messages from his cell phone.
Was there also a video on Zach's phone, Hughes, that you?
Yes, a video was pulled from Zach Hughes' cell phone, and it was a FaceTime. It was a recording of a FaceTime between John Mello and Aida Mello.
And who was doing the recording of the FaceTime?
I believe it was Zach Hughes that was doing the recording from his phone.
And who was he with in the recording?
John Mello and Zach Hughes were together.
And who was John Mello talking to?
John Mello's talking to Aida.
And about what time was that?
That was May 31st, 2021.
And was John Mello in Italy?
John Mello was in Italy. Therefore, Zach was in Italy.
All right. And then finally, they continued this conversation.
Yes, sir. They continue at 8:20 a.m. John Mello's, the message says, misspelling of phone, lobby, your, into, or Poinsett, on, go, the hotel, upstairs, down, sit, and play. I believe he's saying go to the Poinsett Hotel and sit down upstairs and play, likely the piano, because that's what his background is in. At 8:21, still on May 24th, John Mello states nice. A minute later, it says, time you post downtown 27, he has even our postman, it made camera 2 gets by office if on stops thee. I know that he's talking about a postman and he's talking about a camera. He then states, from come it anywhere would. I look at that and see it could come from anywhere.
And then what does Zach Hughes say?
At 8:24 a.m., it states, bought gray baseball yesterday, a nondescript cap.
So as far as your investigation is concerned, how did you interpret that?
With these last few messages, they're obviously trying to conceal identity, trying to keep out of view of cameras that may be nearby.
And did Zach Hughes continue to respond?
At 8:24, it states from Zach Hughes, drop just my ride in a box, in an box, it, I'll, and somewhere outside bike.
So what is your interpretation of that?
He's talking about riding his bike somewhere and dropping something in a box outside.
And what does he say?
Then states, good point. Mr. Mello responds at 8:25. This message states, too hard there or find. I interpret that as they are hard to find, likely. Mr. Mello then states, office post throughs drive or at the they. Something about post office.
These are all for Mr. Mello.
Yes, sir. We're still in blue. Mr. Mello at 8:26. This message says buying the you online or postage. I think he's saying, he's asking, are you buying the postage online? Then says, this message states, just that by UA, but B are heavy, will, Shramo, easy letters. And then stamp is the next message. The following message is 8:27 from Mr. Mello. And Staples postage, it can sell, I think, way.
Now, earlier we referred to, Zach Hughes referred to riding a bike to drop it off.
Yes, sir.
Is that important in this case?
I think it's extremely important. We obviously saw video of our suspect leaving the scene on a bicycle. At 8:41 a.m., Zach Hughes, this message says, of I know one. Then the next message is good thought. John Mello responds with sets you getting R2. It looks like he's asking, are you getting 2 sets?
Zach Hughes says what?
Yes. Zach Hughes, we're at 9:04 a.m. now. This message says, you let know it was much how I'll cash paying. And then first by IAU updated thumb drive go have I'll keep 2. John Mello responds with cool, okay.
Thumb drive.
Thumb drive sticks out, paying cash sticks out. Obviously, it's harder to track paying cash if you use a credit card, debit card.
All right, and what's the date of this?
We're May 24th of 21. This is at 9:07 a.m. It's the next message John Mello sends, and it says, to ruin going their weekend. Going to ruin their weekend.
Who do you think there is referring to?
I think there is referring to Miss
Well, they-
Parcell and everybody that received those letters.
This guy's real crappy.
Zach's response. Zach Hughes' response.
Yes, sir. Same date, 7:17 p.m. This message, it reads, in hold on can I-5 talk. At 8:21 p.m., the message from Zach Hughes states, before Zoom, Stathicus, we if won't, and thee can chat. Mello responds at 7:18 a.m. on the 26th at call 9:15.
Sounds almost like ASL.
And we are at July the 3rd of 21. This is 1:09. Zach Hughes responds with headed Marina, friends, I'm with to thee. John Mello responds at 1:09 p.m. on July the 3rd. 1 minute call.
Which is probably
Call in 1 minute. This is at 1:45 p.m. from Zach to John. It reads, sounds is on post like low funds.
Now, do you see how he spells post?
Yes, sir.
I'm referring to State's Exhibit 2. How is post spelled on this envelope on State's Exhibit 2?
It's incorrectly spelled Poast.
Boy, I gotta be careful. Someone reads my spelling, it'll be the end of my doing. If I commit a crime, I better not write anything.
And what was the other response?
From Zach, it states could from benefit as well. Check blank A. Could benefit from a blank check. How I look at it.
All right, I'm gonna move on to October 12th. Some more WhatsApps. Show your State's Exhibit 186. These additional WhatsApps, just like the ones we were reviewing.
Yes, sir.
Start date on those.
Start date on this is October 12th, 2021.
State moves 186 into evidence. No objection.
Objection, 186 comes in.
Starts there. All right, that is John Mello in blue.
John Mello still in blue, and this first message is dated October 12th, 2021 at 8:58 p.m. It reads, her arms who chopped off.
No.
And what do you think it refers to?
Ew.
I think it should read, who chopped off her arms. I think he's referring to Christina Mello, or Christina Parcell.
Photo.
Yes, a photo of Christina Parcell.
All right, and then this next one.
Same date. No, I'm sorry. This is on October the 13th, 2021 at 10:06 a.m. Burden.
Sorry, is this Mello
This
sending
is
this message?
from John Mello to Zachary Hughes. Burden if way, but Ada, life, like family, finally, beg down, case, am lawyer, love, more doomed, been a count think, than not listening is totally nothing, her it matter as I, 14 November, at would so leave, has me stake you to point, let have all even taking our due, close, stay, we, she, and us right of hate control, brother, no needs, was this can very far, your for come say with on thee. I don't know what it says. I know it's talking about a burden. I know that it mentions a lawyer. I know it mentions Ada.
And at what time does Zach respond on October 13th, 2021?
Zach Hughes responds at 11:36 a.m. on October 13th, 2021 with LOL.
And then again?
The next message right after it reads, I know, brother.
Going to, what's the date?
We're still on October 13th, 21
At what time?
11:36 a.m.
That's current time, that's local time, right?
That's local time. Zach Hughes' message states, let's talk in a bit. The following message, still on the 13th at 2:48 p.m. It reads, Soon will working up later catch in week. I'm never mind thee. John Mello responds on October 13th, 21 at 2:49 p.m. And it reads, asleep till fell I was 5-man Saudi Jug.
And then Zach Hughes responds.
At 2:50 p.m. No worries, man. Still on October 13th at 2:50, John Mello sends this message, and it reads, 3 now couldn't information since thing after another. Thee are single bit I sleep today, our raising it's here at fees worried. Ain't building 1 weeks or not lawyer. I'm maintenance in cant of OTS about everything eat they'll my a last. And it follows that up a minute later with, and it reads, up be you or woke.
That sounds great. Can I come over, please?
Again, me night, GLSD,
Any significance?
It looks to be like it's talking about nighttime, woke me up, possibly. Zach Hughes responds at 2:51 p.m. This message reads, just manager got well, I, LOL, texted work at off the night. And then a minute later, Zach Hughes sends a message that, and it reads, chat let's in little a bit.
And then
October 13th, 2021 at 2:52 p.m., John Mello sends Zach Hughes a message. And this, it reads, that did research on music, how go?
and that's October 13th, 2021.
Yes, sir.
And what did he respond?
At 2:53 p.m., the message reads, phone over, tell you good, the owl.
How do you interpret that?
Good, I'll tell you over the phone. And Mr. Mello responds with, cool.
Is that the last WhatsApp that was ever recovered?
Yes.
And do you recall Investigator Perry's testimony about how long the conversation they had in the afternoon of the 13th?
I do.
How long was that?
I believe it was about an hour and 20 minutes.
What did you interpret that music research as?
I don't believe it was really music research. I believe John Mello sent a message to Zach Hughes in code.
His interpretation of what he wants to say.
All right. So, Investigator Sparkman, did you also review the Gmails between John Mello and Zachary Hughes?
Yes, sir.
And I know in the entire team, they just sent out search warrants for those Gmails.
Yes, sir.
And as far as numbers of Gmails from John Mello's email address and Zach Hughes's email address, how many emails do you think you received between the two of those?
Hundreds. It fills up a large 3-ring binder.
All right, so did you cull it down to emails just between John Mello and Zach Hughes?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what State's Exhibit 190 marks for identification purposes only. Can you look at that?
Yes, sir. These are the emails between Zach Hughes and John Mello.
And did you have the occasion to review those?
Yes.
And do you know when those emails began?
Yes, sir. They began August 29th of 2020.
And when did they end?
They ended they ended October 20th of 2021.
Okay. Is that when John Mello returned home?
Yes, sir.
Back to the United States?
Yes, sir.
Now, in reviewing all of these Gmails between Zach Hughes and John Mello, what was the basic theme involved in all these?
That Zachary Hughes was very involved, extremely involved with.
I object to this kind of summary. I mean,
We have an objection.
They would like to try to introduce us one thing, but
Now we can't hear him.
all of these emails are objective.
Can't hear him now. I don't know what I'm going to have tomorrow. Probably just a protein drink. No one's taking me out to dinner. It's fine. One thing I don't like about Valentine's Day is the commercial crap of it all. And the fact that a rose 2 weeks before that cost $2 now costs $10. Just saying.
The first email to the last email.
First one is August 29th of 2020. The last one is October the 20th of 2021.
Okay. And you were able to review those emails.
Yes,
And did you sort of analyze them the same way you did the WhatsApp in relation to your investigation?
I did.
All right. And in those emails, as between Zach Hughes and John Mello, is Zach Hughes either what I'll call CC'd or blind copied on emails from John Mello to various family court attorneys?
Yes, there are a lot of those emails that John Mello sends to attorneys or other people regarding the child custody dispute. Zach Hughes is either CC'd on them or blind copied on them.
All right. Are there emails where Zach Hughes assists John Mello in writing emails or maybe papers regarding the child custody dispute, or corrects or edits some of that information regarding the child custody for John Mello?
There are.
Are there emails where Zach Hughes is, are there emails where John Mello tells the family court attorney that Zach Hughes is allowed to communicate with the attorney?
Yes.
And that is regarding the child custody case over he and Christina Parcell's daughter?
Yes, sir.
And are there emails where Zach Hughes himself is communicating directly with John Mello's family court attorney?
Yes, sir.
And are there instances where Zach Hughes is running errands or doing things in furtherance of the child custody?
Yes, sir.
And are there emails between Zach Hughes and John Mello discussing the child custody?
There are lots of them.
Okay. And what are those saying?
They're just talking about the situation. Mr. Mello's getting frustrated. You could tell he's getting frustrated based on words that he uses. Going to different attorneys. John Mello's talking about how he's getting frustrated with attorney A, that we need to reach out to a different attorney.
And are a lot of these, I know they started in when they began in October, August, from around April to October 13th, that time frame. Would that be the time frame when Aida was given custody to Christina Parcell and Aida moved back to South Carolina.
Yes, sir.
In that time frame, were there a lot of those emails regarding the custody dispute?
Yes, sir.
Is it fair to say that Zach Hughes was well aware of the custody dispute between Christina Parcell and John Mello?
Yes, sir.
And finally, were the emails, communications between Zach Hughes and John Mello, were they caring for each other?
Yes.
In what way?
There's messages in there where one tells the other they love them. The other one will say, love you back.
All right. In addition to your duties as investigator, did you review Zach Hughes's photos on his phone?
Yes, sir.
And we've had prior testimony, but were those are downloaded. The photos inside his phone are then downloaded as the images in which they're in there.
Yes, sir.
And you reviewed all of those?
I did.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 188. What is State's Exhibit 188?
This is an image that was recovered from Zach Hughes's phone. It appears to be a picture of some typing that states to John Mello and his lawyer.
So do you recognize this?
I do.
And where was this, what date was this photo captured on his phone?
I believe it was August 13th of 2020.
2021?
Yes, sir.
State moves 188 into evidence.
Objection. Objection, 188.
All right, what does this say?
To John Mello and his lawyer, please find enclosed photos and advertisements of Christina Parcell, aka Caroline Warren.
Now, how was that related to your investigation?
Well, as we've touched on before, the name Caroline Warren appeared on these printouts that were mailed in these photos to various people.
Next, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 187. Now, briefly, did you establish a timeline of sort of events based on this entire investigation?
Yes, sir.
That were important events. And before you did that, did you also look at the phone and to Zach Hughes's phone regarding airplane mode?
I did.
And were you able to determine if he'd ever put it out of airplane mode on October 13th?
Yes, sir, I did.
And what were the two times in which it came out of airplane mode?
At 2:22 p.m. and at 2:32 p.m.
All right. And why am I saying out of airplane mode?
Because I don't believe the extractions show when the phone is put into airplane mode, only when it comes out of airplane mode.
All right, so I'm going to show you what's State's Exhibit.
191. I will show you State's Exhibit 191. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Do you assist in preparing this?
Yes.
And what is it?
This is a timeline of the locations of Zachary Hughes beginning on October 11th through October 13th.
And what information is this based on?
This is based on a combination of things: device location from his phone, witnesses, device location, a trail cam that was introduced, Ring doorbell cameras, flock cameras, just different events that were pulled from Mr. Hughes's phone that had a location with it.
All of those are in evidence.
Yes, sir.
I'm just going to get you to briefly go through this with the jury. I'm trying to avoid technology. State moves 191 into evidence. No objection.
Not objection.
Mr. Sergeant, investigator, if you want to step down right here, if you want, please speak loud so that you can see.
Yes, sir. So the first day on here is October 11th, and this timeline shows that between 10:05 and 10:56 a.m., it shows where the trail cam captured Zachary Hughes at 799 Indian Flash Trail, the Mountain House. It shows on October the 12th at 1:07 p.m. his phone put him at 210. At 1:18 p.m. his phone puts him at John Mello's house. From 6:56 p.m. to 1:30 a.m. his phone puts him back at the Mountain House. At 4:30 a.m. it shows that his phone was plugged in or unlocked. The same at 7:42 a.m. From 7:42 a.m. to 11:34 a.m. there's no activity on his phone. At 8:15 a.m. this is when Donna Gorman identifies Zach Hughes. At 9:15 a.m. you see the Ring camera from across the street of the incident location showing the suspect going into the front door. At 9:27 a.m. 133 Canebrake Drive captures the suspect leaving on a bicycle. At 9:28 a.m. 207 Saratoga Drive captures the suspect leaving on a bicycle. At 1:17 p.m. same day, still on the same day, Zach Hughes' phone connects to the Wi-Fi at the Mountain House. At 1:48 p.m. 2:22 p.m., as I stated earlier, his phone comes out of airplane mode. At 2:32 p.m., that's when the flock camera shows the bicycle in the back of his truck at Rutherford and Buffalo. And that is in the direction that is coming from the Travelers Rest area back towards downtown. So that would be coming from the Mountain House back towards the city limits, back towards near where he or Mello live. 242 is device location puts in at 200 Tyndall, where he's residing. At 4:23 p.m., there's some location data from Schedule Fly on his phone. I believe Schedule Fly is how he signs up for work. At 6:16 p.m., his phone data puts him at 103 North Main Street. At 7:30 p.m., he's captured on flock camera. His vehicle is captured on flock camera, the Ford Ranger, at Lawrence and Washington. That's in Brindle city limits.
and at 7:15 p.m. at an unknown location, he has a 120-minute phone call with John Mello.
That's all the state has for this witness.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to break for the evening. As I have told you before, you're prohibited from watching any TV coverage of this trial, and you should not do any type of research or investigate anything. Do not look at any social media. I've already asked you to cut off any notifications that you might have on your phone. It really is important, as I told you, to the integrity of this trial, to justice and fairness to the defendant and the state, that you only consider the evidence that comes in through this courtroom. You are not to begin any kind of deliberations among yourselves whatsoever until the end of the trial, when I give you specific instructions to begin your deliberations. And again, you cannot discuss this case with your spouses, family members, friends until after your jury service is completed. And if anyone comes and talks to you, you need to let me know immediately. I hope you'll have a wonderful evening, and I will see y'all back at 9:30 in the morning, okay? Thank you again.
So that's 8:30 for me. Ooh. Wow, 8:30 in the morning for me. Why can't I get another California case that I can come in like at 9:30, 10? Come on. Ugh. That stinks. That stinks. Okay, guys. We have an early ending. Oh, yay! Oh my gosh, y'all. We haven't been done this early in ages. What do you think? Oh my gosh. Everybody can go and get what they need for their family and friends for Valentine's Day. If you hadn't gotten anything. Y'all, don't forget to remember those who recently lost a loved one, or this may be the first Valentine's Day without them. I'm thinking of Doug, my sister's husband. It's always a hard time for them. And you know somebody, you don't have to buy them anything. Just give them a call and talk to them. Cheer them up a little bit. I mean, don't get me wrong. I will never turn down flowers or anything like that from a loved one, but I don't like the commercialization of Valentine's Day. Wow. Wonder what the judge is doing. He's probably picking up. I'll just leave it up so we can see. Okay, guess I want to make sure they don't say anything. But yeah, just call someone that doesn't have a husband or a wife. Cheer them up a little bit, because there's one day of the year that really makes you feel like you're alone, and that to me is always Valentine's Day. I hate it. I don't hate the day, I just hate it. You know. Y'all know what I'm saying. Okay, guys, so tonight I got to get to doing some homework. I'm going to start interpreting Grandma's house books, and I'm kind of been so overwhelmed with a lot of other stuff that I haven't been able to do it. So I need to start looking into interpreting her books. Got to get my background set up and all that. But we're done early today. We will be back here between 8:30 and 9. I will decide later what time I get out of here. So keep an eye out. I'll have a thumbnail up. I got to create one for this. And then we will be back for this trial tomorrow. And all I keep thinking is we're almost a month away, a month and a few weeks. So I'd say 6 weeks or less. Let me look away from the Karen Reed trial. So we are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6 weeks, 4 days. Unless they delay trial again. Wouldn't that be a great April Fool's? We're all ready for trial. Everybody's got everything done. We're sitting here and they go, delay. You will have a whole lot of hot mess coming around here. Okay, guys, bless you. Keep you. Have a great evening. We'll see you here tomorrow for some more crime. Bye, guys. Thanks for watching. Please comment, like, share, and most importantly, subscribe. I hope you have an awesome day. Till next time, take care.